I'm here.
If sleep is for the weak, you know where I'll be. Tangled in my head, replaying memories. Close my eyes and pray for some kind of clarity. A dream in black and white, it's all that I see. I can feel it in my bones when I see your face. It's the cruelest
Ha ha. Oh, that's catching up. That's catching up there. Ha. Suck it, fighters. Okay, I wanted to make sure that my mic wasn't muted again. Hi, guys. Hi. Let me turn on some music. Holy shit, that's loud. Oh, we need to lower that just a little bit. Okay, okay, okay. Hi, Senju. I love your face. I hope you're doing good. Mo, we need to not yell at the people. We need to not yell at the people. No, I know you love yelling, but we can't yell at everybody. I know. I know. Okay, so Senju, I love your face. How are you? I feel like it's forever since I've gotten to talk to you. I hope life is treating you good. It sucks that like I can't stop by fish streams as much as I want. Hopefully my schedule changes after next week, so I'm hoping that like I'll be able to stop by more. Why fighters? Why are you like this? Okay, sit down, Mo. Sit down. Sit down. Okay. Calm down. Babe, thank you for the 20 months. I love you. I love you. Thank you so much. Dutchie! Hi, Dutchie. Mo just wants to say hi to everybody. Dutchie, I love your face too. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Scarlett, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, go lay down. You're doing too much. Scarlett, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming first. Fighters wanted to fight all the time. All the time. That's why you lost both fights. 20 months, wow. Yeah. Yep, that's so Madness is my husband. One of my first subscribers. And the longest running mod of the channel. Hi, beautiful bean. Hello. I haven't seen you so long. I know, Senju. I know. Angie, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Mo, we loves you. Yes. We loves Mo. We love Mo, but he's a heathen. He's a whole heathen. Fighters fighting again. I'm a bit drunk still, but I'm sober enough from time to time. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I like today's gonna be a long day. Today's gonna be a long day because this lovely person that was fighting me, Demon Fighters, we're doing a collab later today, and I've also not played Kingdom Hearts on stream in a very long time. It's been like a solid month since I've done Kingdom Hearts on the channel, and I have the itch. I have the itch. I didn't know what I wanted to do today. I thought about doing like finishing up the feet percent. That was the original plan. But my feet's just not feeling feetsy today. They're just not feeling feetsy. So we're gonna do a randomizer. I last minute set up a wild fucking randomizer, and this is gonna be fun. Because I want chaos. Let's go. We choose chaos every day. 'Tis true. I do choose chaos every day. We all do. That's why we love you guys. Skylar, thank you for the brain cell. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. I'm good. Hope you are as well. I am. I'm doing really good. I'm excited because I have a 3-day weekend. I don't go to work on Monday. It's lovely because I think it's Martin Luther King Day. That's why President's Day is in February. Martin Luther King Day on Monday. So, fighters, why? Why? Why are you like this? I love you, fighters. I promise it's not rigged. It's like complete RNG. But yeah, so I don't have to work on Monday, which is great. And you go, I'll talk to you later. Enjoy your 3-day. I'll be enjoying my 3-day as well. Angie, thank you so much for popping in. Love your face. Yes, enjoy your 3-day weekend as well. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'm super excited because like yesterday was ridiculous. Like yesterday was insane. Kids are just on one, and it's because it was Friday the 13th, but kids are just on something yesterday. But yeah, I needed Monday. I needed Monday. Um, let's see. Hell yeah, no work on Monday. Yeah, no work on Monday. It's gonna be nice. I'm gonna fucking wake up at 6:30 anyways, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I need to go to work, but I don't go to work. So I might actually like go to the gym. I might actually go to the gym, which will be nice. I haven't been in the gym since um a little bit before Christmas, cuz I pulled my hamstrings and yeah, it was just not a good time. Um so I've been off of any like strenuous physical activity. Like the most physical activity I've done is Beat Saber for my birthday. Um and yeah. So I'm gonna be a little like concerned. I'm gonna take it easy, hopefully, in the gym. I'm hoping that because I'm going in the like middle of the day when people are working, it won't be too crowded. Because like as all gym people know, if you go to the gym directly after the new year, it's gonna be packed with people and like no machine, like you're gonna be waiting for machines for forever, or you're gonna be waiting for the like weight bench or the like whole fucking gym system thing, the Smith machine. So yeah, I'm gonna hopefully go like midday, like 12:30ish, and see. Hopefully there's no big rush. Um, let's see. This is her channel. She boss lady. Yes, I is boss. Um, oh my god, yes, that was the same thing for us too. Kids were butts, but the atmosphere was good. Yeah, like um my so like the way that it goes with my schedule is I have kindergarten through second grade first thing in the morning. Then around lunchtime, I have third through fifth grade. And then I have sixth through seventh or sixth through eighth grade at the end of the day. And like my middle schoolers, my sixth through eighth grade, they are fantastic. I love them. Um, like they try my patience every now and then, but they're really like they're good kids. Um, they're really self-sufficient. So I just kind of have to like circle around the room every now and then, see like, hey, you good? Do you need help? Anybody need me for anything? If not, I'm gonna go sit at my desk and kind of like grade papers or catch up on whatever I need to catch up on. Um, my K2 kids are the ones that really need the hand holding, and I'm seeing like I'm glad that like I pushed it a little bit this quarter, and I tried more difficult activities to kind of find like a happy middle for them. So I think I have a solid plan for quarter three and how I'm gonna switch things up. And yeah, it's really just gonna be basic foundation work. Um, so yeah. And then my 3-5 babies are in the middle. Kids are just generally unhinged. They really are. So I had art club yesterday. I have art club Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that's why I don't stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays anymore. Because by the time I get home, it's like 7 o'clock, and I need to cook dinner, get myself ready for the next day. So I don't stream anymore because of art club. And one of my kids, I adore her. She's an eighth grader. She calls me her art mama. Um, and like she comes to me when she really needs help or when she's just generally not in a good place, she'll come and talk to me. So she came up to me and she's like, "Man, I really just want to be a little kid again." And I'm like, "You know what? I really just want to be a little kid too. Like, let me just be a small child again." Um, so she was like, "Well, I know why you want to be a little kid again, but I'm not gonna finish that thought." And I was like, "No, go ahead. You already started talking about, you want to be why I want to be a little kid. Go ahead, finish that thought." This child, without missing a beat, goes, "It's because you want to be a little kid again because you want to hit your growth spurt." And I was just like, "Damn, that was a good one. Like, you got me there. You fucking got me there." Because she's taller than me. And I'm like, I can't even be mad. Like, that was a solid joke. That was a solid fucking joke. Um, so yeah. Yeah. It was a good one. Um, so kids are fucking they're wild. They're unhinged, but I love them. Smokey, welcome in. How are you? I love your face. I adore you. I hope you're doing good. Um, A-Leg, 80%. Ooh, that's really not what you want. That's really not what you want. It's such a mood. Yeah, Senju. She hit me with that one. So for like reference, let me tell you. Let's see. I am 152.4 centimeters tall. 152.4 centimeters tall. So, like, I am tiny. I am like really small. So she hit me. She hit me with that. I was hurt. I was hurt. Wait, I'm actually telling you, yeah, Senju, I am tiny. Like, I'm really, really short. I come up to my husband's like here to him. Like armpit nipple area. That's how tall I am. And he is 6'3". Um, oh, I gotta mute. Okay, there we go. I have Once Upon a Joy up and I just hear hello because she's doing a subathon and she just came back from her nap and I'm just like, oh, I need to mute that. But yeah, Senju, I'm really tiny. Um, so there's to like put it in like terrible terms, okay? I was walking around the school trying to find a teacher and I walked past a second grader and second. Why are you like this? My husband just came up and he just goes, short. I hate you sometimes. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to call me out like that. This is some bullshit. Um, but I walked past a second grader, and for some of my European friends, second grade is like 7 years old. And there was a 7-year-old that's almost as tall as me. Like, what? I just I can't. I can't. A 7-year-old. That made me so mad. Like there's a like 5 or 6 year old that comes up to like here to me, and I'm like, no, 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 no. This is not okay. This is not okay. I hate this. So yeah, I yeah. I'm is tiny. Seth, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. 75%. That's a solid number. That's a solid number. I mean, if he's right though, yeah, but he didn't need to call me out. He didn't need to call me out like that. That's some bullshit. Like, I just let me be tiny and great, okay? Let me be short. I know, like, this body might be 5 feet tall, but this attitude, like, 7'9", okay? You're great. Thank you, Senju. Thank you, thank you. Um, so announcements. So some things are changing. I figured out, um, I did a thing. I did a thing. And it's gonna be a fun thing. So if you have been around from the beginning, you know that I played a lot, and I mean a lot, of Legend of Zelda. It was on the channel once a week. Legend of Zelda's coming back. Because your girl finally, after like a year of like fucking around with it, after a year of fucking around with it, I got Cemu and USB Helper to work. And it's the only time I'm going to mention that. Because you're not supposed to mention it on the Pretty Purple app. Um, but I finally got it to work, and I got Wind Waker, I got Twilight Princess, I got Ocarina and Majora's Mask, even though like they're on the Switch and I could play it on the Switch, but um yeah. Yeah. So I got those 4 games. I got the other ones too. Like I got Skyward Sword, I got Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, and I've never played those games and I would love to play those. Um but I've always wanted to do like Ocarina of Time randomizers and Majora's Mask randomizers. So, um, yeah, Zelda's coming back. I think I'm gonna switch out God of War because like I'm enjoying God of War. Um, but it's really like story dense. Um, and I think I think I might want to experience that like offline. or like maybe in YouTube. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Um, but yeah, yeah, we're gonna play some Zelda. Do the ultimate OOT MM random in the same game. I know. I've been watching Smithic. I've been like lurking on my lunch breaks, watching Smithic play. I do want to do that. I do like. I really want to try it. But I feel like I need to dip my toes in with like OOT randomizers first, um, to get a feel for how those randomizers work. Because it's a little bit different than Kingdom Hearts. Because like Kingdom Hearts randomizers, they have it set to where like you could progress the game and you don't need certain checks, or at least the way that I have it set up. Um, Probably smart even. I don't know all the checks. Yeah. So I need to like dip my toes in. That's what I was actually doing before stream, was trying to see how to set all of that up and what programs I need for the randomizer. I got all the other stuff downloaded, but um I definitely eventually will do that. If I can get an OOT randomizer set up before Tuesday, like that's what we're gonna be doing. Um I might try it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see if I have time. All right, you know what? I have Monday off. I could fuck around on Monday and take all day Monday to figure it out. Um, so yeah. I could also just say fuck it, and if I figure out how to do the like two together, just dive into the deep end, because why not? I'm the queen of bad ideas, so I could do that. But I've definitely always wanted to do Zelda randomizers. I just never had the knowledge of how to do it. So now I like fucked around this morning because I got up early. And I downloaded Wind Waker, and Wind Waker was the first game that like I tested all the stuff out with. I want to do a Wind Waker rando too. Um, it's been years since I played Wind Waker, and I've never played Twilight Princess. Um, I've never played Skyward Sword, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Link's Awakening. I've never played those, so I want to play them, and I'm gonna play them. This year might be year of the Zelda. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god, Nady, did you see my genius creation Fishcord? No, I didn't. Ooh, I have Discord up. Fishcord. Fishcord. Is it in general? I feel like I saw something. That's a lot of fish. Holy shit, I just clicked on general. That's a lot of fish. It's in art? Okay, bet. Um, boop, 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 boop. Did you post it today? Oh my god. This just aged fish like 40 years. This has aged fish like 40 years. Am concerned. Fish looks like a middle-aged dad. Oh my god. This is what Eileen has to look forward to. This is what Eileen has to look forward to. I love this. Oh my god. Holy shit. I mean, but it doesn't look bad. Like, it doesn't look bad at all. Exactly. She's gonna live through that. I know. Oh my god. That's what she has to look forward to. It doesn't look that. Yeah, it doesn't really like. It doesn't look that bad, honestly. Like, he looks fine. He just looks like he got aged 40 years. Oh my god, Senju, that's amazing. That is amazing. Just not used to it. Yeah, yeah, just not used to it. Um, I don't think like I don't think anyone can prepare for like when their partner just finally decides to make the dive. Um, and like my husband jokes about it all the time about just shaving all of his hair off, and I'm just like, I am not ready for this. I have seen you with hair for 12 years. I'm not ready for this. Um, Annie, I'm doing all right. Sadly sick again. Oh no. But I wanted to tell you the thing we talked about. I plan on being ordered on Monday. As I want to get better, but I was also wondering if I could maybe post a link in the Discord because who doesn't love a meat gift box with some dummy thick bacon? Do it. You're totally fine, Smokey. Go ahead, post the link. You can post it wherever you want. I don't care. So like, Smokey, thank you again. Like, I was not expecting you to order anything for me, and like, you are such a sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna I will like I will experience it on stream. Like I will wait for you so you can see me experience this. The unboxing. So yeah. But go ahead, post the link. Post the link wherever you want. I'm okay with that. Um yeah. So yeah, Zelda's coming back to the channel. Zelda's coming back. I'm like debating if Savage, welcome in. Thank you so much. Here to lurk on you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to figure out when I want to do Breath of the Wild Master Mode. Because let me see, isn't it like 130 something days until Tears of the Kingdom comes out? Where's Twitter? Let me see. Here's the if I could fucking type Kingdom. Because there's an account that like posts every day. How many days are left? And I think last time I heard it, 18 more weeks, and that was last week. May 12th. May 12th. Okay. May 12th. Cool. 118? Okay, cool. So I'm trying to figure out like when do I want to like when should I start master mode? I feel like if I start at April, like beginning of April, I should be good, and I could just go through the story, and aim to do like a divine beast a week or something like that. Because I know like a lot of my Breath of the Wild story was me just like dicking around and like doing random shit in streams. So I could always save that back. But I feel like if I start it like April, like let me see. Because I could do it on Tuesdays. So let's see. Yeah, we could start it like April 4th. And then it comes out on a Friday. And then that following Tuesday we could play it. Yeah. I think that'll be the plan. We'll start master mode in April. And that'll give me some time to like get through some of the games that I haven't played. I definitely want to do Twilight Princess, and I definitely want to do Wind Waker again. See, 12th of May, yeah. Hey, you amazing, wonderful, incredible human being. Samuel, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I'm so happy to see you. Comes out 4 days before my birthday. It comes out 8 days before my birthday. Yes, May birthdays. Let's go. So yeah, we're gonna start some master mode in April. I think that'll be the plan. I want to get my ass beat and not take a year to complete the game like I did last year. Because it literally did. Like my husband bought it for me. Larry, I might fall asleep. I'm so sorry, but for now, Larky, Senju, go get sleep. Don't apologize. Go get sleep. Go take care of yourself. I love your face. Go to sleep. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. But yeah, I think if we do Master Mode in April, that'll give us enough time to like beat the game. I appreciate you too. You're so sweet, Senju. I love your face. Yeah, so I think that'll give us enough time to do it. And get my ass beat multiple times. Yeah. So, today's gonna be a long day. We're streaming literally all day. Like, all fucking day. Because we're gonna be streaming Kingdom Hearts for 4 hours. And then we're gonna hop on over to Stardew Valley. We are doing Stardew Valley crowd control tonight. Me and Demon Fighter Z, we are doing that at 7 p.m. EST. So in 4 hours. I think I have everything set up for it. Maybe. I actually need to figure out, okay, I just need to figure out the channel point thing. And that's it. Which I mean, fighters could probably walk me through that real quick. But I downloaded crowd control last night. I tested it out with the game. Everything is working. Um, so it's gonna be a fun time. You guys can fuck with us on stream. Um, as you see in the actual like dashboard or the actual like video screen, it's like right now it's like right here ish. There should be like a little thingy that says crowd control. Um, and you can, you know, fuck with me in game when we get to Stardew Valley. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun time. You could do things like spawn monsters. You could kill me in game. You could heal me, hurt me, upgrade, downgrade my weapons. You could warp me to random places. Like you could warp me to the ocean, then to the mountains, then to the desert, then to the island. You could do all sorts of shit. You can send me like random messages in game. Like there's one about we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Which I feel like y'all degens are gonna do that the most. um, so I'm really excited. I've never done a crowd control game before. Um, go ham. Go ham. If y'all want to kill me every 10 seconds, sure. It's probably a bad thing to say, but it's gonna be interesting. Um, and we'll see how it goes tonight. That if we do more crowd control stuff, it'll be dependent on how tonight goes and how much I enjoy it. So yeah, yeah. So we could hop on over to the randomizer. Where's my fucking scene for it? Oh, there we go. There we go. So no, that's not the screen you want. Where the fuck is my game? Hello? Hello? You already know, babe, please. Oh shit, my chat is all the way over there. Excuse. Chat needs to be over here. I know my husband's gonna kill me every fucking 10 seconds because he likes to sit there and joke about how he would send me through a wood chipper and then he goes like from that one fucking movie. Life as We Know It, I think, or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts, like, decided to nope out? Where you at? There we go. Yay, game is up. Let me unmute my desktop audio. And then I need to turn up the volume. And then I need to pull the tracker up. Start PC port tracking. Oh shit, I don't have Kingdom Hearts 2 running. I'm a moron. Don't mind me, chat. Don't mind me. Alright, let's turn up the sound. Ooh, that's loud. We'll do that. How does that sound, guys? Do I need to turn it up a little bit more? If I need to, please let me know. I have no problem turning it up. So this randomizer that I made, I added a little extra step to it. A boss could appear where random enemy or where like enemies appear. So like I could be walking through the hallways of Beast Castle and like a random boss could spawn instead of Heartless. It's gonna be interesting. I'm probably gonna die a lot. Because I believe that also includes Sephiroth. That he could appear. So yeah. It's gonna be a time. It's gonna be a time. Can we get out of it? Come on. There we go. There we go. Game is up on the screen. And we can do all of this. Okay. I'm just sitting here making sure that it looks good on my stream thing. Okay, options. Let's try this again. Start PC port. Beautiful. So we're gonna start a new game. We're gonna go to beginner. Cause I'm gonna be a little bitch baby. Cause if Sephiroth appears in a fucking like random hallway, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. No tracker on screen? No, because this is kind of like a one-off thing. I don't know if I'm gonna make it a whole series, but also like I don't know where I would put my tracker at on screen, because like I have my chat like right below me. So if I put like my tracker there, then I don't know where to put my chat, and it was a whole thing. This is like a like real quick decision to do. Like literally I set this up like 10 minutes before I went live. But Superstar, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I'm so happy to see you. I hope you've been good lately. Alright, we're gonna skip this. Whee! I'm doing alright. Fighters! And it went to Shelly! Fighters, thank you so much. You didn't need to do that. You're a freaking sweetheart. I love your face. Been on the rando grind. Let's fucking go. I haven't done a randomizer in months. Holy shit, I haven't done a randomizer in months. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be real interesting. Ooh, pit cell area map. Let's fucking go. We love Shelly here. We do love Shelly here. I adore Shelly. I talk to Shelly like every single fucking day. I love that woman. I absolutely love her. And also, like, she streams. Shelly streams. In case you didn't know. I feel like this is a little loud.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory.
We're gonna put that right there.
Far-off memory that's like a scattered dream.
Yeah, I think that'll be good.
Yours and mine.
Simulated Twilight Town first world. Yep. We gonna vibe out to this music. I haven't heard this intro in so long. Oh, I need to fix that. There we go. Let me make that a little bit smaller. With the rando, there's tons and tons of quality updates to make this world much faster. Quality of life. Ooh. Okay. I haven't really looked into a lot of the updates for the rando recently. Like I said, I'm like really behind on all of that news. Yeah, so I'll have to do my digging and look into it. Like I said, this is kind of just a one-off fun thing. We'll see how I enjoy it. You can use limit forms in Simulated Twilight Town, Magic, and Trinity Limit now. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't updated anything. I'm still using like old. I like just updated my tracker to the 2.0. Oh, Sora's moving as well. I'll have to look into it. I really will. I'm just hoping that with this randomizer seed that it won't crash when I get to the 1,000 Heartless challenge, because every single time it crashes right then and there and I can't get past it, which sucks. Like, I haven't been able to really complete it, and I've done like re-verifying my files. I have tried new seeds. I've tried uninstalling the game and then reinstalling it. There's ways to fix that. How can you fix that? Because like I said, I've tried uninstalling the game, reinstalling it. I've tried verifying the files. I've tried like rebuilding the rando seed file in the mod manager. Like I cannot figure it out to save my life. And I asked in the Discord once, and they were like, "Oh, well, you probably have like old game files, old like rando seed files still in there." And I'm like, "Well, you would think uninstalling everything and reinstalling it would fix that, but no." So I don't know how to fix it. I love this intro. I love it so much. This is why I've named it The Sanctuary, like my community, because of this song. I love it. There's a bug floating around for people that, over time, that your video card can affect crashes for KH2 for some reason. Oh. That might be why. Alright. That could very well be why. Alright, let's skip all of this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We're just, you know, we're gonna speedrun strat it and skip all the cutscenes. No need to look through your updates and stuff too, since maybe you're running an old seed gen on a new updated rando. It could very well be that. Like I said, I haven't updated anything in literal months. Like, it's easily been since September that I've updated anything. So there's bound to be new shit that is out.
Neo, loser.
Cypher, eat my ass.
Don't leave me hanging now.
Come on, Cypher. Make this a challenge!
Isn't this romantic?
Nope. Woo! Hoorah! Whoa, Annie, what fighters?
Cypher's not feeling so hot, you know?
You can go around telling randos to eat your ass? Yes, I can. Yes, I fucking can. September isn't too far back. I think the latest C-Gen was like 4 more months ago. Okay, I'll have to do some digging, probably tomorrow or Monday, when I'm doing all of my, like, update shit. Because there's one thing, like, I was in a VC with, Shady, Fitz, Lex, and Kate, and we were talking about, like, just updates in general. And he sent us some, like, resources to update other things that we were asking about, so Monday is gonna be my, like, big stream update day. Come here. Come here. Easy claps. But, yes, fighters, I'm telling randos to eat my ass. That's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, we're gonna save here. Fire! Ooh! Fire! Ba-da. don't think I'll need fire for right now. But we're gonna have to, like, put it on eventually, like, customize it and shit. Can we jump? Thank you. Do you know what the hint system does for your tracker? Isn't it when you find Ansem reports, it'll tell you, like, where certain bosses are or some shit? You can quit this minigame to get credit. I know you can skip the minigame. I just like doing it. Because it also helps me when I plan on speedrunning this for real. Ooh, Oathkeeper. I can't skip it in the real, like, run for it, so it's good practice. That's why, like, I skip a lot of the scenes, because it'll give me, oh shit, we're meeting at the station, that's right. It'll give me practice. Let's go! I always forget that you have to, like, go to the station first and then it transports you to the sand lot. Ooh, I wonder if I'm gonna get anyone instead of Axel. Because I have, like, the enemy and boss randomizer turned on. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, wait, no, Axel's not right now. That's right. Axel's later. I'm a dumbass. I haven't played this game in so long. Don't mind me. Ooh, Castle That Never Was map. Let's fucking go. Okay. AP boost. We love that. We love AP boosts. We're gonna save, because I always wind up dying right before, or right at, like, fighting whatever boss is switched out. And I promise, no, this is not alcohol, guys. As much as I wish it was. But it's my neat little, like, travel flask. And it's so cute. It's got a little strap. So I could do this. And I could walk around the school at work with a water bottle. I got it for Christmas. But last time I used this on stream, somebody was like, "Are you drinking out of a fucking flask?" And I was like, no. Alright. Let's go! Nope, I'm not fucking with you. Nope. I don't wanna. No! Stop that! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Please don't touch me. No, don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. That was Larxene. That was Larxene. That scared me. I was not expecting to see Larxene. Oh, cool. Sark. No big deal. I know why 1K crashes. Ooh, why does 1K trash? Crash. Words are hard. Is it an easy fix for me to do? Oh god. Okay, I said this was gonna be easy, and he's kicking my ass.
Give up. Data transfer.
Ooh.
Data transfer.
Fuck off.
Data transfer.
Woo! This makes me happy that he doesn't really have like a second phase.
Data transfer.
Oh. Oh, there we go. Woo! If you have boss enemies set on that fight onto wild, it'll most likely crash since having too many of an enemy the game doesn't like, it will crash. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Do you know if there's any way to turn it off for that specific battle? Because if there's a way to turn it off for that specific battle, but to have all the other enemies, like, randomized, that would be lovely. Because, like, I like the enemy randomizer, and I like the boss randomizer. It makes it interesting and fun, but for it to, like, fucking crash every time, it's infuriating. 1-to-1 is pretty safe. Okay. Okay, 1-to-1. Do I have that? Let me actually check real quick. Where is seed generator? So I usually have it set to wild, but if I just change it to 1-to-1, that would be fantastic. Let me see, boss enemy. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Cool. Yeah, oh, yeah, I know. I'm not doing it right now. I'm just seeing, like, what I had all my other shit set to. So if I just set it... Okay, so if I... Do I have to set both to 1-to-1, or can I leave, like, Let me see. Would I be able to leave, like, the enemy to 1-to-1 and then leave the boss to wild, or... Would I have to do, like, both? I think it should work. Okay, so I could just set the enemy to 1-to-1, boss should be fine. Okay, cool. Because I like the wild. I like it being wild. Okay, why am I doing this? I think that should work. Okay, cool. I'm ready. Let's go. Fuck off. Nope. But don't make boss replace enemies since it... Oh yeah, I usually don't. I just wanted to see what it did. Today. Oh shit. I really need aerial recovery. Yeah, I just, like, today was like a fuck around and find out. Anything toggled as experimental is very risky. Yeah, today was just like a fuck around and find out what does this button do. I've never done the boss replace enemy before. I figured that it was gonna make it wild, and would probably potentially crash my game. So yeah, I was just trying things out. Nope, fuck off, Vivi. As much as I love you. Rude ass bitch. That. Nope. Woo! Oh, you have... Ah! No, it's so close. Fuck off, Vivi. Nope. Also, having updated C-gens will fix boss enemy rando down the line, since people always find new things with boss enemy rando. Okay. Cool. Get back here. Okay. Thank you, babe.
That's more like it.
Axel! I love Axel, okay? I love Axel. I could fix him. Woo! God, I keep hitting fucking circle for aerial recovery and I don't have it yet. And that makes me sad. Because I'm so used to it.
Don't make me mad.
Woo! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ring any bells yet?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Ah! Come on, you are surely almost dead. Surely. There we go. There we go! Okay. Skip this. Let's go fuck Setzer's world up.
My life is a chip in your pie.
Dude, Setzer annoyed the shit out of me in Final Fantasy VI. Get out of here. Da-da. Get out of here, Setzer. Please and thank you. Ah!
This isn't what we agreed on.
I don't give a fuck what we agreed on.
Are you scared of me?
Nope, nope, nope. Ha!
Supposed to
See he! Motherfucker! Okay. Ooh, Tranquility Stone. Gib, please. Please and thank you. We'll save. Obnoxiously save. Was that a glass flask? I fucking do it every time. No, Smokey. It's just a travel water bottle. It looks like a flask. And I mean, you could certainly use it as one. But it's plastic. It's pure plastic. It's just a cool looking fucking water bottle. Like, I saw it on TikTok and I was like, this is cool as shit. I want one. I could actually, like, fit this in my purse. And I'm able to close it so I can, like, easily drink water and take it with me. It has a little, like, arm strap. So I can put it on my wrist. And I could carry it around easily. Cause, like, I hate having to, like, physically, like, carry it. So this makes my life easier. I want one for work to play the best trick on everyone. It's like, I think like 20 bucks on Amazon. Maybe less, I don't know. My sister-in-law bought it for me. Na, 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 na. Okay, we'll do this. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da. I have to go do this. Hope you're doing well, my friend. I'm doing good, Samuel. I'm doing good. We just vibing today. Today's gonna be a long day. We streaming all day. All day. Because we have a collab at 7 o'clock with Fighters. So we're gonna do some Kingdom Hearts, and then we are gonna do some Stardew Valley crowd control later on. So y'all get to mess with us in game, and you can use your channel points to really mess around and have fun. But I hope you're doing well, Samuel. I adore you. I love your freaking face. Roxas open. Underworld map. Ooh, very nice. Da-na-na. And an extra item slot. We love that. Give all items. Da-na-na-na. I'm just relaxing, writing music, and working on future videos before work. Dude, I need to do that. I have a shit ton of videos that I need to edit and upload in my backlog. Like, I have my first Devil May Cry video edited down. I need to edit down my second one. I have a bunch of Minecraft videos I need to edit down. What else? I have to finish editing. I think it's Halloween Town on for the feet percent. Oh wait, there's no chests over here because this is simulated, not regular Twilight Town. And then I still have to finish like the feet percent run. So I have like a shit ton of videos to edit. That might be my night like tonight, and we'll see how I'm feeling. I might take tomorrow off, just because we're doing a long one today. I might take tomorrow off from Devil May Cry, but I really love Devil May Cry. It's such a good game. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Everything's like up in the air right now. Oh, I forgot to announce, with the collab tonight, that means, I will not be in the Discord for Final Fantasy XIV night, but you guys are more than welcome to hop in there. Ah! Why are we T-posing? Well, if they hit me out of it, will they hit me out of it? Okay. Why are we T-posing? I mean, you guys are more than welcome to hop in there and play 14 on your own if you want. I just will not be in there because of the collab. But I forgot to make that announcement at the beginning of the stream. But we will be live on Monday for Final Fantasy XIV. Overall, just feeling so goddamn happy. Good, Samuel. You deserve to feel happy. Everyone deserves to feel happiness. Dun dun. Ba-da-da-da. Dude, I want to see what bosses are gonna randomize. And I want to see, like, if it's the actual boss health, or is it gonna be, like, Heartless and nobody health. Go, 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 go. Woo! Imagine if, like, fucking Sephiroth spawned. I would probably cry and shit a brick. Could you imagine? Na 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 na. Okay, skip this. Work especially to feel more happy and energetic than ever. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing, Samuel. Like, it's such an uplifting feeling when you're doing something for work that you genuinely love and appreciate. Because that's how I felt about, like, teaching. The last job that I had, I did not appreciate it in the slightest. And just because it was a toxic workplace. Shit, I can't jump up there. But now I have this like newfound appreciation for work because I have bosses that actually give a shit. And like my boss at my last job, she cared, but her boss didn't care. Which sucked because I worked with him a lot on a lot of projects, and he would come in and like he would ask me to do favors for him, but then those favors would go like unrecognized, and it fucking sucked, especially when I left the company. I didn't even get a goodbye. I didn't get a good luck on your endeavors. Nothing. And I'm like, I pulled your ass out of so many fucking tight spots because you would like email me and you're like, hey, I fucked up and I sat on this project and I need help. Can you help me? And like, it really irks me. Whoop! But now I have bosses that like I can go and I can talk to them, and they ask me about my life and they joke around with me, and it's fucking fantastic. Oh my god! Bum, bum, boo, doo, doo, doo. Woo! What is that? Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, combo plus, Gib. And auto wisdom? Hell yeah. We love to see it. Alright, let's keep going. So we can finish up Simulated Twilight Town. The people you work with do make a difference in your work environment. They really do. They really do. Like, I have a coworker that, like, I have his class right now. And he, like, asked me about streaming, and he asked me about, like, what games. Like, we sat in my classroom for, like, I want to say, like, an hour or so, just talking about video games in general, and, like, the games that we like, and how, like, some of the games that we both like, you know, are awesome. Like, we talked about Kingdom Hearts, we talked about Final Fantasy. He talked about his games, I talked about mine, and it was fantastic to have a coworker that gets it. And then I have another coworker, he saw my Kingdom Hearts background on my computer, and he, like, got all giddy, and he was just like, you love Kingdom Hearts? And I was like, dude, it's my favorite fucking series. Like, yes. And he was like, me too, like, I've platinumed the game, and I've done this, I've done that. And I'm like, yeah, like, I do randomizers, I speedrun, I'm, like, on the leaderboard. Woo! Hades, fuck off. Da, 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 da. Ah. Hades, I'm about to fuck your shit up. The people I work with have been the biggest glaring positive about all my jobs. Yeah, like, when I get, like, little postcards from, like, my principal, and she's like, you know, adding you to the team was a great addition, like, I appreciate all the work you put in, we see you, and, you know, we see all the hard work that you're putting in. And then my direct boss, she comes up to me, and she's like, you're doing an awesome job, like, here's some pointers on how you could do better.
That's not true. I would.
Like, I think that's the big thing. Like, when I am not, like,
Axel.
doing my best, or when I'm struggling with something, the people in my job, like, they push you. And they're like, maybe try XYZ and see if that works. If it doesn't, then, you know, ask somebody and we'll brainstorm, we'll figure it out, and we'll help you. And it's like a huge support system. And I'm forever fucking grateful for them. Okay. We got that world down. Is this Twilight Town? Yes. Dak, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I'm so glad to see you. Okay, we'll use AP boost. Aerial recovery, Gib. We'll keep that there. We'll keep that there. And then Goofy can get these two. Okay. All the servers, hosts, and managers always tell me how amazing I do at my current job, and one even said I was unlike any Buster they've ever worked with. That's amazing. We love a supportive work environment. Those are fine that we can do that. I don't think I need auto wisdom or auto summon because that's gonna fuck up reaction commands for boss fights sometimes. I'm still like a little angry, but great to see you. It's been a minute. I know. I read your post in the Discord, and like, I'm sorry that you had to deal with all of that and like go through that because it's shitty. That's really, really shitty. But you know, like, we are here for you, and we love you, and we appreciate you. But other than that, how have you been? I hope you've been doing great. I really do. I love when you come around. Oh, that was a new weapon for Donald. Second chance! Alright, equip that. Oh, wait, I got another AP boost? When did that happen? We'll do that, yeah. We'll save because we just got a couple new abilities, and that would be a good idea to save. I know where we gotta go. We gotta go to the train station. And fight all of the spawns of Heartless. Let's hope my game doesn't crash. That would suck ass. Let's also hope no fucking bosses spawn here. Wouldn't that be some shit? No. Dwayne, welcome in. How are you? I'm so happy to see you. I hope you're doing good. Woo! Doing good. Another day of work. Oh, I hope work's going good. I hope it's an easy day for you. Woo! Kanga's house map. Thank you, Donald. No, 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 no. Fuck your shit. Ah! Donald, help. Oh, okay. We good. I got about 3.5 hours left. It's been relatively crickets. Oh, I hope it stays that way. I hope it stays that way. They even brag about how great I am to the freaking customers. That's amazing. That's amazing, Samuel. We love when your job brags about you. I like when I was working in a restaurant, I came in to pick up my paycheck because they didn't do like direct deposit. Because I mean, most of our paychecks were zeroed out anyways because I was a waitress. And ooh, max HP increase. We love that. We love that. So they I came in to get my paycheck and I had a customer walk by, and I never worked Mondays. Mondays just were my day off every week because like it was the start of the school week, and I was like, I need time to like plan out for my shit, right? So I had a customer come in, and they were like, "Are you working tonight?" And I was like, "No, like Monday is my day off usually, so I'm not working." And they're like, "No, no, no, you need to work. We're coming in. We need you here." And I'm like, "Oh, you guys want me to be here, but no, this is my day off." Like this is my day off. I was like, I can recommend someone for you tonight. But yeah, I'm not coming in. And they're like, "Yeah, who's working tonight that we could ask for?" And I'm like, "I got you. Don't fucking worry." But it's always nice to get like that extra recognition and praise. Ah! Whoop! Stop that! Stop that! Fucking stop! Stop! Why can't I hit a shot?
You just wait.
This fucking shit. Oh, we love the max HP increase. We love it. Okay, let's make our way up this tower. My legs are fucking hurting. I'm glad I didn't do feet percent today. Hello? Audio. Do not switch to my controller. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't do feet percent. My knee is fucking hurting. I probably would have been in a lot of pain. Stop that, stop it, stop it. Stop it. Stop! I am so rusty on this fucking game. It's not even funny. Holy shit. No, 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 no. Jesus. Fuck! You got me. I tried. I tried to beat him. Okay. Imagine I get a fucking boss in one of these, like, required fights. I'm just gonna cry. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, I got nobody guard. Let's fucking go. Let's see. Does this help Goofy at all? No, it really doesn't. Fuck, man. I was hoping that Nobody Guard would help him out some. Oh! Easy claps. Okay. So far, I hardly have had any issues with the people I work with. That's amazing. I haven't had too many issues with the people I work with either. I mean, there's like people I don't vibe with, but other than that, like, it's not too bad. Like, for the most part, everybody's chill. There's just like one or two people that their attitudes and outlook is just not the best. There's only one that I actively don't like. Actually.
But wait a sec. How come the Heartless are still...
Okay, we can skip all that. Do 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 do. I did have some major issues with some dishwashers at my buster job back in Florida, which led to me having some anxiety attacks. Oof, that's not good. That's really not good. Akashic record? Let's fucking go. See, is this gonna... No, it's not gonna help Goofy? What the fuck? Please, can I change clothes?
Well, look who's here, dears. Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Oh, if you're
Gib. Gib. Dude, I'm fucking hungry. I think I'm gonna order some food real quick. Cause like so I ate earlier. I ate at like 10:30. I'm fucking hungry again. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? I think I know what I want. Give me like 1 second, guys. I'm gonna order some food. I'm like starving. Let me see. Do 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 do. That works. And then this works. Let's see. The issues I dealt with my dad were at an all-time high, so that didn't help either. Anyways, always love being here and chatting with you. I love chatting with you, Samuel. I really do. You're such a freaking sweetheart. And it's awesome. Like, you're amazing. Never change. Like, don't ever change for anyone. Ooh, actually I'm gonna do this. Brad, welcome in! Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Don't mind me. I'm ordering some pizza right now because I'm starving. I'm ordering pizza. And I'm trying to like make sure it's like a pizza I want. Ooh, pizza, yes. Yes, pizza. I need it. Well, it's like a shit ton of food, and I feel like my husband's gonna love me. So, yeah. They had a coupon. If you ordered $25 worth of food, you got $5 off. And I'm like, alright, cool. Give me my $5 off, please. And so I got pizza, wings, and crazy bread. Because I ordered Little Caesars because they're cheap. And with all the issues I had with friends in the past, it feels great knowing I have people that genuinely care about me. Yeah, Samuel, we love you. We love you here, and like I will physically fight people that, you know, are rude to you because you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it in the slightest. Like, you're such a freaking sweetheart. I have never had anything bad to say about you. Oh shit, the save point's over here. And my audio switched again. Why do you do this? Why are you like this, audio? Why is it you are the way that you are? Okay, so now we gotta go to Hollow Bastion. Nope, yeah, visit. Okay. Fly. Likewise, you beautiful gem of a human being. Oh, Samuel, you're freaking sweet. What are you so heckin' sweet for? Oh, I thought that was a fucking boss behind me. I was about to cry. I thought that was like Barbosa. Like, I saw the little brown legs and I was like, what is that? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Woo! Wait, where's the Heartless? There's no Heartless. Why are you going crazy? Oh! I love the fucking music in this game. Like, top notch to the freaking composers of the music. Alright, what do we got for me in here? Finishing plus. Ooh, fucking putting that on right now. Duh. That's all I need, right? Okay, yeah, because I don't want auto wisdom or auto summon. Magic boost can go to Donald. AP boost can go to me. Alright, let's continue on. Ooh. Let's go do this puzzle piece. And then we'll save. Nope, save. Save. Thank you. Now let's go to the postern. Ah! Stop that. I'm waiting for, like, I want another boss to fucking spawn. Because I panicked and I didn't fight Larxene when I could. Here. Ooh! Ooh! Precious Mushroom Plus? Hello? Please tell me that, like... Yes. Yes, please. Stop that. Alright, what do we got in here? AP boost. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ayo! Stop that. Stop it. Okay, what do we have over here? Shadow Archive Plus. Okay. I'm gonna try to get these, this puzzle piece. Aha! Okay, now we can move on. Okay, let's go! Hi, Leon! Dude, I kind of, like, everybody's been playing Final Fantasy VIII lately. And I kind of want to, like, replay it. Does he have like the fucking boss HP? Bruh. Ah! Stop that. Stop that. Stop it. 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 I'm so happy that the fucking, like, rando boss, like, works. Woo! No, sir! Oh, I don't have to beat him?
The Keyblade, a truly marvelous weapon.
I didn't
Only in more
have to beat him? He's just fucking there? Look! Hi! I'm so glad to see you. I hope you're doing good. Yo, that's fucking insane. I kind of wish that they had it to where you had to beat him. Not gonna lie. Like, that's a missed opportunity there to make it that much harder. Alright, Land of Dragons! Alright, so we got... How do you feel? Hope you're having a good weekend. It is a fantastic weekend because it's a 3-day weekend. I don't have to go to work on Monday. And we love to see it. I'm gonna be, like, stuck doing stream edits all day, but I'm so happy that I get Monday to relax. Okay. Alright, we skip this scene. Ah! I love when she does that. Like, I love when fucking Mulan just goes, ah! Ah, stop that! Trying to keep our morale up. Oh, where the fuck did he go? Oh, he's over there. No, 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 no. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. But Lilith, I hope you're having a good weekend too. I love your face. I absolutely adore you. How are you? How are things? How are things since the move? How are things since the move? I hope it's been good. Woo. Okay, and I'm definitely not reaching that. Da-na-na-na. He quickly became one of my favorite people I met on Twitch, a wonderful and beautiful streamer, and even more wonderful, beautiful human being. No, Samuel, that's you. That's you. What you mean? I gotta save the queen. I gotta save the queen. Fucking bet. I hope it's not a weak ass save the queen. Oh, but the magic. That's okay. We can have Donald focus on the magic. Do 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 ba-da-do boop ba-da-do. Oh hell yeah, my pizza's getting picked up. Let's fucking go. Easy claps. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Easy peasy. easy. Woo! Ah, it's a big bitch. Ooh. Ah. I need scanned. When the fuck am I gonna get scanned? Can you stop that? Thank you. Anyways, I should get ready for work and do a few quick things. I hope the stream goes amazing. Love and adore you forever and always. Samuel, you're so sweet. Go enjoy your day at work. I hope it's an easy one. I hope it's a quick one. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Okay, hidden enemies. Woo! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I see you. Playing hide and seek over here. Thank you for smashing things because that makes it easier to find you. Where's the last one? There you are. Peekaboo, I see you! Oh, shit. Alright. So far, this is a baby seed. Baby seed. Audio, can we stop cutting out? Can we stop cutting out? That would be lovely. Stop that. Stay to my headset. Please stay to my headset. Okay. Let's go up the summit. Go. I already opened up that one, right? Yes. Oh yeah, that'll save the Queen Plus. Thank you, Donald. And max HP. We love that. Woo! Okay. Let's make our way up the mountain. Nope. Alright, rock shatter. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Alright, and then we shatter these. Open this. Remembrance gem. That'll come in handy later. Oh my god, open. I got torn pages. I could go see Winnie the Pooh. Oh. I love Winnie the Pooh. Oh my god. No, I fucking hate these dancers. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop, stop, stop. Dancers go away. Please, please, please. No, 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 no. Okay. We'll get this. Lightning Stone. And then Divine Bandana, which will be nice. Perfect. We can still fight him. Woo! Why are you like this? Get out of here. Alright, just a potion for that? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, we're gonna save here. Before we go into this cave, because this cave always kicks my ass. Alright, we'll get these treasure chests on the way. More torn pages, Winnie the Pooh! Okay. Let's make sure we got all of these. Oh, we're putting Grand Ribbon up here. No. We could put that on Donald, actually. I feel like Shadow Archive would be a good thing to have on him. And then Goofy, we could put Ability Ring. We're gonna put the ribbon on Donald, because that would be a smart idea. And then we're gonna double check all of this. We could do that, and then that. Ooh, I feel like we don't need both. And we're good. That'll be fine. Alright, I don't see any bosses in here, so this should be fine. I'm gonna say that and then somebody's gonna fucking spawn, right? Ah! Fuck off. Okay, get all this out of, get all of these guys out of the way. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. We do have anonymous follows on, so you can feel free to lurk safely. And I won't call you out of your lurk, but I'd love the chance to get to know you. But thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're just vibing out today with a Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer. Whoa! Stop that! Stop that! Stop that! We're vibing out to a Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer where I have all the bosses randomized, all the enemies are randomized, and even a boss can show up where an enemy usually spawns. We've already had 2 random boss encounters, one with Larxene and one with Shan Yu. So, welcome in. I hope you enjoy the content. Okay. Ooh, we're gonna make our way up the mountain. Skip this. Aren't there treasure chests? No, there's not treasure chests. There's just the puzzle pieces. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Do that. And glide. Save. Alright, so let's see what awaits us up this mountain. Ah! Hello? No, no, no. No, 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 no. Greetings, Mulan's my favorite. Welcome in, Retro John. Is that right? If I pronounce any part of your name wrong, please. Ooh, Leaf Bracer. Let's fucking go. Please yell at me. Please, like, you have my full permission to yell at me. Woo! Fuck, I didn't want to do that. That's awesome that Mulan's your favorite, though. My personal favorite, is Halloween Town. I love Nightmare Before Christmas. It's okay, no one says it right. Yell at me. It's totally okay. I will not take offense to someone yell at me if I mispronounce their name. Ah! No, I want the puzzle piece. I want the puzzle piece. I want it.
Okay.
Ah! No, no. Retron John. Retron John. Oh, that's interesting. That is really interesting. So I'm assuming do you love the Kingdom Hearts games? I'm like a super fan. I've literally been playing these games since they came out. And yeah, I'm like a super, super fan. Okay, it was my favorite. Let's go. It's my favorite too. I love it. I actually do I have, oh, I have it covered. I actually have Oblivion like right back here. Eh. So I have the Oblivion Keyblade back here. Full metal, like life size freaking Keyblade here. And then my mom for Christmas just got me the Kingdom Hearts Ultimania. I have it like right there on my dining room table, but yeah, this is my favorite Keyblade. Make sure I put it back up on its little mount, right? So it doesn't fall. Holy fuck, I'm jelly. Yeah, I got it on, I got it off of Amazon for like 60 bucks. It's like, it's good fucking quality too. I wanna have like a whole bunch of Keyblades. So yeah, I love Pumpkinhead, I love Oblivion, Oathkeeper is beautiful. What else? What else? Of course, like, the Keyblade itself, like the like little X thing. Blade, it's all of them are just beautiful. I also want, I forget what it's called. Way to the Dawn? Or the one that Riku had in Kingdom Hearts 1 that Sora used in Hollow Bastion. Like, I really want that one next. So I gotta ask, who's your favorite Kingdom Hearts character? Like, original character, if you have one. Ooh. Because I love Riku. Riku is like my all-time favorite. Him and his angsty teen moment. Woo. Ah! Stop. Give me, nobody puts baby in the corner. And I am baby. Boom, boom. Okay. Ping has gone back to Mulan. My favorite's Axel. I do love Axel. I do love Axel. Got it memorized. He's just like, I love the complex characters. Those are always my favorite. But yeah, I do regular like Kingdom Hearts challenges here. I speedrun Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm actually planning a speedrun race with one of my best friends, Madden99. He just played Kingdom Hearts for the first time this year. He's in the middle of, I believe, Birth by Sleep. I don't think he's finished Birth by Sleep yet. And so we were just like chatting one night, just talking shit to each other. And I told him to, like, we were talking about speedrunning, and I told him to try to speedrun Kingdom Hearts 1. And then we somehow got on the topic of we should race. So I've been speedrunning Kingdom Hearts 1 for like a year and a half now. And he's never sped run the game, so it's gonna be fantastic. Whoa! Stop it, stop it. No. No. Ooh, I wonder what boss is gonna be randomized with Shan Yu. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if it's Sephiroth. Oh, hell yeah, my pizza's on the way here? I'm so excited. Alright, let's go! Come on. don't have scan. This is gonna suck ass. No. Woo-hoo-hoo. Woo! Fuck, I timed it wrong. No, 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 no. You bitch. You bitch. Stop it. Stop that. Stop that. Oh god, I hate your face. I hate you, Zaldin. Ah! I'm gonna die. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Ah no. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh no, no. Sora! Fuck! Okay, okay, okay. We might have to do this. What pizza did you order? I ordered, so I got Little Caesars, and I got wings, I got cheesy bread, and I ordered, bacon pepperoni pizza. And I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait. And yes, this is very unfortunate with Zaldin. I hate Zaldin's fight so much. He is the bane of my fucking existence. And like, I remember when I first played Kingdom Hearts 2 when I was like 12 years old, and I literally fought him for hours and I could not beat him. So yeah, this is gonna be, I'm gonna summon Mickey here. We're gonna do the I won't give up. The beautiful order. Oh hell yeah. When I order pizza, oh god, I don't have audio. Hello. Stop switching to my controller. When I order pizza, like I go in. Oh, come on. He was that fucking close to health. You've got to be fucking kidding me. And Mickey can't, like, Mickey can't do the final blow. But I could certainly get him down. Woo! At least he didn't have true HP bar. Yeah, that's the one thing I like about the randomizer is that whatever boss it replaces, oh, this is gonna fuck me up. Oh, it didn't. Whatever boss that you get, it takes that boss's HP and not the original.
Let's go.
So, like, it got Shan Yu's HP bar as opposed to his own, which was, like, chef's kiss. But I have it set to where, like, even super bosses show up, so like I can get Lingering Will, I can get Sephiroth, I can have all the homies pull up, all of them. So yeah, it's last time I did the boss randomizer, I had Sephiroth in where Cerberus is. And I mistakenly summoned Mickey during that fight, and every time Sephiroth would do a certain attack, Mickey would T-pose, and he wouldn't get out of the T-pose until he got hit again. So it was literally like this arena right here. Sephiroth had hit me, but it didn't hit me with like the right attack to pull me out of the T-pose. So he hit me up in the air, and Mickey just started like circling around the arena, and I couldn't get out. Sephiroth couldn't hit me. So I was giggling for a straight like 5 minutes because it was comical. Oh, I know, it was so fucking funny. Like, I'm just sitting there laughing as Sephiroth is struggling to hit me. Mickey's just bouncing around the arena. It was hilarious. I love randomizers. I love randomizers in all of their glory. And I cannot wait to do the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer that I want to do. That and Majora's Mask. Those two, I'm so excited. Woo! Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no square. Ooh, aerial spiral? Let's fucking go. Aerial spiral. Okay, we'll clear all that out. We need this. I don't need to do another draw effect. Not right now, anyways. MP Rage would be good to have. Beautiful. This is still the best. Oblivion would give me combo boost, but I would lose aerial recovery. Fuck, man. We'll keep it here for now, because, like, I need aerial recovery. I need it. Like, I press circle too many times to not have aerial recovery. Ow. Rude. Oh, my pizza's almost here. Ocarina of Time was my very first N64 game. Mine too. Mine too. I love Ocarina. I kind of like rage quit it though last time I played it because I was a moron and I got sucked into the game. So I got through the end of the Forest Temple, got through the Fire Temple, got through the Water Temple, and I was starting the Shadow Temple, but I had to go to sleep, and I forgot to save. And so when I loaded back up in the Forest Temple, I was just like, all of that work gone. Yeah! Yeah! And I was just like, no! Why? I wanted to cry. And I haven't played it since. But I did just set up something this morning to play it on stream again, so that might be happening sometime soon. I just have to remember to not save. I have to use my big brain. Maybe I should wear my big brain beanie. Just to remember. Oh, this would be the perfect spot to have a boss just pop up. Absolutely hate the Shadow Temple. Same. It's my least favorite, honestly. Like, it's one of the, like, quickest temples to get through, but it's also my least favorite. I love the Spirit Temple. The Spirit Temple is my favorite. I like the idea of, like, doing it as a child and then coming back as an adult and finishing it off. I also love, like, the Gerudo Valley, just overall ambiance. Oh! The mirror shield was dope. It really was, like...
I know you have something to say, and I know you're eager to say it, so I'll get right to the point. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody will ever want to hear it. Nobody cares. And the fact that you thought someone might care is honestly baffling to me.
back. Fighters, why are you like this? Fighters, I love your face. I fucking adore you. Thank you for that. That was comical. For anybody that is just tuning in for the first time, we're doing a collab with Fighters tonight. We are doing a collab. We are doing Crowd Control Stardew Valley. So you should definitely stick around. And, you know, it's gonna be a heckin' good time. I adore you too, you Chaos Goblin! Fighters are one of my favorite people. You are definitely one of my favorite people. Yeah, Orin! I love Orin. I love Orin. I absolutely love him. Orin can impale me with his sword any day. Any fucking day. And I will thank him. Okay.
That's it. Farewell, feel the heat.
I don't want to feel the heat. I don't like being hot.
Farewell. That all you got?
Woo!
Feel the heat.
Da-na-na-na-na. I always thought Jeff Goldblum would make it great. Or and if they ever did a live action, dude, he really fucking would. No, not Sean Yu again. No, Sean Yu, go away. Go away, go away, go away. Like, he really fucking would. I can't not picture it now. Ah! No! No! Oh, he's gonna come down here. He's gonna try to touch my button. I don't want it. Ooh! Sean, you fuck off! Stop it! Go away! Go away! Go away! No! No! I don't like it. The good thing is I don't have to beat him. I don't have to beat him. I just have to avoid him. No! Woo! Go! Go, 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 go! That was terrifying. That was fucking terrifying. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate that. But yes, Jeff Goldblum would be like the perfect. Okay, we're doing this. You know what? We're doing this. We are doing this. Okay. All right. We're doing the damn thing. Give me a goddamn window browser. We're doing this. We're gonna pull up Jeff Goldblum. Okay. We're doing this. All right. Open image in a new tab. Okay. And then Final Fantasy X Orin. Okay. Let's see. Give me a good picture. That's not that good of a picture. Give me like a good cutscene picture. Not like fan edits. None of that shit. Okay? No, that doesn't fucking work either. I just want like good up close Luca attack scene. Yeah. There we go. 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 Maybe. Kind of. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do this. Okay? We're gonna do a fucking window capture. Okay? Okay. So we're gonna do this, okay? And then, no, we don't want Jeff Goldblum again. We want this, okay? We want this. So, here. And then we do a quick, like, transform, okay? Oh, that's not gonna fucking work. Okay, well, anyways, you get it. You get the idea. You get the idea. This man was, like, made to play Orin. He was made for it. Look at this. Look at it. Just give him the fucking, like, shades, and you'll be fine. You got Orin right there. Yes. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick, like, 5-ish minute break. My pizza just got delivered, and I also have to pee. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna, like, scarf down a piece of pizza real quick. Y'all might see me eating on stream, too. Maybe. I don't fucking know. So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna throw up the BRB screen. Y'all can enjoy some clips, and just don't go anywhere. I love your faces. Y'all are cute. Mwah. And I want to feel a rush? Not necessarily, because I feel like that's a bad thing, to feel a rush. What the fuck was that? Wait! What just happened? Wait. What was that? Like, how? There's no oil, there's nothing underneath it, there's nothing on top for it to be on fire. God, fuck, that scared me. Oh! The fuck was that? Of those? I'm a fucking genius! Oh god. This is not how this is supposed to go, dog. I need you to back up. Okay, dog. He said this is his stream now. Your paws hurt. You were like 65 pounds. Oh my god. Oh, okay. This is how we're doing things tonight, I guess. Okay. It's locked. Okay. Why do I feel like something's gonna fucking happen? There's no way. It's always in games you have the, like, long, like, pathway. There's gonna be, like, a fucking dragon or some shit. I'm willing to bet. Oh, I heard it. Oh, I fucking Bullworth way my ass.
I said you could have fooled me. This place is full of bullies and maniacs.
Nonsense! That's just school spirit. Hijinks.
School spirit. Okay.
We know nothing of castrating the new wars. I want you to stop this nonsense.
Castrating?
I want you to behave yourself. You might learn something.
Castrating.
Can I go now?
That is what you just said. That seems a little extreme.
Shut up. Screw you, new kid.
Here. Can I finger? Finger, right there. And Animagus Arts. My dog says hello. I am a variety streamer and Kingdom Hearts speedrunner. Dog, I cannot play like this. You know that. Oh god, you disconnected my controller! Oh my god, my dog just disconnected. Okay. I don't think I can go through here. So that's the thing that happens. Okay. I think you died. I think I died too dark.
Bag. It looks like we're just gonna have to like take a random fucking guess. No. Get out of my mortuary.
And done. I'm really gonna help Johnny bang some head this mess.
You're gonna do what? I did just hear that correctly, right? Okay. Oh no. Oh no. 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 For the love of God. Please. Oh. Oh, no. 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 What the fuck just happened? Guys, please. Am I the only one in here that sleeps like a normal person? I value sleep way too. I love you guys. I absolutely adore you guys. But y'all go get sleep. Go get sleep. Do I have to ban all of you guys to go get sleep? I'll ban the whole chat. I'll ban everybody. That means y'all are gonna take care of yourselves.
Hey. Alright? Fuck you, alright? Oh my god. Let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson. It's what you get when you keep screaming in my ear repeatedly.
Your ass over here.
Get on. We're going. We're running. We're running straight past here.
Okay. I'm back. I have a shit ton of food. So don't mind me. I'm still gonna be playing, but I'm also gonna take breaks to like take a quick like bite of my food. I hope y'all don't have a problem with that. Hopefully y'all don't have a problem with that. We're gonna go see what fucking boss is now where Cerberus is. Yeah. Also, so I got my pizza, right? I got my pizza and I opened it up and I looked at how they cut it and they like, it was like the person who cut my pizza gave 0 fucks. Like, no fucks given.
This is my underworld, you idiot! I'll handle this myself! Cerberus, go!
I beat that ass once, I'll beat it again. Stop that, stop that, stop that, stop that, stop that. Do 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 do. Ooh, item boost. We love it. I also definitely feel better after eating something. That was probably what was causing my headache. Da-na-na-na-na. Even though I ate at like 10:30 this morning. But my body was just like, nah, bitch. Aerial finish? Gib. Equip that. Oh, I have the fucking hiccups. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Hiccups are the devil. They really fucking are. Like, they're the fucking worst, especially when they won't go away. And you sit there for like an hour just straight hiccuping. Woo! And I always like, okay, so I'm a Grey's Anatomy fan. Okay, I like Grey's Anatomy. I think it's a funny show. Even though it's not like meant to be funny. So I always like think of how Susan Grey died of the hiccups. And I'm just like, whenever I get hiccups, I'm like, this is how I die. When they won't go away, I'm like, this is the way that it kills me. I just noticed your channel points are Gil. That's awesome. Yes, I love Final Fantasy. I absolutely love Final Fantasy. I have played 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, a little bit of 10 to 13, a little bit of 13 to, I just got into 14. Like, I love Final Fantasy. I think it's fantastic, a fantastic series. And I, like, yeah, as soon as I started streaming, I was like, yep, that's it. It's been that way ever since I started streaming. My favorite series, it's my second favorite behind Kingdom Hearts, but they're, like, adjacent. So, who we got? Sark again? You are aggravating. Fuck off. So, which one is your favorite Final Fantasy? Which one is your favorite? I would love to know. Come on!
Come on, Wonder Boy, play hooky for a day. For old time's sake.
They came to see me. They came to see a hero. I can't let them down. Don't worry, Meg. I'll be fine. What does a hero need rest for, huh?
Hercules, you are tired. You are tired, homie. Alright. Once again, sorry I'm eating on stream, guys. I don't usually eat on stream, but I am hungry. Okay, so we're good there. Mo, why are you pushing my chair? Dog, get out of here. Okay. Let's go visit Hercules. Hercules. It's probably 9 because the story was great, but the ending really blew me away. 10 is a strong second. 7, 9, and 10 are my top 3. I can't pick a favorite one because, like, it changes. Like, it's like one of those things when I play 7, 7's my favorite. But then when I play 9, 9's my favorite. I haven't played 9 in a while. I actually kind of want to go back and replay it.
Goofy! When did you get here?
Okay. Let's fucking go. I do have a Falsi brand tattoo from Final Fantasy 13. I'm so excited. I was supposed to get a Kingdom Hearts tattoo over my Christmas break. But my tattoo artist unfortunately got sick. So she had to cancel my appointment. Because she was like, I don't want to get you sick. And I'm like, no, that's totally like understandable. So we rescheduled my Kingdom Hearts tattoo for April 7th. So I'm gonna have this like giant thigh piece of Sora, Riku, and Kairi from Kingdom Hearts 2. And I'm so excited, I can't wait. I definitely want to get like a Cloud and Sephiroth tattoo. I think that would be sick as fuck. Yeah, I'm so excited. It's been so long since I've gotten a tattoo. Well, actually, no. I keep forgetting that. I went to a tattoo convention in August and got a tattoo. But, like, before that, it had been, like, 3 years. So yeah, in August I went to a tattoo convention and I actually got this giant piece on my shoulder. And before that, I have a sternum tattoo. So that was the last one that I had gotten. Okay, let's go to the underworld. Do 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 do. Alright, I'm gonna eat another wing. Your girl is starving. Hi, Phil. Bye, Phil. Ooh, MP increase, Gib. We love it. Ooh, these wings are hot. Ooh. Nope. Bye. Okay, bye. Alright, let's get the chest that's over here. Oh, item slot? Hell yeah. But no, I'm hoping that, like, one day I could just be completely covered in tattoos. That would be amazing. Two of my favorite people to just, like, vibe with, Cozy Kara and Tabitha Sabitha, they're, like, covered in tattoos, as well as like my IRL best friend. She's completely covered, and I'm just like, I'm trying to be on y'all's level. I want like head to toe tattoos. What? Why can't I jump up there? Which is funny because like I'm a school teacher, and I didn't think that I was gonna get hired if I showed all of my tattoos, but they were like, we don't care as long as they're not offensive. And I was like, really? Oh, no, 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 no. I hate these guys. I hate these guys. Na, 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 na. Do, do, head-to-toe tattoos, but damn, it's expensive. It really is. Like, it's a whole investment, which, I mean, it's like, okay, I'm investing in my body, like, I could get behind that. That's what I'm gonna tell my brain. You are investing in your body for it to be what you want it to look like. And there's no harm or shame in that. So that's what I keep telling myself to justify me spending money on tattoos. And like, thankfully, I have a very supportive husband who's like, you know, our thing that we tell each other when we want to do like extreme purchases, it's like, as long as our bills are paid, we're fine. So as long as we can pay our bills at the end of the day, it is totally fine. Ah, stop that. Right? So, yeah, like, this was originally, like, his PC, and then I got into streaming, and he was like, you know, you could take the PC and stream, I'll get a laptop. I'll get a gaming laptop. That way, like, I could take it with me, like, when we go visit family. He's like, I could still game. He was like, before he bought the laptop, like, he was like, I figured it out. I could afford it. I could afford the payments. We could do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, go for it. If we can still afford our bills, go for it. Alright, let's pray to God I don't get fucking Scar while I'm down here fighting. I always wind up getting Scar.
Wait a sec. Roxas? Excuse me? Roxas? Oh. Dance, water, dance!
Bye, Demix. I hate your face. This boss fight was never that bad. It's the other one. When you fight him in Hollow Bastion. Boom, boom. Like, Dance Water Dance haunts my memories. Not bad, Roxas.
Roxas, come back to us.
Oh no, John, this dude with his own water, right? Fucking right? I hated Demix. He was literally the worst. Okay, there's nothing else in here. Like, the worst boss fight ever. For no reason. Like, he was ridiculously difficult in the second boss fight for me. For no reason. No reason. Ooh. Oh, please tell me this is good. Wait, not here. Here. Please tell me this is good. It's weaker? This is that bullshit. What is that bullshit? Like, you get ultimate weapon and it's fucking weaker. Wow. I think it has something to do with, like, where you get it in the game. But I don't know. But that would make sense, because, like, I got these ones. And, like, Oblivion is my strongest one. I don't know. Maybe it randomizes, like, the, like, strength and stuff for it. Maybe that's, like, it randomizes all the stats for... Because it's always different. Each seed that I do. So that's probably it. Man, I just want Ultimate Weapon to be, like, all strong and OP. Okay, what ability did I get for Sora? Defender. Yep. Gib. Your girl goes in like Leroy Jenkins. I need defender. Alright, we'll do a quick save again. And then, let's see. Did we get Scar for like the millionth fucking time down here? No, but we got Larxene! Larxene, fuck off. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Woo! Stop that. No. Ah! I'm gonna die down here. I'm gonna fucking die. Yep. No, so we know we're coming back for her later. We're coming back here later. So curious, what anime do you like? Everything. No, I love, my favorite. Oh, thank God I saved right before I went down here. I meant to hit garden. So I love, like, your mainstream ones. Like, I love Naruto, I love Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z was the first one that I ever watched. I love Ruby. Ruby's my all-time favorite. I just started watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I watched Blood of Zeus. I binged it with one of my friends. I love Soul Eater, Demon Slayer, Seven Deadly Sins, Attack on Titan, Sword Art Online. What else? What else? I've seen Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill's alright. I watched a little bit of Dr. Stone. What else have I watched? Attack on Titan is my favorite. Attack on Titan's so good. Like, what? My husband's making fun of me. I'm about to yell at him. That chair is in the kitchen because I'm lazy and I wanted to sit down while I was cooking, not because I needed to reach something. Get your facts right. Been on my feet all day yesterday and I wanted to sit down and cook dinner. What? I'm gonna fight this man. Y'all, I'm gonna fight this man. Rude. After I bought him pizza too. But yeah, Attack on Titan's really, really good. He's the worst. He is the worst. Has the last part of Attack on Titan come out yet? Like, I haven't been following, like, anime news in a long time, so I don't know what's coming out. Or if it's already out yet.
It's sort of gloomy, don't you think?
I wonder who lives here.
Hey, does anybody else recognize that?
When that second opening came on the 4th season, I cheered. Oh my god. I need to catch up on it. I think I've only seen, like, the first part of season 4. Oh, I also love Full Metal. Full Metal's amazing. My husband likes to make fun of me, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy you a Nina Tucker like poster whenever you make me mad," and I'm like, "Don't do that." And he's like, "Fine, I'll just change your background on your computer," and I'm like, "Please don't do that. That's just offensive." bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Okay. The second opening gonna hit different. Oh, I'm ready, but I'm not ready. Oh, hi, Pete. Hi, Pete. So it looks like he has normal HP. Woo! Nope, Pete, stop that. No, stop that. Get out of your little bubble. Does he just like chill there? Does he just chill there? That's funny. Oh my god. Okay, that is funny. Don't mind Pete. He's just there. Don't mind Pete. Dun 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 dun. Oh shit. I'm not supposed to be down here yet. I'm supposed to go visit Belle. What am I doing? Oh, he comes back? So Pete's gonna spawn every single time I come down here? Whoa. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, I got Blizzard. Let's fucking go. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Ba-ba-da-da-dum. Okay. Ooh, Timeless River large bodies. Woo! Alright, ooh, full bloom? Let's see if that's gonna do any better than what I got equipped on Sora. Oh, fuck yeah it is. Can I? Nope. Beautiful. Let me just make sure we got everything good. Ooh, we can put that on Goofy. Perfect. And then, ooh, what we got? Item boost, Gib. Oh, and then we could just clear this out too. Do 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 do. Okay. He does spawn every time. Okay. Okay, let's get all the treasure chests here. Oh, I got wisdom! I got wisdom 4! Let's fucking go! Okay, here. EXP boost and Instant Report 5. Whee! Let's see. Looking at my tracker stuff, seeing what I got. Because I have my tracker up on this screen over here. Okay. Alright, what boss do I get down here? No! Woo! Ooh. No, 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 no. 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 Woo! Okay, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse. Ooh, fuck. Okay. So did I. I've gotten Data Xemnas down here before. I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry. He was the actual worst to fucking fight down here. I've also gotten Data Axel, and that was also not fun. And I think it was because, like, it's such a small, like, arena that it's so difficult to just fucking move and get away. So, yeah. I'm glad that that wasn't that bad, actually. Come on. We gotta be quick. Gotta be quick, gotta be quick. Let's go. Come on, Miss Potts. And then... Come on. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, let's go back and get, like, the puzzle pieces and treasure chests. Because if I could find aerial recovery, that would be fantastic. Okay. Ooh! Okay. First... EXP boost, yes. MP rage, yes. Wisdom, all these pretty little wisdom form stuff. Donald definitely needs that. And then... Perfect. We give him Goofy Tornado. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to do. Alright, let's go! That'll come in handy. Easy claps. High jump max! Let's fucking go. And a lucid gem. Alright. You know, could be worse. No, 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 no. That dancer can go the fuck away. Do 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 do. All right, let's see what boss we get here.
What's that for?
Oh, easy. Easy. That was fucking nothing.
Cogsworth, what happened?
Well, Master, you see, that is...
Oh, what did I get? Ooh! Yes. Yes, please. We'll do all of this. And then, what do we have here? Alright! Let's fucking go. Actually, no. Let's get all of this shit first. And then we can go. Rabbit's house. Okay. I'm a little worried about who they're gonna give me in the ballroom. I will say that. Just a little worried. Because last time I did this, I got Larxene in the ballroom. And I feel like saying with a lead pipe. But, yeah. Larxene in the ballroom. Oh shit, I'm already level 21? Let's fucking go. Ooh. Beast, what the fuck are you doing all the way back there? Me and Donald are doing all of the hard work. Whoop. Oh, you guys don't normally spawn there? Excuse me? That was just rude. Let's get all of this. Okay, let's go talk to Belle. And then we're gonna go off to the ballroom. And hopefully finish out this part of the world. And then we can move on to Disney Castle. I think that's next. Why aren't you guys dead? Hello? What? Why? No. No. For why? Oh, no Pete. No, I was kind of hoping to see Pete right before the fight. Oh wait, no, this is. Oh, I thought that was Lingering Will. All right, this is not bad at all. God, I want that Keyblade. Stop that. Easy claps. Easy peasy. Now who's for part 2? Another one that won't be too bad. Cause he's like, I can handle all of this. You cut that out. No. No, rude! I can't reach you up there. Hmm. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Get fucking down from there. Like, you aggravate me. Woo! Aggravating. Alright, so we're gonna move on to Disney Castle, which is over here. Let's go! Bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da, dum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da, bum. Bum, ba-da, 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 ba-dum. I love this music. Boop-ba-doop-ba-doo, boop-boo. Mickey Mouse. Ba-dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-da. M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. I can't. I'm a little kid. I'm a little kid, guys. Don't mind me. Okay. Sardonyx ring? Okay. Let's get all of these chests. Protect belts. Tranquility crystal. Okay. Woo. I just want to get all of these heartless, like, just fucking dead. Dead. Ooh, horizontal slash. That'll be nice. That'll be a nice one to have. Oh! Wait. Hello? Sean, you again? Oh my god, that's the third time he's spawned. Like, what the fuck? Get out of here! I guess this thing must really like Sean Yu. Y'all, this is like, guys, this is ridiculous. The third fucking time he has shown up. Bye! He's just fucking blinking. This is like an awkward moment, like, guys, help. Help. I fucking can't. That is crazy. I hope he doesn't, like, respawn. If that, like, you know, he doesn't recover health. Ooh, no. No. Stop that. Okay, so I just have to get the treasure chest on top of here. And then we'll be good to go inside. Whoa! So far we have had Shan Yu appear 3 times. We have had Larxene appear once. And we've had Pete a couple of times. But he spawned in the same place, so I don't know if that really, like, counts. Which is ridiculous. Alright, so I'm just gonna run through here. This is a lot of— oh, Larxene! No! 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 And Firelord! Ah! 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 Stop! What the fuck? We just had Larxene and Firelord in the hallway, and then Shan Yu outside in, like, the courtyard. I need a breather. I need a breather. I need a breather. This is insane. Okay, what's on my tracker? I panicked. I panicked big time. I panicked big time. What is— okay, so that— 2 torn pages. Oh, okay. We are going to save here. We're gonna save. And we're gonna continue this. And I'm gonna take a bite out of my food that's, you know, sitting here getting cold.
Your Royal Highness, did you happen to summon us?
Where's the king?
Ooh, armor slot? I'll take it. Okay, equip that. No, I don't want to do that. And then— oh wait, when did I get Sleeping Lion? Hello? But I still don't have aerial recovery, and that's why I have monochrome on right now. It's for the aerial recovery. Fuck! Okay. Ooh. But I have an extra armor slot. What do we got here? Buster Band would be good. Okay. Yep. Yep. We're gonna save again. We're gonna get this chest, then we're gonna save again. 100 Acre Wood map. Let's go. Okay. Colonnade. Oh, fuck. I have to fight these guys, though. Because I gotta protect Minnie. I hope nobody fucking spawns. Please, please no. Because Firelord didn't spawn when we walked out the door, so... I don't think Larxene is gonna spawn either. But I could be wrong. Minnie's fine. Minnie is fine, okay?
This way. Yeah. It's over.
Woo!
Yeah.
Okay. Let's call her over to the door.
This way.
And finish. Do 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 do. Okay. Oh. Alright, let's go. Okay, these are all the same. Thank fucking God. Could you imagine if, like, 20 Shan Yus just appeared? I would shit my pants. Do, 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 do. Ah! Hello? Oh shit, Minnie. Here we go. I choose life. Fuck, I need Shady to get out of my head. Alright, we'll let these... We'll do this. I feel like we should probably just, like, post up right here. And kind of... Let's like, move down a little bit.
Let's go.
And then we move down.
Let's go.
And then do this. We'll just, you know, slowly make our way down.
Let's go.
Slowly make our way down. Making my way downtown. Walking fast. Faces passing. I'm homebound. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Let's go. This way. Let's go.
Come on. We got a clear path, Minnie. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Minnie, you're not in danger. You're fine. Let's go. Oh, never mind. You are in danger.
Let's go.
Okay, come on.
This way.
Do 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 do.
This way.
Come on. We're fine.
Let's go.
We're fine. See, we're fine. We are fine. Ooh, I got sweet memories. Let's go.
Come on, give me a break.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, where Donald and Goofy were that whole fucking time. Like, you're supposed to protect the queen, especially when the king ain't around, and you're just dicking off doing whatever? Okay, let's save. And then Timeless River. Time to go to Timeless River. Alright, let's get these chests. And then obnoxiously save again. Alright, who are we gonna get here? Who are we gonna get, guys? Glide Max? No, I got High Jump Max. That's what it was. I didn't get Glide Max, though. And Star Charm? Okay. A-Lig! Hi, A-Lig. I love your face. 81%. Ooh.
Dance, water, dance.
No! No, 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 no. What just happened? Hello? Like, what the fuck was that? We're not attempting that again. Not right now, anyways. Fuck all of that. We're gonna go back out, and we're gonna go on to Port Royal, because... No. I've already had 3 deaths. Like, fucking shit. Alright, where's Port Royal? Like, the literal audacity. Alright, what do we got? AP boost. Ooh. That shit was The Price is Right horn that plays when you lose the game. Literally. Literally. Like, ooh. But Alec, how are you doing? I love your face. I hope you're doing good. I adore you. How are tings? How are tings? Okay. I'm gonna take another bite out of my shit. Doing okay, busy taking care of Dad and whatever he needs, you know, as you do. Exactly. Yes.
Put on it. We are neither among the living nor the dead.
Really?
I'm glad you're doing okay, though.
Regular pirates to me?
Like, like, I love the shit out of you, and like, I worry about you on the daily, even though I know like you're a grown ass man and you can take care of yourself. But you're one of my best friends, and I always hope you're doing okay. Rude. Stop. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna eat more of my spicy wings. I'm gonna eat more of my spicy wings. Cool. This ain't over. Look pretty over to me, Pete. Okay. Barbosa. Well, Barbosa ain't shit. Why am I reading this? You just skip it. We have our first Doodle Bob? Oh shit. Oh shit, my tablet is not charged. My tablet's not charged. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna have to charge my tablet. And then we can do a Doodle Bob. Alec, you take this time to think about what you want me to draw. Well, better yet, you know, like, you get Obi for later? Okay. Alright. You can just DM me what you want. And then, I already know what I want. Oh no. Oh no, I'm a little scared. Tiny bit scared about what you would want. But yeah, just, you can DM me what you want, or you can put it in chat, or, you know, whatever. And Batman SquarePants. Batman SquarePants. Okay. Okay. That's gonna be an interesting one. All right. We go do Batman SquarePants. So yeah, I can't wait to see what you come up with. I don't even know where to begin for that one. Like, do I do SpongeBob in a Batman costume? Do I do Batman in a SpongeBob costume? Do I do Batman with just like ridiculously square pants? The opportunities are endless. Let your heart be your guide. I will let my heart be my guide. Oh my god. This is gonna be interesting. Hmm. I'm gonna be thinking about this all stream now. Like, how to do this. How to compose this. Oh, wait, I can skip all this. I keep forgetting I could skip, like, dialogue scenes. Dude, these fucking wings are spicy. Like, they're not spicy when you eat them, but like the after effect. I am here for it though. Follow the wind, okay. Maximum MP increase. We love it, we love it. Rude ass bitch. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Shit. Okay. Get that. And then we'll get this. Meteor staff. Okay. Fucking Batman SquarePants. Ooh, okay. No, don't want to go down there. We'll go down here. And then we'll go back down to the port. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Ooh, it was the first thing that came to mind when I saw Doodle Pop as an option. I went with my mind's eye. Your mind's eye is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm excited to like start a community doodle board. I really am. 'Cause it's gonna be fan-fucking-tastic. Yes, I'm ready. Alright, switch to that. And then skip all of this. I forget, are there any chests down here? It was either that or Fish's OnlyFins content? Oh no. That is terrifying. Like, I can only, like, if it was Fish's OnlyFins content, right? I would just, like, imagine Fish in, like, a fucking mermaid costume. And not, like, merman, no. Full-on mermaid with seashell boobs and everything. Oh, no. I don't want to go to the Port Royal. Yes? Yeah. Like, it's as one does. OnlyFins, it deserves to be fucking, like, full-on. Of course, I come up with the first thing when I turn on my computer's Fish's OnlyFins. Yes, yes. Leaping, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. A-Lig redeemed Doodle Bob, which is where I add a doodle to our community doodle board. Whatever content you so wish for me to draw. And Fish said Batman Square, or not Fish, but A-Lig said Batman SquarePants. And he said it was either that or Fish's OnlyFins content. And then I said if I was to do Fish's OnlyFins content, it would be Fish in a full-on, like, mermaid outfit. But, like, not merman. It's mermaid with the seashell boobs and everything. Like, it is the way. It's the only way. But Leaping, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I'm so glad to freaking see you. I miss Fish's community so damn much. Oh dear Jesus, SpongeBat Squareman, just to save your poor mind. Yes. I'm trying to like rack my brain to like figure out how do I want to do this. Like, do I want to do SpongeBob as Batman? Do I want to do Batman as SpongeBob? Which version of SpongeBob am I gonna use? Because I feel like the only version I could use is like him in full-on the wizard outfit. Or do I draw just Batman with like really square angular pants? Like, what do I do? What can I do? SpongeBob cosplaying as Batman, maybe? Maybe. I don't know, I might do like more than one doodle and then see what I like best. Maybe they'll all three wind up there. Ah, who fucking knows? Like wearing this suit? Yeah, I could do that. I won't tread on Alex Mind's eye though. Yeah, I don't think anybody could if they even tried. Like, I don't think anybody could do that.
Instead of yours. Why choose my name?
I don't know.
I want to see what Annie comes up with.
Where did you get that?
No. Oh. Fuck, who has it? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Bruh. This is so stressful. Give. Woo! Okay, we're good. We're good. We good.
We beat the pirates. Well, did you know?
Yes, please. What items did we get? What did we get here? Okay. We're gonna save. And then we're gonna go see... Ooh, who are we fighting instead of Barbossa? Oh, shit. I forgot we had to do this part. As long as I don't get hit while I'm trying to, like, take these out. Because, like, that made me freaking pause and have to reset last time.
All clear.
Okay. Let's go fight Barbossa. We're just gonna, like, speed through here because I hate fighting the pirates. Like, this is my least favorite world. Fuck, but I'm gonna have to... Where's... Ah! I need the chests. I do need those in case any of them have aerial recovery. Nope. Nope. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Nothing. God damn it. Fuck! No. Ah! Ah! Oh, hey, I got Chicken Little. Okay.
Now, let's be trying this again.
Who do we get? Twilight Thorn. You big bitch. How are we gonna do this? Oh, okay. He's still fitting here somehow, some way. Stop it. Stop! Oh my god. You're the fucking worst. It's not giving me any reversal either. I'll take it. I will take it. You know what? Not even a question. I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick while this cutscene plays. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
This ain't over.
Right. Care to surrender, Barbosa?
Ooh.
Enough of this.
Okay.
What say you we call it a draw?
Jack, how many times I have to tell you?
This was like the most epic fuck you moment. Like the most epic fuck you moment.
While you can, Barbosa.
Bitch! You did.
I feel
Cold. Ah, okay. So after Port Royal is Agrabah. Ah! Can we end this? Can we end this? Can we? Ugh! Stop that. My turn. Woo! I want monies. Give monies. Oh my god, oh my god. Can this part be over? Can this be over? Thank you. Holy shit. Okay. I'm gonna save. And then we're gonna go searching for treasure chests all around Agrabah. Maybe one of these will have ooh, Valor form? Give me. Maybe one of these will have aerial recovery so that I can swap out my Keyblade. Because that would be really nice. I would like a stronger Keyblade. AP boost? Okay. I'm glad that there's like no enemies here for now. I think that's all the treasure chests. I don't think there's any down here. Oh my god. Let me break it. Or no. Okay. Let's go. Hi, Jasmine. Okay, let's get rid of all of this. This is winter's proof. Oh, that's the mushroom one. So, Oblivion, Sweet Memories, Sleeping Lion. Okay, so Sleeping Lion is the best one. Okay. Okay, yeah, that is good for that. That's Aladdin. Okay, we should be good there. Our combo plus for sure. Reaction boost for sure. It's all of Valor. Here's all of Aladdin's. And then Goofy got a shit ton. Okay, let's go. Do 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 do. No. Huh? Whoa! Okay, let's visit the peddler. And then let's go. Go to the Cave of Wonders. Oh, I wonder, this would be kind of cool for somebody to spawn in. Woo, that's a big bitch. Wait, whose fucking laugh was that? Is that Lock, Shock, and Barrel? Oh, I do fight Lock, Shock, and Barrel. Is it just Lock? Do the rest of them spawn? Oh, he recovers health. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh, fuck you, you little shit. Yeah, y'all just keep hitting him. Keep hitting him while I go get all of the treasure chests. Please and thank you. Bum, 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 ba, doo, doo, doo. Why aren't these like breaking? Okay. I guess game bug? Alright, let's go! So just one of them isn't that bad. All three of them would have been annoying, especially if they all, like, healed themselves. That would have sucked. Alright, let's go to the Cave of Wonders. Do 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 do.
This is it.
Okay. No, no. No, 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 no. No! No! Get out of here! Fuck. Like, kept hitting me. Okay. This could be bad. This area could be bad. If it's just normal enemies, I think we'll be fine. But if anyone else spawns, we might have a problem. Ooh, Bond of Flame. I do like that Keyblade. Okay, come on. Easy peasy, easy peasy. Give me aerial recovery, please. I don't give a shit about the Isle de Muerta map. Do 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 do. We're not here. Okay. Go, Abu! Jump! Go! Jump! Go! I got Master Form! Let's fucking go! I love it when I get, like, the fucking OP shit like that. When I get all the forms. Oh, just wait till I get final form. Oh, it's gonna be over. Activate! Okay. It's easy. I also need scan. I just realized I don't have scan. That would be nice too. But I don't want to open up the spoiler logs to find out where it's at. That's not fun. Oh, I gotta get this puzzle piece right here. Fuck! I didn't get it. The only time I kind of wish this enemy would hit me up in the air. That way I could just like, swoop. Okay. Let's get these two treasure chests that are here. And then we'll save and keep going. Victor of the trial. Thank you, thank you. I know I'm strong. I know. shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully. Oh! I take that back. Ah! I take it back. I take everything back. I take everything back. This is gonna be bad. Woo! That's unfair. That's unfair. I couldn't reach you. That's an unfair advantage. Ah! Okay. We're good. 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 Maybe. Ooh, get behind him. Get behind. It's Sora. Hello, you stupid bitch. Oh my God.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. Okay. I still need to get the chest that's in here. There's a couple of chests. And they could have aerial recovery. Or they might not, who knows? Torn pages. Yep, no aerial recovery, no scan. That's not what you need. Okay, let's go. Who are we gonna get?
Thank you. It's mine.
Lampog?
Go away.
Gotcha.
No fair.
Who we got? Scar and Sean Yu? Metal! Hi Metal, how are you? I hope you're doing good. I am. We're just enjoying this Kingdom Hearts randomizer where bosses can also show up as regular enemies. Ooh! But also, it's like the enemy and boss randomizer they've been doing. So we kind of just like vibing today. We got an hour left until... let me the fuck go! Oh my god. I got an hour left until my collab with Demon Fighters, where we're gonna be doing crowd control Stardew Valley. So I'm like super excited for that. Y'all get to have fun and mess with me on stream. So yeah. Alright, Sean Yu is taken care of. So now it's Scar's turn. Time for me to have a lion skin rug! It's gonna be a long stream today. It is. It's gonna be a really long stream today. Easily double what I usually do. Thank you, Aladdin! a bit tired today, just trying to rest up. Dude, I'm starting to feel it. Like, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. And I'm starting to feel it. But I took a little mini break to, like, eat some food. So I'm like, I'm not feeling too bad. Not feeling too bad. And it'll be nice to kind of, like, vibe out with some Stardew Valley later today. So, yeah. Work's going well. Work is going well. Like, it's, kids are fucking wild, but I love them. How's work? Yeah, work has been going well. Kids are wild and crazy. It was Friday the 13th yesterday, and they were wilding out. Like, complete wild kids. But I wouldn't trade that job for the world. Because they're all amazing. Honestly, like, even the ones that irritate me are fantastic. So, yeah. I mean, I made it halfway through the year. So it's gonna be... It's good. It's going good. Kids, I know. I see 200 kids in one day, and it's insane. They definitely drain a lot of my energy. But I'm glad that, like, the school, they give you plenty of days off to kind of, like, combat that. Because, like, they know that the kids are insane. So it's nice that I get plenty of breaks in between to help alleviate that stress. The only thing is I need to, like, get my room in order. Because my room is disorganized as fuck. And I feel like I just need a day to get in there, clean it, organize it, and get a system going. Because, like, that really, like, screwed me at the beginning of the year, is that I didn't know of a good organization system to use. Spiders! I love your face. Spiders, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Metal. That was so freaking sweet. Too freaking kind. Yeah, that's who we're playing. That's who we're playing Stardew Valley with later today. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be fun. Woo! Ah! Okay. No. Easy claps. Alright, let's get these chests. Aerial recovery. No. What about aerial recovery? No. Great. This randomizer, you can be fighting some endgame bosses. Yep. So the way that I have it set up is all of the boss battles are randomized. So, like, for example, I haven't finished Olympus Coliseum, which is like the second world you go to, because there is a like secret boss in there. So all of the enemies are randomized. I could be fighting endgame enemies at the beginning, All of the bosses are randomized, including secret bosses and super bosses. And then to add an extra layer of a challenge, I clicked the box that says swap bosses where enemies spawn. So I could be walking through, like, right here. I could walk through here and then a boss will spawn with the enemies that spawn. I have already had 3 instances of Shan Yu, 2 instances of Larxene, 2 instances of Prison Keeper, 2 Pete's. So yeah, it's a whole fucking mess of just let's break the game. Yeah. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I like the extra little bit of panic because you don't know what's gonna be around the corner. So let's see if any spawn here. Like, I could literally just be walking through here and it's like, bam, boss. Ba, 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 ba. Woo! Stop that, stop that, stop that. No, 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 no. And then on top of that, like, items are randomized, keyblades are randomized, abilities are randomized, level up bonuses are randomized. Like, literally the whole game is just shuffled. And it's fantastic. Like, let's see what's in here. See, like, max HP increase, where that's usually like a level up bonus. It's in a chest. Ooh, a summon. I get Genie.
Here it is.
Okay, there's a little piece back here. And then we will save. Nope, get the fuck out of here. Like, these guys right here usually spawn in, Pride Lands. And they're just, you know, chilling in Halloween Town. But I love this randomizer. It's so much fun. And I finally, with the help of someone earlier in stream, found out why it keeps breaking, at a certain point. So once we get to that point, if we do, I don't know if we'll get to it today. Once we get to that point, like, we can't proceed anymore because it's all in the settings that I have. But I don't think we'll get there in the next, honestly, 45 minutes because I'm probably gonna take like a 15-minute stretch break in between. Ooh, thunder. I'll probably take like a 15-minute stretch break between this game and then starting up the collab. And also to, like, you know, probably make sure that I got everything situated and right with the world. So, yeah. Okay, so we go in here. No, 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 no. Whoa! Enemies! No, 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 no. Don't touch me. Alright, who are we gonna get instead of Prison Keeper? No! 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 I'm gonna die! Oh! No! Stop! No! I hate that they put him here. Because I have no way to break this off. Ah. God damn it. Okay. Oh. I hate that they have him in the mix. Especially because like the diamonds that show up around me, I have no way of breaking those off. Because like usually you do a reaction command in that fight, but you need like the actual like place to do the reaction command. So it sucks that I cannot beat that world yet until I get Cure so I can keep healing myself. And then yeah, keep myself alive. Okay, so Halloween Town. Next would be Pride Lands. Okay. We are going to speed through this world quickly because this is one of my least favorite worlds, just because I don't like being a lion. Come on. I want to get through this world as quickly as possible. I don't like being a lion. I actually hate it. I think it's too all over the place. So we're literally just going to get treasure chests and then puzzle pieces. Feather charm, wait. Oh, Feather is that's Peter Pan. I thought that was Chicken Little. Alright, get me out of here. Get me out of here. No bosses. If I see a boss, I'm gonna fight it. Nope. No bosses, no bosses. No bosses. Let's go to Pride Rock. Skip this scene. Oh, proof of connection. Let's go. Power crystal. Don't really need that, but okay. Magnet is good. Magnet is very good. So we're gonna go in here. Save. We're gonna go up here and we're going to yeet ourselves off the side. I missed. What the fuck? God damn it. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Yeah, yeet! There we go. There we go. Okay, what do I gotta do here? Do I have to talk to Rafiki? We should get, oh, okay. Let's get out of here. And then, let's see, that's the elephant graveyard, so we need to go this. Do we need to go to the elephant graveyard? Do we have to fight, hyenas? I feel like we have to go fight the hyenas. No. Oh, so we just go straight to Simba? Oh, shit. Alright. Let's go. See, are any of these chests gonna give me aerial freaking recovery? The blizzard boost. Don't need that. Basement map. Don't need that. Tranquility crystal. Scar is here. Fuck. We gotta fight Scar. We gotta fight Scar. Woo! No. Stop that. Nope, we're not gonna burn. Ain't nobody burning here. Fire's not burning on the dance floor. Absolutely not. Okay, we good. We survived his little temper tantrum, and now we're gonna beat his ass again. Ain't nobody gonna bow to you, Scar. Ain't nobody gonna bow to you. Nah, I'm good, homie. We'll just chill right here. Until he's done. We just go chill. Alright. I actually don't mind fighting Scar right here, because, like, you can hide from his shit, like, really easily. Alright. Now that he's dead, we can continue on with our journey. Okay, we're gonna do this. When am I gonna get aerial recovery? That would be lovely. That would be really, really lovely. Alright, no chests here. There's a chest right here, though. Gain another armor slot. Got reflect again. Okay. And then chest. Oh, I got scan. Oh, I got scan. Okay. Let's equip scan. Because I fucking need that. Oh, about goddamn time I got scan. Now if I could just get aerial recovery, I can unequip this Keyblade and put on a stronger one. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Do this. Now I actually don't mind fighting because, like, I have scan. Lucky ring. Alright. Oh shit. Yeah, yeet! Then we just got lucky. Okay. I'm so happy I have scan now, because then I could just see all of the enemies' health that I can just it'll be fine for me to plan things out. That just makes me happy. I still don't know how the fuck you get this. Cause like I can't get up there. I definitely can't like jump far enough that way. I don't know how to get that piece. Okay. Simba. All right. We have 2 more AP boosts. Holy shit. Alright, so now we just have to go back to Pride Rock, right? Yes, please. And then Simba's abilities. Alright. Let's go. We're going on an adventure! Nope, ain't got time for you. I don't fuck with you. Running. Okay. Alright, let's hope Scar doesn't, like... Oh, we got another boss. Oh, and you got a lot of health. Woo! We gotta fight every boss that shows up. We gotta fight all of them. Easy peasy. Easy. Ha! Don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Okay. Okay, now we have to fight the hyenas. Come back here! No, come back here. Nope. I say this every single time I have to do this fight. I hate hearing the hyenas getting hit because it sounds like a dog in pain and I don't like it. Stop! Alright, let's go fight Scar, or where Scar should be, and... Let's see, who we fighting? Who we got? What's Mega Recipe? Is that like Mega Potion? Who do we have? Zolden again? No, 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 because I can't, how is this fucking fair? I can't learn, I can't do like the learn ability to fucking fight him. Like, I'm gonna have to just straight magic this fight. Why is some bullshit? This is bullshit. The only good thing is that I'm faster than him. This is the only good thing. Oh god, this is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. This is bullshit. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Can that reach me? No. Okay, now I just gotta run until my fucking, like... This is some ass. Like, this fight is some ass. Alright, we're just gonna hide right here, because he can't reach me here. Ah! No, I'm faster than you. I'm faster than you. You can't do that. You can't do that. This fight, this is some bullshit. No. No! No! You stay over there. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Thank you, Simba! just, you know, hide right over here. I don't think that could reach me. No. Oh! This fight! This motherfucking fight! How dare the audacity that this fight fucking has of being the way that it is. Like, I could not physically attack at all. All for a fucking platinum ring. All for a platinum ring. This is some bullshit. Alright, now time to go back to here. Oh. I hate it here. And I still don't have aerial recovery. I'm gonna bitch about that. Watch, I swear if it was hidden behind the Larxene fight, I'm gonna be so mad. But also, let's save so we don't ever have to do that bullshit-ass Zaldin lion fight again. Because I will cry. I will cry. Larxene? Hello, Larxene. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. You know, I'm just trying to get aerial recovery because I have everything else that I need, and it's just like, nah. Nah, we're not gonna do that at all. Alright, let's go up this mountain. Let me look at my tracker.
Looks like he got away.
How come you're after somebody from Organization 13?
What is that?
The guy in black.
So,
I knew it. There's a rumor in the Imperial City about a spy in black lurking in the mountains. I'd been up here tracking him, but when you arrived, I lost him.
So, looking at all the shit my tracker has in here.
Don't apologize. I do wonder where he went.
And, like, I kind of wish that I had, like, my tracker up here now, but I don't have it anymore, so. Just reading Skyrim fanfiction, how you been? I've been good, I've been good. This is my first time back to Kingdom Hearts in, like, a month or so. Cause I was doing my little feet % challenge, but then I freaking pulled my hamstring, so I was like, this is probably not a good idea to even attempt until I'm fully healed. And I only just recently stopped having, like, cramps in my legs. So, yeah, it was interesting there for a little bit. I am very rusty on this game. Very, very freaking rusty. But how have you been? I hope life has been treating you good. I hope that your New Year's was great. I hope everything has been great to you. How the fuck do I get up there? Because that's not high enough to reach. And I can't, like, prop myself up here. Alright, we're not gonna worry about that right now. Everything's been a-okay. That makes me happy to hear. Oh, hi, Sark. No, fuck your data transfer. Woo! I'm glad that everything's been a-okay, though. That makes me really happy to hear. I love when my friendos are doing great. Ah, that's just rude. Go ahead. Get out of here. Let's see. Is he... Oh, will it not put me in first person mode? Damn. Oh, it's because I was locked on. Okay. Let me see. What does he look like? He just chilling. He just big chilling. Hi, Sark. Okay. Please don't touch me. Ow! No. We're just gonna fly through here. Do 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 do. Ooh, that's a lot of Heartless. No, 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 no. What? What? I was pressing Y. Oh, I gotta keep an eye on the time. We only got about half an hour left of what we're playing here today. And then we're gonna switch on over to our collab with Fighters, where we're gonna play some Crowd Control Stardew Valley. So it's gonna be fun. Y'all can mess with us in game, use channel points to really like fuck our day up. Why won't it? Why won't that reaction command register? I don't understand. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna be playing some Crowd Control Stardew Valley in about half an hour or so. And like I said, y'all are gonna be able to mess with us in game, use your channel points to get coins, and really just, you know, you could kill us in game if you wanted to. You could just, you know, spontaneously combust us.
Wait.
Okay, skip this. Da, 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 da. Ah, rude. Beautiful. Da, 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 da. Oh, let's get all of these chests. Aerial recovery might be in here, which will be wonderful. Proof of non-existence. Okay. Proof of peace. We love to see it. Not what I want, though. We could do with some max HP. I'm okay with that. Biraga Band. That's cool, too. An AP boost. Of course, everything that I don't fucking need. I don't think I can't... Oh, I can barely not reach that. That's some bullshit. So I gotta jump from there. Alright, got that. And then we're gonna do the same thing over here. Do do do. Do 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 do. Alright, perfect. Okay. Just making sure that Fighters hasn't like messaged me or anything. Yep, no message from Fighters. Okay. I'm like being really neurotic about like the more time creeps on. So I'm just like, I don't want to go over it. I don't want to miss it. That's end boss. That's end boss. This end boss. But, you know, he only has, like, this boss's HP that's supposed to be here. So this will be easy. Holy fuckery, I know. But thankfully, like, this is super easy because he has Storm Chaser's HP. So... Yeah. I'm telling you, like, he could fucking show up and, like... It's crazy, okay? Because, like, end boss here, I didn't have an issue with. But fucking Demyx in Timeless River wrecked my shit. Like, okay, I wonder if I'm actually strong enough to just... I wonder if I'm strong enough to go fight him now. Because I died in like 0.2 seconds. It was insane. Just flexing by sitting on fucking nothing, right? All right, we're gonna save real quick. That way we don't have to do that again. All right, let's see if I can actually fucking do this fight. I'll get those chests later because I know they're nothing seriously important.
Dance, water, dance.
Fuck you, Demyx. Am I not gonna get the reaction command for fucking... See? See? I didn't get the reaction command for Wild Dance. How? Literally how? I don't even have Cure. I don't even have Cure yet. Cure is probably hiding behind one of these bosses. Like, the motherfucking audacity of this game sometimes. All right, let's, it was Olympus. Olympus had Larxene. All right, let's see if we can do this one. Because she wrecked my shit in here, too. Amber!
For a penguin to be just walking around here.
Hi, Amber. I love you. How is you? How is life? How is how's everyone's thrims going? Is Joy still going? Hey, one of your mods is my real life friend? Wait, who? Wait, John, who's your real life friend? Better say him. He's been around for so long. I adore him. Oh my god, like he's one of my favorite people, quite literally. Oh my god, yes. He's literally one of my favorite people in this goddamn planet. He has been around since I started streaming. We used to work at the same place? Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, Larxene, no. Nope. The audacity of you, Larxene, stop that. Let's see, get home from work now. Yes, she is. 22 and a half hours. Beautiful. She capped it at 24, right? She wasn't going over 24. Woo! Of course. Larxene's kicking my ass. 24, yeah? Okay, cool. Larxene, yes. Oh god, she's kicking my ass. I think I could beat her. I think I can beat her. I just have to be a little bit better about dodging her attacks. Nope, get out of here. Okay. Sora's a lucky bastard? That he is. Screw Larxene, stop it. Oh my god, can I not fucking hit her? Like, my god damn. Woo! But that's a small fucking world, John. Like, Small world that you know him. Oh, Larxene, please. He's the coolest dude I know. He really is. I adore him. Like, I really, really do. Ooh. Larxene. Okay, yep, nope. Nope. Alright, so that fight's not fucking happening right now. I feel like I could get that fight if I got aerial recovery somewhere and I was able to freaking, like, move my Keyblade to a stronger one. I feel like I'd be able to get it then. So, do you think we can get Beast Castle done? Let me see. Let me see if we can get Beast Castle done. We're gonna try to, like, speedrun this. Yeah, because we got about 15 minutes left before we are switching our game. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Bum 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 bum. Ah! Woo! Perfect. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. We got this. Okay. We have to go up to Beast's room, I believe. Nope. No, 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 no. There's not a boss, right? Ah! Stop it. No, no, no. Rude ass bitches. Woo! Okay, skip that. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, we're gonna talk to Beast. Okay. Now I think we go to Belle's room? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember. Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh shit, that's right, we do have to do this. Oh, hi, Pete. Hi, Pete. Sorry about that. My dog started barking. Ah! Oh my god. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, I guess we just go outside now? Cool. Oh, there's chests out. Oh, it's just Scar? Okay. That's easy enough. This won't be that bad. I've already fought Scar in multiple sessions. This is fine. Ooh. At least it's not actual Zaldin. I'm just trying to get the puzzle piece down here. Get out of my way, Scar. Ooh, what's the difference between an asteroid and a meatball? What is it? And welcome in, Comic Book. How are you? I hope you're doing good. One is meatier than the other. Oh my god, I love that. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome into the stream. Approaches Scar and puts a bomb inside. Hey, now I have a bitchin' kick-ass throw rug. Literally. Literally. Okay, good. How did you get the randomizer? Oh, so there's a Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer Discord. They have a whole bunch of links in there for all types of Kingdom Hearts randomizers, as well as a bunch of lovely people that are supportive and like will help you figure out if you have bugs or whatever. But there is a Discord for it, so they have all of the links in there, like guides how to set it up, whole bunch of stuff. It's really, really neat. Really, really cool. I'll check it out. Thanks. Of course, of course. Anything for the people that love Kingdom Hearts and want to do the crazy randomizers. Like, they're a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing them. Have you heard of this new trend with celebrities where they take the fat out of their cheeks? No. No, I have not. Ooh, okay. Fighters, DM to me. Let me know when you're ready for the chaos. Okay. So we're gonna take like a quick, like 2-3 minute break just for me to go to the bathroom again, and get everything loaded up. We are going to officially end this, part of the Kingdom Hearts stream. So we're gonna exit out of that. My favorite actress did it. She looks like she's aged 20 years. Oh no. Oh no. Hello? Is Spotify gonna fucking load up? Oop. Nope. We're gonna switch that. There we go. Mute that. Okay, that's going. Okay, so I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to... Honestly, I'm probably just gonna leave this screen up so y'all can hear the music or whatever. My dog might pop in. And yeah, so I'll be right back. Please just chill for a few minutes. When I get back, I'm gonna DM Fighters and let them know that I'm gonna like pull up the game and I'm gonna reset all of my stream stuff, like my title and my game and all that. So just sit tight, hang tight. I'll be right back soon. Enjoy the music. I'm back. I am back. Let me switch all my categories, all my shit over. Stardew Valley. We'll just do this. Collab. Alright, updated stream info. Let me close all of this out. DM fighters. Make sure when you start the game, you start it through crowd control. Okay, I was literally just DMing you, fighters. Alright. So I've never done crowd control before. Yes, okay. I'll run you through it. Alright, cool. Okay. Well, seeing as you're here, if you want to hop in one, we can. Let me just... Okay. Let's see. Game selection. All right. Let's see. I'm just trying to see things. Okay. I'm gonna lower this a little bit more. That way when I hop in a call with fighters, I can still hear him. Okay. Let's see. Hop in. General my Discord. I'll drag you into live VC. Bet. Can do. Boop 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 boop. Okay, there we go. I'm in there, fighters. Ha ha. Hi. Hello. Okay, let me unmute. Here we go. And we're gonna pause this music. That way it doesn't show up on my stream, because it's gonna be on desktop. Okay, how do I do this shit? Also, can you guys hear fighters?
Crowd control is a lovely, lovely program, right? To...
Okay.
So what you want to do is load crowd control through load Stardew Valley through crowd control. So once you open crowd control, I'll stop my session. You'll open crowd control, you'll have news, game selection. Click on game selection. And in the scroll down bar, type S for Stardew Valley.
Okay, yeah, I got that selected. Yeah, got that going.
Now, it'll open the game on its own, right? And then when I am messing with too many things. 2 seconds. When it opens Stardew Valley, everybody who can use crowd control on your end, right? They can get coins with bits. And those bits, those coins, add to effects that come up on your overlay on stream. So, say for example, they wanted to spawn. Well, there goes the game there. I was trying to spawn something on you, but you're not in game yet.
Right. So I did like selected Stardew Valley, but the game did not start up.
It didn't. You didn't hit
No.
start session.
Start session.
So start
And
session.
okay, launch game.
And then launch game.
Okay, there we go. Now we'll see if it works. If it does the thing. Do I have to have Steam open?
No, you shouldn't have to.
Okay, yeah, because it's not load. Last night when I tested it out on my oh wait, there we go. Okay, it just took a second to do. Okay.
Mm.
It was just taking its sweet little time. Okay, I'm gonna hop on over to here. And then
And then
and then
and then and then
and then
yeah, there you go. You want to make game big.
Yeah, big game.
Big
game.
So, and then when people start using crowd control coins, they can start changing things. Like the first time I used crowd control, I used it on Skyrim, funnily enough. I never touched the ground for 20 minutes.
Oh, that is beautiful.
They sent me flying for 20 minutes.
That is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
And I absolutely hated it. Absolutely hated it.
Okay. I'm opening up my stream real quick because I've seen it on other people's channel, but I'm being neurotic right now.
That is totally fine.
All
So
right.
what you're gonna do is there's a co-op button.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your stream right now because I've got my free coins. I've got my 50 free coins. So the next time you do this, I can cause major damage. Actually,
oh, God.
Emotional damage. See, there you go.
Oh
10
no.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this is happening.
4.
Oh no, I'm scared. I'm scared.
You'll be fine.
No, I'm terrified. I'm terrified, okay? Because I know the people in my chat. And this is not going to be fun.
Hey, whatever they do to you affects me. So, you're not the only one suffering. Trust
Okay.
me.
Okay.
If you suffer, I suffer.
I'm glad that the channel points thing was working because that was one thing that I was like wondering how to set that up, but it just automatically did the thing.
It'll just automatically throw those channel points in there.
Beautiful.
It's gonna be chaotic, and I'm going to love this. I'm going to love every minute of this.
I'm scared.
Don't be afraid. No, Annie. If you show them fear,
I am a scared bitch, okay? I can't hide my face. I can't hide my face.
I can't hide my face either, but
yeah.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. All right, so what you're going to do is host.
Okay, I'm hosting. Okay, cool. Cool.
Because the person who's hosting has to be the one that does it.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because I've only done like co-op Stardew Valley once. We're naming it
done it
Twitch
with
Farm.
crowd control.
No, I really haven't. We can't even see your. I know we can't see Fighter's face.
That's okay. What face do you need?
Oh. We need to see the fear.
All you need is the voice. That's all you need.
Oh, the voice from above.
The voice from God.
what like layout farm do you want to do?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Do not matter to me.
Cool. We could do 4 corners farm because that's usually what I do.
You do 4 corners? Okay, I'm down with that.
I do.
I've got my corner. You've got your corner. It's fine.
So I usually do 4 corners because like when I split it up, I do like my farming in one corner and then I have my animals in another, and then I have like another one where it's nothing but like trees, and I have like tappers on everything, and then some of the trees I just chop down, and I just let trees and grass grow over there, and then like the bottom corner is just like random shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I am a sucker for organization.
I don't organize shit. Hi, Critical. How you doing? Neil, it's good to see you, homie. How you doing?
Okay. Starting cabins 2. We could do nearby. We could be neighbors.
We could be neighbors.
Neighbors. Okay.
Neighbors.
All right. I'm gonna do skip intro because I've seen this intro so many freaking times. It's not even funny.
Just let me know when I can. Are we friends on Steam?
I don't know.
Good question.
Are we? Hold on.
Friends list. Are you doing good? Just chilling. I am just chilling. Just vibing.
Steam? I'm terrible about like adding friends on Steam.
You're no, we are not friends on Steam.
Oh
How
shit.
very dare.
How dare
you?
How dare?
Annie?
How dare? Friends in chat. Okay. Joy. Oh my god, Joy! Joy! Hi, Joy! Hi, Joy! Alright, fighters, we're gonna have to take like a quick 2-second break because Joy just sent all the friendos over.
I said hi, Joy. I said hi, Joy.
Oh my god. Raiders, welcome in. If this is your first time in the channel, my name is Animagus Arts. I am a variety streamer. I love Kingdom Hearts. I love Final Fantasy. I love Legend of Zelda. I love comfy, cozy games. I am a certified gremlin. And yeah, that's the lovely thing. The lovely thing. We are doing a collab tonight with the one and only Demon Fighters. We are playing some crowd control Stardew Valley. Y'all get to fuck with us in game. Like, y'all just get to mess around and yeah. I'm gonna go back and say hi to everybody. James, welcome in. Amber, I love your face. Welcome in, welcome in. Joy, I love you. How was stream, dear? How was the subathon? How was everything going? I know, Amber said you went 22 and a half hours, if I am correct. 22 and a half. Ace, welcome in. Jen, hi Jen. Megan, I love you guys. Hi. Chronos Master, welcome in. How are you? Mach Zero, welcome in. Dwarlin, hi Dwarlin. I hope you're doing good. All those 3 series you just named, I love them too. Yes, I'm part of the cool kids. We have people that love these games. I just got done streaming Kingdom Hearts randomizer, like enemy and boss randomizer for like the first 4.5 hours of stream. So yeah, we do a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff around here. Ooh, Danganronpa. Yeah, Joy just started Danganronpa like 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks, I think? Keej, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I'm gonna butcher your name again every time. Skyen, hi. I love your face. I hope you're doing good. Megan, no, I love you. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yes, 22 and a half. I'm so freaking tired. I don't feel well, so I'm gonna raid and run, but I love you so much. Beautiful. Have an amazing stream. Joy, go. Get out of here. Joy. I love you. Go take care of yourself. You just did a subathon. Like, go. I love you, but like, I'm kicking you out of here. Go take care of yourself. You are amazing. I love you. And also, thank you so much for the follow. Not the cursed Moogle. The cursed Moogle. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Oh god, I'm up here twice because I was lurking in on Joy's stream. I need to close that out. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Blame my mod chinchilla for this. We have cursed Moogle. Yes, Megan, we got fighters, dude. We're doing a collab tonight. You got it right? Skyen, yes! I got this. I can do the thing. I'm doing exceptionally well making dinner and considering what else to do this evening. Ooh, Keech, that's amazing. What are we having for noms? What do we have for dinner? I just had pizza and wings and cheesy bread earlier because I was like starving. So I ordered it and ate it on stream. BRB, no worries, Mock. No worries. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here. Okay, I'm gonna hop back over to the live gaming stream. Raiders, if you guys need to raid and run because you just got done like hanging with Joy for the entirety of her subathon, by all means, I will not be mad. I will actually be like very proud of you, and very happy that you are taking care of yourself. We are gonna be here for a bit. We just gonna be vibing. I don't think I ever fucking like paused Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, no, it's fucking 12:30. Yeah. So I'm gonna actually move my camera over to here. That way y'all can see all the things that are going on.
Hi.
Hi fighters. Hi, hi.
Hi. Do I really have to put the onesie on, Nar?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Guys, the voice from beyond is fighters.
I am the voice from beyond the grave. Fine.
The voice,
Fine.
yes. Go
Listen.
put on the onesie. Go put on the onesie while I get my life together, okay?
Get your life together. I sent you my Steam friend code, by the way.
Oh, okay. I can do that. I can do that. I could do that. Yeah, go put on onesie. And making spaghetti. It's gonna be great. Oh, I love spaghetti. I love spaghetti so much. Ace, thank you for redeeming 10 crowd control coins. Thank you. Okay, so the way this works, guys, we're doing crowd control. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We have anonymous follows on, so you can feel free to follow and lurk safely, and I won't call you out of your lurk. But thank you. So yeah, the way that crowd control works is I got channel points here. They're the random different colored ones. You guys can get crowd control points. You can do things to me and Fighter in game.
Mostly you.
Mostly me.
Pick on Annie. Pick on Annie, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you guys.
Don't
Oh, y'all
pick
are
on
too
me,
sweet.
Pick on Annie.
No, pick on Fighters too. He has to enjoy this. I need to add you. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follows, guys. Y'all too sweet. Okay, Steam friend code. Copied and add.
I won't pick on Annie. Annie is precious being fight. Listen,
Yes. Don't
Darling,
pick
please.
on me.
Don't
pick on me.
Ow.
Don't do it. I am Sweet Bean.
Pick
I am
on
no.
Annie.
I
This is
am
no longer a pick on fighters stream. This is pick on Annie.
No.
Please.
This is a pick on fighters. Pick on fighters.
Pick on Annie.
Peas and tankies. Peas
Hi,
and
Annie.
peas and
Who we
tankies.
picking on? Not me. For once.
Yes. Okay, so I just added you on Steam.
I will add you in a second because
Okay.
my chat is a bunch of fucking gremlins.
Oh, I'm pulling up your chat right now. That way I can say hi if anyone says
I
hi.
have your chat up. I just
Yeah.
saw the Crystal Cave say hello.
Crystal Cave Raiders,
Did
we
you
love
say
you.
Gremlins? Yes, I said gremlins.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. All follows are anonymous, guys. I sometimes slip up and like say the first part of your name, but then I catch myself. But yeah. Also, we're doing this because we can. Boop. This is who we're streaming with tonight.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Fuck!
Go follow her. Go follow Fighters.
Ow,
Fighters
I'm
is
gonna
amazing.
Get really fucking hot really quick.
Dude, last time I did a Stardew Valley collab, I was in my onesie as well. I was in my Minnie Mouse onesie. And goddamn, it was hot. Like, I wanted to die.
So Steam.
Yeet.
There. I could just hit ignore.
Rude. Okay, so invite to lobby. Is that how I do the thing? Is that how I get you up here? Because I never hosted a Stardew Valley game.
I have to see where you are in my friends list.
We just figuring things out. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I just followed Demon. Yes, Ace. Yes, we love you, Ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I just told on you. What do you mean you told on me?
Tell on him. Tell on him.
Hello?
Do it. Do
Don't
it.
told on. now? Who told us? What is this nonsense? Don't bully me. We're bullying Annie.
No, we're bullying fighters. What do you mean?
That is a negative there, Commander Skywalker.
What do you mean? Guys, we bully fighters here in this chat.
No.
Yeah.
We don't bully. That's rude.
You wanted to fight me earlier and you lost 3 times. I don't want to hear it.
Listen, I can fight you again.
Do it. Fucking do it.
Okay, bet. Bet. You want to fight?
Let's go. Well, if your face ain't even bully, good. Darling, bully. Let's see. Is this?
You
No! This is bullshit. No, I hate it here. Fighters won. Yeah, I got a little bit of a cooldown on it, darling. I got a tiny bit of a cooldown on it. Just because, you know, if people are feeling particularly violent in chat, it'll go off every, like, 10 seconds. Okay. So we're waiting on fighters.
Connect, damn you.
Well, I'm feeling spicy. I may have gone ham on some sushi. Oh, sushi sounds amazing right now.
Sushi sounds great.
Sounds fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Oh, I think we got it. Because I see the farm name up there. Let me not set my charger cord on fire.
Don't do that.
No promises. Fire.
Haha! I have awoken.
Yee! Okay. I need to do this thing. Okay. No, I don't want to.
I have now seed. I've collected seed. I ate like 4 rolls. Oh, God.
I have to plug my controller back in again. God fucking damn it. I swear. I thought I paused the game, and nope, time's just been a ticking.
Yep, it's 1:40 p.m. and we've got nothing done.
Beautiful. Okay, here we go. It's okay. I'm good now. Do I have my sound going? Hear me out. No, we could yell. I'm gonna need my sound to work. Otherwise, I'm about to. Yeah, my game audio is not playing for some reason. I'm about to play some fucking lo-fi music, honestly. Yeah. We could do this. Where is it? We'll listen to some good old Studio Ghibli. Oh, you know what? No, I'm a fucking. Oh, I'm a dumbass. My audio is wired through my fucking controller.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. I just fixed it. Whoever gave us money, thank you. See, we don't bully me.
No, we bully Annie.
Why?
Why not?
No.
Bully.
That's not how this works.
Bully?
No. I is Precious Small Bean. We don't bully the small beans.
What do you mean we don't bully?
Not the Precious Small Beans.
I get bullied all of the time, okay?
Well, you're taller than me, that's why.
No, listen, I am not a small bean. I am not small. You're small.
I am small. I is tiny. Sequana! Hey, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I got your hydrate right here for you, bud.
Fat. Alright, I have to go to the store before they take our money away.
Oh! Are you gonna make it there in time?
Maybe. You're a small bean. I am not a small bean. Shut up. Stop.
Fighters is small bean confirmed.
Not confirmed. I don't know how. Stop. I can make it to the store. I can make it.
Can you?
Yes, I can make it. store's right here. I almost went the wrong way.
Oh.
Hi, Felicity.
Sequana, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I'm so
I
glad
am
to
not
see
a
you.
murderer. I don't know where you got that from. I have upgraded my backpack.
Beautiful,
Get messed
beautiful. Does that update for the both of us or just you?
Just probably just me.
Oh, okay. I
And
tried.
I'm pretty sure we share a collective of money.
Yes, we do. I did have that.
So I spent $2,000 on an upgraded backpack.
I mean, that's okay. You know, it's necessary.
Listen, I'm not a murder hobo.
I'm okay just chilling now playing Pokemon Scarlet. Ooh. Ooh. I haven't played Scarlet. Or, well, I haven't played Scarlet. I have Violet, but I haven't played Violet in a while.
Any shinies yet?
No.
Then we'll not talk about my luck.
I'm pretty sure, like, I've seen shinies, but I probably, like, I'm so far behind on Pokemon. Like, I just... Mine doesn't seem to have worked. Oh, okay, I see yours. I see yours.
What's going on?
She tried to warp us to the sewer, Larxene Sin.
Sometimes they don't work.
Yeah.
I figured that out.
Yeah,
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
It's really fucky. I'm sorry, Larxene. I'm sorry. What is that?
Nar just killed me.
I'm sorry, Larxene. I see your name, and I think of like Larxene from Kingdom Hearts. I've also been like live for 5 hours, and I'm not used to being this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I don't usually go for this long. And I is noodle brain.
Just murdered me.
So it doesn't all affect, because I am fine. I'm still alive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like when I say Larxene and then I'm like, oh, Larxene is woman in Kingdom Hearts. I apologize. Please forgive me. Don't be mad. I'm sorry.
Like 8:20, and I have to get back home on no energy. What do you?
Oh no.
I fucking hate you, Nar.
Oh no.
This is why my gender was changed. I am now female.
Beautiful.
And I'm okay with this. I am a beautiful being. But
yes.
I'm not a small bean. Fuck off. Stop. Oh, Tome, bite me. Have an axe to feel better. I hate it here. Nar.
I love it here.
Please. Nar,
Oh, you play Stardew too? I do. Right now, John, we're doing a collab with Demon Fighters.
Hi.
And we're doing
my house before I die.
Oh god, I'm running out of energy. Okay, there we go. I was able to break it.
Dick. They'll come after you too.
I know. It's okay. But we're doing crowd control Stardew. You can use channel points to get coins, and then you can mess with us in game.
I've just been bapped. I've been murdered.
Bap.
He took 1,000 gold for me being in the hospital.
Harvey. How dare.
I'm not gonna make it home in time.
That's okay.
And there's monsters in our starting area. And
fucking what?
Yeah, there's monsters.
I didn't know that.
Stardew Valley has monsters.
I didn't know that they don't come in the Four Corners farm.
Yeah, they do.
I've never had monsters in my Four Corners farm.
Nar, I just got out of the hospital. Fuck off. Please. No, ma'am. Sir. Sir. Please. I've been in the hospital 4 times. This is bullshit. I lost all of the wood that I had.
just chilling in bed. It's okay.
Going
He's
to pass
okay.
out in the hospital.
My God, Fighters is not gonna make it.
No,
Fighters is
and
gonna
now
end up back in the hospital.
you know what? I may just fucking stay here. Because now I'm tipsy, apparently. Because, you know, I've been given wood. I've been given wood. That makes... Thanks. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Beautiful.
So much. I'm being bullied. Give full energy, but I don't have
You'll
enough
be
to-
alright. You'll be alright, Fighters.
It's 1 a.m. I'm not gonna make it back.
No,
home.
you
I'm gonna
really
pass
aren't.
out.
You
I'm gonna
really
pass
aren't.
out outside.
Unless someone kills you again.
I was healed by 50%. No.
Oh,
Serpent.
that's so sweet.
It's not sweet when I don't have the energy to swing my sword.
Oh my
I
God.
died again.
Oh my God.
I'm just gonna stay in the hospital. That's it. I'm just gonna. I said bully Annie, not me. I said bully Annie, not me. Rude.
Does your friend stream? He does. He does.
Rude.
We could do this. Boop.
I'm being bullied.
So yeah.
It's 2 a.m. on a Monday and I'm gonna pass out in my hospital bed. This is fine.
Fighters is spending hospital.
Yeah. No worries. No worries.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's Fighters right there. Fighters.
Oh, you're you're
There's Sweet
hungry.
Bean.
I'll
We
feed
love
you, all right.
Fighters.
I am Sweet Bean. When did I become a Sweet Bean?
Because I love your face. You've always been a sweet bean.
Oh, then you haven't met me yet.
Don't get me wrong. You have your gremlin side.
Oh, listen,
You do.
listen. The minute you play Stardew Valley with crowd control on your own, you're screwed.
Mhm,
I have
mhm.
lost connection to the host.
Excuse.
Heck,
Because mine just says waiting for other players.
I've been disconnected.
God damn.
Y'all murdered me too much. You broke the game. Thank you.
God damn. Okay. Iron Gremlin's really small, like kind of like a bean. Yes. Yes. So I'm assuming I'm probably gonna have to restart the game.
No, you shouldn't have. Are you stuck on a black screen?
Yes. It just says waiting for other players 2 out of 2.
Hold on. Fighters
Okay.
is a chaos gremlin in his own right. Shh.
I is not touching controller.
My chat is just a bunch of goddamn gremlins.
We love Fighters chat. He is small being confirmed. Yes,
Yeah,
I've seen.
2 seconds.
Ooh. Oh no, A-Lig. Oh no. Oh no. All those points that you've been hoarding has come to handy. Oh no. A-Lig's gonna kill me.
No, A-Lig won't get enough coins to kill you.
You
You spam that one. Keep
I think it's like 12 times. Zombie Kitty! Hi. Hi.
Connection.
Hi.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Okay.
If you want, I'm rejoining your farm if it'll let me.
Okay.
I'm trying to at least.
Okay, I have your stream up, so I
Zombie
can
is
see.
trying to bully me. Got a week of Prime to get cheaper shipping, so I had figured out support my friend. Aw, dude, I appreciate that.
I don't think that Zombie is trying. I think Zombie is succeeding.
No, they're
Yes.
they're trying.
Yes.
Their success is dependent on.
Well,
A-Lig has a lot of big PP energy.
A-Lig does not want a lot of big PP energy. A-Lig wants that sweet, sweet 0.
That sweet 0 PP.
A-Lig has been trying for like a solid year to get a 0, and he has not gotten it.
Yeah, connection failed.
Yeah, okay. I'll restart. I'm restarting.
If you want, I can host. If you would prefer, so that way I don't know if that.
I mean, it might be because my husband's like playing Minecraft as well while I'm playing.
Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm doing good, Hip. I'm doing good. Alright, so
You know
we'll
what?
do
Tech difficulties. It's okay. It's okay.
Difficulties. It's fine.
Eat fine. It fine.
Okay. Attempting to connect crowd. No, don't you dare. Shh.
Okay.
Did. Phone.
What?
I'm just messaging in my own chat. I just wanted to. Okay, so what do I have in this here? I'm on day 10 on this farm. It's at 6:40 a.m. Oh, Kudamachi, it's good to see you. Jane did not die. Cool. I will shift tab. Look at friends. View all friends.
Boop.
Where is search?
Boop. Okay. Just keep calling him small, please. I could do that. Fighters is the most precious small bean. I know.
Don't encourage her.
Why?
Don't encourage her.
Why?
Because oh, is this a multiplayer? Oh, hold on. Oh no. Marnie, get away from me.
Kitty.
Kitty.
Kitty. Kitty.
Wow.
Am
I being
Zombie Kitty is 5%. Oh no. A-Lig's coming for you, zombie. A-Lig wants this small PP energy.
Yes, I will adopt the cat. And you know
Is 0% possible?
Cat?
Yes, Larkstein. 0% is very possible. We have gotten it a couple times before. We have one person that has gotten 0, 100, and 69. So it is possible to get 0 and 100.
Alright, so I live in the big house. There's somebody. I sent you an invite.
Okay, yeah, I just saw that. And connecting. Connect.
69.
Wiggity,
Did someone
wiggity,
say
wiggity,
murder?
wiggity, wiggity,
Nar,
wiggity.
please. Nar, please. I'm begging you. Please do not kill me.
So it won't let me join that one because there's another character in there. It says this character belongs to another player.
Okay, hold on. Then I'll start a new one. Did someone say murder? No, you're not going to get to murder me.
Whee! I want that micro PP energy. It's possible. You could do it. You could totally do it. I believe.
I almost just named myself Dick. Doom song now.
God damn it, I was taking a sip of my drink.
I'm sorry. I literally typed that out.
Oh my god. Fighters, I love you.
You know what, zombie? That's a challenge.
Dicks!
Done. There. Done.
Dicks!
Done. No, Nar, please stop killing me.
Yes. Welcome in, Shanani Lord. How are you? Shanani Lord. I am tired.
You're tired. It's okay.
I'm okay. I am always tired. Let's be honest. Every day somebody asks me at work, "How are you doing?" And I'm like, "Your girl tired."
Your girl tired.
Your girl tired.
Thank you for the I'm a failure.
All
it's
right.
not death. I gave you a chance. It's not death anymore. Listen.
New farmer.
As long as it's not death, I can save. We should be fine.
Okay, we can do this now.
Now it's 6:30 in the morning, and I'm cutting.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm ready. I'm ready.
No!
I'm ready. Did you just die again?
No! I got teleported to the island!
Oh, the fucking island? Oh no.
What am I supposed to do here?
Ah,
Why are
okay.
the turtles in the way?
Be kind to the turtles. I am the nanny that Fighters kept talking to in his chat. And I bring my Chaos Gremlins to pick on you. You know what? I'm fucking ready. I am a Chaos Gremlin myself.
Oh my god, do I not have a house here?
Oh no, and you're stuck there. Oh no.
But, oh no, wait, I think I have a house with this little kid in here somehow. Maybe?
Oh no. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna, you know, we go chill
you're
right here.
until you pass out. How is that fair?
That is amazing. Oh, you're fucked.
This isn't fair. I'm the one that gets on. How fucking rude.
Yes. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna clear out farm.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna
Do
figure out
do
how to
do
leave.
do 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 do. You can't. You're stuck there forever. You're gonna be like fucking Castaway.
Wait, no, I can get back to Stardew Valley. There's a boat. Ah, get fucked.
Oh, I didn't know if it would actually let you use the boat because you haven't repaired the boat.
No, I haven't repaired the boat. I came back, and the boat isn't repaired. Oh no! I got teleported back. No.
Good job, chat. Good job.
Please. Just let me go.
Never.
Let me go back.
Never.
This is bullshit.
Let's see. I'm
I hate
hoping.
it here.
I'm hoping my crowd control stuff is set up right.
It should be.
No, because nothing's happening here.
Huh. That's weird. Hold on.
Yeah, because like they're popping up in my crowd control session, and it was working when I was playing it last night.
I have to figure out what's
It's all queued.
It's all queued.
Okay, yeah, because I see that A-League tried to descend darkness upon the farm.
Descend darkness. Ghost boat. Okay, so let me. How do you?
I'm just gonna keep here vibing.
You're gonna keep here vibing.
Yep. You may need to set things to instantly activate. Let me see.
Work on one person now?
Settings. That would make me sad.
Because I don't want to be bullied.
Let's see.
I'm gonna make it back to the farm before I mess with this stuff.
I'm trying to see.
It might be because one of us is using it. I haven't used crowd control in a long time. The last time I used crowd control, multiplayer stuff worked.
Yeah. Because like if I
What? But why would you send me to
Let
the
me
wizard's
see.
tower?
Let me see if this works. Because I might have like a way around it.
What is your way around it?
I'm gonna test a theory. Okay.
A game theory?
A theory. We're gonna see. I'm actually gonna do this so time pauses. Let's see, does this work?
That's closer
No.
than where I was. I have a feeling I'm gonna get teleported again.
Nope, none of that worked.
That's weird. It should work.
Yeah.
Alright, where were we?
The effect is currently queued. If all your effects are queuing, check the game guide. It's broken? It is broken!
Oh no! Here, what happens if I turn on mine? If I stop the session on mine, and you do... Because I open the game. I don't want to pour water on the things.
Because, like, when I tested it last night, I opened it through Steam and it still worked.
You opened it through Steam and it still worked?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's weird. I've never seen it work through Steam before. I've always started it...
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. We have anonymous follows here. So you can feel free to follow and lurk safely. I won't call you out. But thank you. I think I opened it up through Steam last night and tested it out. I could be wrong. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning when I tested everything.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Okay, so I think it might be the fact that you have to open it. You might have to open it through crowd control itself. Possibly. I'm not entirely certain. Back.
Fucking shit.
Give me all of the wood.
Yeah, because like I see the queue of people like redeeming it, so I know it's like connected and everything. It's just not responding to the game.
Yeah, I think with crowd control, Kunamachi, I'll never get farm work done with you gremlins around.
Gotta run, be good, keep shining, stay awesome, and always remember shenanigans are afoot. Yes!
Of course they are.
Of course they are. Good old shenanigans.
Oh my god, did you really just do that?
Yes, I did. Shut up.
Did you just say shenanigans?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
My axe is not strong enough to cut this tree. What the fuck?
I wish there was a way that I could like just set it to go.
That's really strange that it's not working.
Yeah.
Because now, if I pull up crowd control, start the session.
Let me do this. Wait. Let's see, what is it? Okay, so Ace tried to give me 5 stone.
Ace tried to give you 5 stone?
Yep. Let me see. Give items. Stone.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Shenanilord likes you.
Good. I appreciate them. Okay, let me see. Warp to sewer. Let me see if that works, because I was not... Let me see. Nope.
No, okay. I wonder if it has to be the person that hosts. Because that would suck. How do I craft things? I don't remember how to craft things in this game.
Alright, let me see. If I stop this. Ooh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. Okay, so stop your session.
Oh, okay. Hold on 2 seconds.
I might have figured it out, guys.
I stopped my session and
okay.
I'm also seeing it's a me, Mario.
Okay, so next to the, like underneath the start session button, there should be one that says lobby.
Really? Okay.
I made a lobby.
Oh, you made a lobby?
I made a lobby.
Okay.
I sent you the lobby code.
Join
we'll
lobby.
see if that works.
Okay. Hello, Frozen Soccer. Give me 2 seconds and I will greet you properly.
Might have figured it out, guys.
Okay. I've joined the lobby.
Okay. I think so. Okay, somebody try to do something like really like small, because I don't want y'all to waste your coins.
It's fine. Hi, Magic. It's good to see you. All right, give me 2 seconds.
It should work for either me or you. Like it should be both of us. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed because Dix has gone to bed. Boop. Slytherin Kid, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I'm so glad to see you. Ooh. Hello there. Just got back from a fishing trip. You should come down to the beach sometime. I've got something for you. Beautiful. Okay, so if someone wants to try to do something really small, that doesn't cost a lot of coins to see if this works, because I think I figured out what the thing was. Okay. Oh shit, I need to craft a chest. Perfect. So we
I
did
am so
that.
sorry. I have got chaos going.
No, you're good. You are good. Do you. Do what you gotta do. It should, what happens to either one of us should happen to the other.
Yeah, it should work, hopefully.
Yeah, this is what it should do now.
We didn't have any fight tonight. Oh, that's good. Banana, thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate you.
Hi, guys. Okay, I'm going to start farming shit. Alright, let's plant all these seeds. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. We have anonymous follow socks, so you can feel free to lurk safely and I won't call you out of your lurk. But I'm happy to have you here. And thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you guys. We just did some crowd control, Stardew Valley with Demon Fighters.
Yes.
Hi.
I just moved
Hi.
my TV, and I didn't want to.
Hi guys, hi. Holy shit. Oh wow. We have Cursed Moogle. Hi. Hello guys. Cursed Moogle. Cursed Moogle.
Papa, it's good to see you, homie. How you doing?
I apologize for the Cursed Moogle. If it was a regular Moogle, it would be a different story, but this is Cursed Moogle. Cursed Moogle haunts your dreams.
It didn't work? What didn't work?
Is it not working?
Oh, I'm sorry, Popper. Why is it not working?
That sound is my text message alert sound? Oh no. Rista Rock, welcome in, and Darth Banana, welcome in, welcome in. I keep checking my phone. Oh, Leaping, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Boop, boop, boop.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh god, I just gave up, that's all. Oh no.
Slayer, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I'm so happy. New friendos. Yeah, we love new friendos.
Okay. No, Popper. If you want to DM me about it, you can definitely have a conversation in the DMs.
Well, for all the new friendos that are over here, I am Animagus Arts, or you could call me Annie, either one works. I love Final Fantasy, Legend of Zelda, and Kingdom Hearts. Yeah.
We can just call you Gremlin.
That works too. I am 110% certifiably a gremlin.
Request queued? Is it not working?
I have nothing in mind.
Hold on, guys. Don't use your control coins just yet.
Yeah, we trying to figure this multiplayer thing out.
Just trying to send something your way. Hold on. I was about to get my text changed too. I'm gonna try to see if I can refund.
I didn't see anything to refund, but
no, I'm set up. News. Okay, 2 seconds, chat. 2 seconds. Java, it's good to see you. Hold on. Why didn't it work?
I don't know. This is fucking weird. Let's see, lobby guide. What's going on with the lobby?
On that podcast.
See, you can join another crowd control user's active lobby to share activated effects or race against other streams on a hosted channel. Ask the host for the lobby code, and so I wonder if you have to do it.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. 2 seconds. I've left the lobby.
And I'm gonna close it.
Stop session.
We gonna figure this out.
Start lobby. Create lobby. Co-op lobby. Relay all effects. Lobby's been created. Lobby code. I am figuring things out, chat. 2 seconds. There, I sent you the lobby code.
Okay.
It's a minute long. Oh, never mind.
Let's try this. Lobby. Join lobby. Boop. Boop. Boop.
You're in. Start session.
Let's see if that works.
Try again. I should probably... How do I test? How do I test coin stuff? I see all of the people with crowd control. The top 10 users balance. Jesus Christ. I'm going to go get some sleep. Hope you have an amazing stream. Well, Frozen Soccer, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm going... Thank you for lurking, Slayer.
See.
I'm going to open my own stream.
I'm going to try to see if I do this.
This is interesting to try. I've never done... It says the session hasn't started. Like, there's no timer or anything.
Mine did that, and then it, like, all of a sudden hopped up to a minute.
Yep. Mine's up to a minute now, too. Live extension. Begin. Change appearance. Order. Confirm. So now that should have changed my gender. Yes? Did not change my gender. Random hairstyle. Order.
Yeah, I tried to do that too with mine and change my hair color, and it didn't. Let's see.
I got my... Why is this not working? Bruh. Send message. Extended warranty. Order.
This is bullshit!
Yeah, this is bull honky. It was working a minute ago.
Right.
Are the effects still in queue?
I have a different dashboard than you do.
I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. Nani, you goddamn right, Nani. I might have to restart the game in order to do the the lobby stuff. That might be the issue.
Maybe.
I really don't want to restart the game, but like,
yeah.
If I have to, I have to. Exit to desktop. Bye, Stardew. I'll miss you.
Okay, let's see.
Stop session. Stay in the lobby really quick. Start session. Launch game.
Alright, I'm gonna load.
Hopefully you'll still when I get back. Gotta run though. Much love. Dude, appreciate you, Nanny. Thank you so much. Have a good whatever you do.
I'm gonna load my game on my own to see, just to test it real quick and see if like the effects are working with mine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, worst case, we could just do co-op Stardew.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Load. Let's see. Alright. Exit game. Exit game. Let me try
a multiplayer game.
This.
Okay, live extension.
Play.
Begin. Change gender. Order. Confirm.
Thank you guys for bearing with me on this and fighters.
I just picked up my houseplant.
I did that last night. I was testing things out and then I fucking picked up my houseplant and I was like, oh.
By the way, I'm beginning Stardew on payday. Heck yeah, dude.
Alright, load.
The gender change one didn't work. Warp player sewer order. Confirm. I got okay, that worked. Restarting the game warped me. Order.
Okay.
I'm in the sewer now. Warp to the farm.
See, now my game's not even... See, can I do new? Let's try this. Okay, so now I'm seeing your stuff on mine.
That's because we're still in the group.
Yeah.
So hold on. 2 seconds. Did you want a re-invite?
Give me a second, because I'm testing it out on my end just to see, like, is my shit fucked up? And I accidentally hit the fucking intro. God damn it.
It's intro time.
God.
Gotta love tech difficult. I gotta love when things don't work.
Right? And there's no way to skip this. Oh, wait. What did I just fucking press?
Bit bop. Oh, my axe got upgraded. Thank you, Nanny, for upgrading my dick's axe.
All right, let's see if I can change my shit.
I knew the minute I put crowd control up is like everybody's like, hey,
hey, yeah.
Gender didn't change. That's the one that doesn't work for some reason. I'll have to figure that out.
That is weird. All right, skip all of this. All right, so let's see.
My hair is gone.
Hair color, black, order. Confirm.
I no longer have hair. Thanks, Nanny.
Okay, so mine is just not working at all, which is weird because it was working last night.
That's strange.
What the fuck? All right, I guess just re-invite me.
Yeah, we'll figure some craziness out.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I just got teleported, guys.
Oh wait, did you start a new farm or are you just on the old one?
No, it's the same farm.
Oh, same farm? Okay, I should just be able to join then.
Yeah, I just invited
you. Yeah, there we go.
No. Get that away from you. I don't have a weapon to fight that. Why are you teleporting me? All right, now you can get picked on too.
We'll see. We'll see if it works.
If not, this is an idea. Like, we'll both be picked on in the things.
I'll just giggle and watch you get like shit on.
Stop! I just want to play the game.
No. Not possible. Mr. Greeny, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good day. I see the fucking bat.
Bop you.
It could stay over there.
Fuck. Get out of here. Get out of my farm.
I've been doing good. How are you? I hope you're doing good. We just chilling over here, playing some Stardew with some friends.
Yeah, I have a pirate sword now.
Beautiful.
This is my.
Haven't seen you since Hollow Knight. I know it's been a while. It's been a while. I play Hollow Knight now in my like spare time.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Nanny.
I freaking love the game.
No! Leave me alone! You're bullies,
Let's
all
see.
of you!
What's with the
Fuck! Get away from Fuck off! Stop! I'm bald, I have a pirate sword.
Oh my god.
Give me an eye patch.
This is beautiful.
This is not beautiful. Leave me.
I get to watch this happen. This is fantastic.
That's not fair. I want you to experience too.
I know. It's okay.
Yay! I've got hair again.
Oh, you got your hair back. I'm so happy for
no
you.
Longer bald.
Oh my god.
Time to get some coins. Frontier, no, please. Please. My pickaxe is... Oh, now I'm black. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, the smooth blonde, not bad. It's actually kind of cute.
Alright, I'm gonna try one more thing to see if this will work. But I'll try it after we sleep.
After we sleep?
Yeah, after we sleep.
My hair is blue! What the fuck? Oh my god, look how cute this is!
Oh my god, look at you!
That's
look
adorable.
at you. Holy shit.
I sense chaos. Do me no.
You seem to be doing good? Yeah, I'm doing really good. Let's see. Since it's been since Hollow Knight,
tired.
I got a new job, I got a new place, like a lot of stuff has actually happened.
Frontier, please. Frontier, please. I'm just gonna go to bed.
A lot of stuff has happened since Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's frustrating, I get it. Yeah, it's I got stuck at Watcher Knights and Umu. Those two like kicked my ass.
I've never played Hollow Knight.
Oh, you gotta play Hollow Knight.
Butts are awesome. Love your face, Nanny. I appreciate you, homie.
What?
Go do the things.
Hello? Are you gonna let us go to sleep? You gonna let us go sleep?
Oh, I'm not like actually in bed.
Oh.
I was just resting.
I thought you were in bed.
I was resting to get my Dix is
okay.
going to bed
All right.
early.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try one more thing. One final last-ditch effort.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I'll be right back.
They tried teleporting me mid-sleep, and I can't.
Beautiful. Butts are awesome. Butts are really awesome. We love butts here.
I'm stuck in my bed. I'm stuck in my bed because they tried to teleport me. Do me, no. Stop! Do me, please! The game broke! You broke it!
Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that. We go back. We go back. Back. Go up.
Can somebody teleport me so I can move? Like, I cannot move.
We're doing a collab with Demon Fighters and he's stuck in his bed.
I'm stuck in bed. I need help.
Alright,
this is...
let me see if I could come steal your bed, maybe? I don't know.
I can't pick up my bed.
Oh, I don't see you in here.
I'm technically supposed to be at the mountains, but they teleported me mid waking up.
Yeah, you don't show up at all.
I'm stuck here.
Oh
I
no.
might have to restart this farm, like restart the game.
Oh my god.
I'm so tired of this shenanigans. I can move things in my house. I can move things in my home.
All right, let me see. Let me see.
This is ass. This is ass.
Let me see. Hold on. Effects. Let me see if I can warp you.
I just wanna mute the streamer, but I don't have enough channel points.
That's what you get. Fuck, I need 50 more points. Let me see. Oh, there we go.
Don't bully me.
There we go.
I'm just gonna. I'm trapped in my bed. Now I'm at the beach. Can I move? No. Oh, I can move. I just wasn't clicked in game.
Was that the reason?
I hope not. No, I was clicked in game beforehand.
Okay.
I
well,
think it was getting sent to the mountains.
Well, it didn't work for me, but you got warped, so that's something.
That's weird. I don't know why it's not affecting you.
I don't know, because like I see all the dashboard stuff, and it's like it was in there.
That's dumb.
That is dumb.
You must experience the spawnage of monsters then.
Oh
Chat,
no.
You know what to do.
No, 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 no,
Chat,
no, no,
you know
no,
what to
no,
do.
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
coming
no,
back
no,
to the
no, no,
farm
no,
and
no,
I'm
no,
bringing
no,
chaos
no,
with me.
no, no,
Chat,
no, 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 no.
we must commence
No,
Operation
no, 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 no,
Liberty.
no. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. No, no, no.
We have to commence.
No, 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 no.
Hello, Dix. This is front. Hello, Dix. This is Frontier Style Gaming with Microsoft technical support, and I'm calling you today about a problem we've detected
Oh
in your
my god.
computer. If you call, could allow me
Alright,
to remove.
let's see.
Allow me to remote access your computer. I can walk you through fixing the issue for support via $1.
I'm testing a thing out, guys. Let's see.
No. Oh, Willie came back from a fishing trip.
Starting here, here. Trying to see something. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just chilling.
I got an ad. Karma's coming for you. Yes. Good. You deserve it. Hello, Dix. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
I have that. So we'll do this. Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop.
There. My seeds are planted.
Oh?
What?
Phrasing?
Listen, I don't know the meaning of the word phrasing.
Oh.
You can tell me phrasing all day long, and I will sit here and be like, "Yep, I said that."
Yep, that happened.
It's just
that
like
happened.
Shady. You tell him phrasing, you just.
No, I don't tell that man anything anymore. I don't.
I love him.
Me too.
His phrasing is
Right,
perfect.
we're gonna try this, and then this. 'Cause, like, my game's not even connecting to crowd control, so that's the problem.
Well, I had 100 coins stolen from me. That's cool.
Beautiful.
It's not even connecting.
Yeah.
Strange. It should. We're in this here. What if I do this? Lobby guide. What if I close the lobby? There have been. Why? Why, you little chaos gremlins, do you do this? And then pop this.
Let's see if this works.
I've got hardwood. Yay.
Oh.
I have an iron sword.
Phrasing.
Listen. If there's anything you're going to learn from me, Annie, phrasing is something I don't do. Phrasing is not my strong suit. I will say dumb things all the time.
I mean, same. We witnessed that last night on your stream.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking. You young lady, have said some interesting things.
Listen, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. Don't lie.
Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. I'm not sorry at all.
So, no more ad karma. Thank you, Frontier, for the tier 1 subscription. I'm gonna stop this session. Try it again. I can refund from here. So I can refund people's coins from here. I'm gonna refund your warp to the beach. Who tried to change my gender? I'm gonna refund Nanny for the changing of the gender, because that one doesn't work.
Cosmic! Hi, Cosmic. How are you? I love your face. I hope you're doing
Jesus
good.
fucking Murphy, why does it seem like people are completely oblivious to the line of people behind them while talking personal shit with the cashier?
Oh, hey, Cosmic, there was somebody that popped in earlier that said that they knew you. Let's see. Let me see if I find their name. Because I've been calling them John the entire time. Retron John. Yeah!
Lobby code.
Yeah, they popped in.
Give.
Yes,
I'm
fighters.
sending you a new lobby code.
Okay.
I'm also not Small Bean.
Yeah, I know him personally. I used to work with him. He's good people. Good. I'm glad. We like good peoples. Alright, join lobby. Boop. Boop. Okay. Okay.
You're in the lobby now.
In the lobby.
And now we shift tab. Get Annie. Invite to lobby. Close this.
We're just trying to figure out why my crowd control is just like, nah, fuck you.
And now fuck your couch.
Fuck you, chicken strips.
Fuck your chicken strips.
Because, like, I have the Smappy mod and all the freaking folders and shit. It just won't.
Oh, I got a geode.
And say connecting to crowd control. Say it. It's not saying it. Motherfucker.
Dude, what the fuck? That's weird. Alright, chat. We're gonna go find Annie and we're gonna bully her.
No, don't bully me. I didn't do anything.
Bull honky.
No. Motherfucker, I may be, but the mother I fucking don't belong to me, Cosmic. I love you.
Hey. Can we bully Annie, please?
No. Get out of my bed. Get out of my bed. No.
Bully.
No.
Chop the bed.
No.
Chop it.
No.
Okay. I'll just wait for you to come outside.
That's fine. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't doing the thing.
So strange. It might be...
Did that. Did that. I'm logged in.
When crowd control is on?
What?
Yeah. That's...
Right? Yeah. No bully. Exactly, Southern Kid. No bully.
No, what do you...
No bully.
We bully the Annie.
Click one, click install. Did that. Yeah, it's just like, nah, bitch. No crowd control for you.
Why?
I have no idea.
Now crowd control's not active for me. What the fuck? Bully the fighters. No. Oh, it would help if I hit start session.
That would help. That would help a lot.
That's strange.
We're gonna do this.
Let's bully Annie.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Bully the Annie.
Absolutely not.
Don't...
Slytherin Kid said no bully.
Just because Slytherin Kid says no bully doesn't mean...
Slytherin Kid said no bully.
I will bully so hard. Okay? Bully. Much bully is such wow. Okay?
Am I being big brain right now? Am I a big brain girl?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a big brain girl, but we'll see if I can fucking get this shit working. Steam.
Time for sleep.
Steam apps. Stardew Valley.
Dix has gone to bed.
Yes, go to bed.
Dix has gone to bed. Annie has gone to bed.
Annie has gone to bed.
Dix is now awake and ready for the day. Ordered. Nothing happened just in queue. Let me take a look. Yeah, it just happened. What the fuck? Okay, hold on to your crowd control stuffs. So stupid.
Well, fucking shit.
That's right now.
I'm gonna water my parsnips.
Water your parsnips.
I am.
Because I'm looking at this, I see Spawn Serpent, Tipsy, extended warranty. I saw the extended warranty, I just didn't see Spawn Serpent and Tipsy.
Alright, we cleared everything out here. What do we gotta do? To the beach. We need to go visit Willy. I'm gonna go visit Willy.
Go visit your Willy.
I am. I'm gonna visit my Willy and play with him.
Phrasing?
Yeah.
You know about phrasing.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am sweet, innocent little bean.
Don't lie.
I would never.
If you are new to crowd control, check out
Shane! Shane, I just want you to love me. I can fix you.
Okay. As a streamer, you can join another crowd control user's active lobby to share activated effects or race against other streams on a hosted channel. If you are new to crowd control, check out live setup. Ask the host of lobby for the lobby code.
Oh, hi, Alec.
Desktop client. Click join the lobby when you enter code. Now you should see your name and the rest of the users in the lobby. Why?
Okay, we'll do this.
I'm going to fight this thing. Did your gender change? No, my gender did not change.
See, now the fucking bullshit ass, like, smappy shit is just being stupid and is like, try rebooting your computer. I'm like, I'm not doing that. That's too much work.
That is too much work.
That is way too much work. The audacity of Smappy to ask me to fucking restart my computer.
Wow, A-Lake has 42 PP energy. 42%.
Oh, I moved my shit.
How dare.
What is my fucking game doing? Hello? Stop that.
Okay, we'll figure out crowd control.
Yeah.
In a second, because I might have to restart the fucking game again. I really don't want to do that.
I mean, do you want to just play like normal Stardew and then we can try crowd control later?
We could just do normal Stardew. That's totally fine with me.
Yeah.
More free coins?
But meanwhile, everybody can collect fucking coins and shit.
Yeah.
And then save it up for next time.
Annie found a lost book.
I did find a lost book.
Free coins? What do you guys mean by more free coins?
You get free coins in crowd control.
I know that.
Oh. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of. Elliot! Hi, Elliot. Hi. Love me, Elliot. I want everybody to just love me.
Gib? I don't know how to gib free coins. Every time you restart, it gives free coins. Gib, please. Every time you restart, it gives free coins. Gib, please.
That is beautiful.
My gremlin chat is like, Gib, please.
Gib monies.
Hold on, it's not working.
Peas and tankies.
Peas and tankies? Hold on. I will restart
I bought
crowd control.
I bought beans.
You bought beans.
I bought beans. Because beans auto regenerate, so beans.
Yeah, oops, hit the wrong thing. It's okay. So hold on, chat. Sorry, I had to go to the shower and clean the kitchen and bathroom. That's okay, Dwarlin. I'm being bullied.
You're not being bullied. You be okay.
I might have to restart Stardew Valley.
Oh no.
So I can. So
Hey, man.
every time I restart.
Do you touch my drum set?
Like give free coins.
Nope.
Please.
It's just weird because seems like someone definitely touched my drum set. Yeah, it is weird. Because I didn't touch him.
Hey!
Did you touch my drum set? Knock it off!
I
know you touched my drumstick. Because the left one has a chip in it. You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane. Do you realize that? You should be medicated. Fuck you, Brennan. I know you touched my drum set, and I want to hear that dirty little mouth admit it. You get out of my face, or I'm gonna roundhouse your ass. You swear on your mom's life that you didn't touch it then. I don't have to swear to shit. That's because you fucking touched my drum set. Because I know cops doesn't start till 4.
Okay, we're gonna do this then. We're gonna see. I'm gonna close all of this shit out. Stop game.
Launch game. Developed by Cornered Ape.
Step Brothers, yes. Don't touch my drum set.
Touch my drum set. So A-Leg is no longer a moderator at that point?
Nope. I have to remod him.
So hold on. Crowd control stop session. Do this. Lobby. Create lobby. Co-op lobby.
I do it again too, A-Leg. I fucking love you.
I'll fucking do it.
I have to. Can I do it from here? No, I can't. I have to add his editor shit back too every single time.
That's bogus.
Every single fucking time.
All right. According to Fires, he's being bullied all the time. We should be Gibbons at this point. I mean, you guys are practically going Gibbs.
Ah, wrong button.
Coins.
Wrong button. Wait, I'm editor. I forgot even.
We love the coins. No, stop. Y'all are
Ooh,
fucking
okay.
chaos gremlins. All of you.
Wait.
What?
Hold on. I might. Huh. Oh, is it doing it? Is it doing it? Is it doing the thing? Is it doing the thing? Oh.
What thing?
So when I closed out of crowd control and then reopened it, and I like selected Stardew Valley, it said one-click setup. So I clicked that button. And it just re-downloaded Smappy and updated it. Okay, downloading crowd control mod. Setup is now complete.
Okay, but please.
Wait. Okay.
I sent you a lobby code too.
Okay. I'm feeling positive.
I'm also feeling positive. I like the positive energy. I'm also
Start.
watering your parsnips.
Launch. Thank you. Thank you for watering my parsnips. They greatly need them. Launch game.
Some water, all right.
None of this would have happened if I just gotten the 0% I'd wanted. A-Leg, please.
A-Leg, keep going. A-Leg, I believe in you.
Why'd you break it, Annie? Dwarlin, I did no such thing.
Yep, you did.
I did no such thing.
The coins. Listen, chat, you guys need to stop being chaos gremlins.
No, be chaos gremlins. Annie says it's okay. I come back to you having to reinstall it. It sounds a little broken to me. Look. It didn't want to connect me. It didn't want to connect me to fucking crowd control when it connected me last night to crowd control.
I mean, the best thing...
Connected to crowd control!
It worked?
I'm connected?
Sweet. So now...
Somebody do a thing! Somebody do a thing!
Please don't do a thing.
Do a thing! Do a thing! Somebody do it so I can experience this, because this has been a fucking hour and a half of us trying to connect me.
The tipsy effect? Oh god, I'm tipsy.
Ooh, I might have 43 gil now. I regret none of my actions here today. Beautiful A-Lig. Oh, it didn't change my gender. God damn it. It popped up.
It popped up for me, but
Yeah.
does it work for? It works on both of us.
Oh,
Yes. Bye, Annie. No! A-Lig, why? A-Lig, we're not safe here.
Yes, we are. We're safe outside. Unless they do shit. Crowd control, how I love you.
Well, I'm gonna chop this tree down.
I found a book!
You found a book?
But it won't let me...
You're standing still right... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, no.
No! 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 I was trying to pick up the book!
Annie, you're standing still for me.
What?
On
Oh,
my end, you're standing... Oh, it says you quit.
God fucking damn it. I swear to God.
It was working, though. You got to experience the horror.
I did. I got to experience it.
That's okay. I'm just gonna get back on the bus and go back to
Okay.
my inventory.
I think I broke it this time. Oh no, darling. 50% magic. Why? Why? Dix was knocked unconscious. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, listen, Dicks don't need to be knocked unconscious. Dicks don't need to be knocked unconscious. Dr. Harvey charged me 400 gil for the hospital visit, and I've lost every item from my backpack.
And we have no money.
My sword.
I'm gonna go forage, so we might be able to get some money as long as, you know, somebody doesn't kill us.
Kill us. My hairstyle was changed. I now look fabulous.
I look like a fucking Karen.
It's okay. My hair is blue. I look like some girl named Deborah from the library.
Wait, that means you didn't get to keep your coconuts or cactus fruit? I got the cactus fruit. I kept that. I didn't keep the coconut. Okay, we got a horseradish.
I'm gonna put everything in the chest so I don't lose it, and I'm going to... You look like a goddamn Sailor Scout. You
Oh, spring onions. Do we have spring onions?
I'm gonna
This is the darkest timeline. A-Lig, please.
A-Lig. You transported us. You look like a goddamn Sailor Scout. What's wrong with looking like a Sailor Scout?
Book!
Fighting evil. Book.
Book!
Fighting evil by moonlight. Winning love by
Yes.
daylight.
I love this. In an alternate timeline, I am a fucking Sailor Scout.
So if I do crowd control on your side, yes, it will affect both of us.
Yes. That is a positive. I think except for if you kill one of us, it only kills like that person.
Yeah, except for the murder.
Yeah. Hi, Leah. I love your face. Be my best friend.
Can I have my sword back since you guys murdered me for it?
I'm gonna go sell things.
Okay. We don't have much.
I foraged. I went and foraged. Oh! No, it's chasing me! No, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna fucking die! I'm gonna... No.
I was given a rusty sword.
No. Oh, okay. God, that scared me. Fuck this sap. I'm gonna sell things. No! Stop it! Stop that! I'm gonna leave. No. Are you still gonna be on my farm if I go back?
Listen, I tried
You
to
are!
go back.
Go away! No!
My fiber.
No! I'm going to die.
Kill Annie.
No. Rude.
It's time to kill Annie.
Rude.
This is Frontier Sky Gaming with Microsoft technical support. No. Why do y'all keep killing me?
I died.
I also was knocked unconscious.
Oh, I was about to say, am I immortal?
No, you're not immortal.
Look, it took like a solid second to fucking register.
I don't... Guys, I need you to stop killing me. Please.
I have no money, but Harvey was obligated to save my life free of charge.
You've been very naughty this year, so all you get is a lump of coal, Santa. I actually have coal.
Yeah, I got coal too. Look, okay, fun fact. My mother-in-law got me one of those candles that like you burn and you get a little necklace, right? Yeah. And the Jules told me that I was on the naughty list this year because it's like a naughty or nice one. Mm-hmm. No, fuck off about the extended warranty, god damn it.
Do you have sad crops?
You know what? I'll take the fertilizer. I'll take it.
You know what? I'll take it too.
Yeah.
That's
I will
fine.
absolutely take it.
Great. There's still ghosts here.
Are you? Oh, somebody gave us 100 gold.
No! I was in the middle of fighting. We don't have gold anymore.
I have well, I have 200.
Share money.
I know. Please don't take our gold.
I was knocked unconscious. It's going to take all of our money.
No, Harvey. Harvey, you're on my shit list!
Harvey's on your... Who's on your shit list?
Harvey!
What did Harvey do?
Took all of our money.
We have 100 gold now.
Thank you. Thank you for giving money.
It was my message and the ghost killed him. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
a mod name for the money.
I appreciate you very, very, very much. Sam, come here. I'm just trying to say hi. Sam. Hi, Sam. Oh, look at the lottery.
Yeah, this is the lottery. Here, have money.
Give
Now, can I go home
please.
and lay down and heal, please?
Probably
so I don't
not.
get murdered?
Probably not. Because if there's ghosts still on the farm, I'm walking, and I'm probably gonna die again.
Well, there's a fucking I forgot the serpent was here.
No!
Oh, I got given a pizza.
I died.
You died?
I died. Somebody spawned a serpent near me. Yeah.
Pizza.
And then I got a pizza. Be a little more careful next time. You're gonna eat my ass, Harvey. And I lost the pizza? He took 1,000 gold and I lost my pizza. Worst day of my fucking life. I'm just trying to go home. The motherfucking audacity.
The Lion Witch and the audacity of this bitch.
Literally.
That's okay. I am dueling
Okay.
2 serpents and 2 ghosts to the death.
I
got teleported to the island.
Same.
And I can't move. Help.
Why do you look like a fucking zombie?
Because I can't move. I have to get back home. This is my mission. Guys, listen. Annie,
Hear me out. I can only walk because people keep killing me.
Stop killing Annie. Stop.
Yes, return to Stardew Valley. See, I was gonna take the long way around. That way I could at least, like, have a chance of getting into my house quickly.
Yeah.
And yeah, that didn't work.
Did they kill you?
Yeah, it was the serpent that killed me. I'm in the cutscene with Willy. Hi. Yes, 'tis sad. Your boat is not fixed.
I'm not in the cutscene with Willy. Yo, Kupo, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you for lurking.
Okay, Willy. Yep.
Wow,
I would like to help.
You would like to help your Willy?
I would like to help my Willy repair itself.
There are fucking serpents in town.
Yes,
Why?
that's the one that fucking murdered me. Ah!
Oh shit. I got transported to the farm.
Same.
I guess.
Can we sleep in the same bed?
just get in here.
Okay, we can.
I
Wait.
cannot. Oh yeah, yep. We can sleep in the same
Okay.
bed. This is fine. This is fine.
Wait, are the animal are the monsters still gonna be there?
Yes, but we'll be fully healed. We can battle them. Waiting for players.
Waiting for other players.
Game.
Y'all are some dicks.
Y'all are some... Annie, out of nowhere, y'all are some dicks. Not even no phrasing.
No! Y'all are dead phrasing. God fucking damn it, it kicked me.
Oh no. Really?
Yep.
God damn it.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm loading back in. We'll see. I will blame my husband who is playing Minecraft.
I'm gonna have to close the game though. That's the thing.
Oh shit. Okay. I just wait.
We'll do this. We'll close Stardew Valley. Start session. Launch game. The game will launch and not be a dick. More coins, Gib, please. No, we're not gonna play this game of more coins, Gib, please. Co-op. Okay. Still in the same. Okay. Post. Twitch farm. Okay. I have awoken from my slumber. Shift tab. This is ass. Can you guys stop killing me? I'm gonna go outside and fight the beasties.
Good luck. I'm coming in.
Wait, it went back to a previous save. Get fucked. Get fucked.
Oh.
Get fucked.
No beasties for you.
No beasties for you, thank you. No,
No. Oh God, wait. We don't.
They're back. They're in your
house. No.
That is unfortunate.
No.
They have taken all of my money.
I stand by what I said. Y'all are some assholes. Mama ain't raised no bitch.
I killed something. It's fine. I got spicy eel. I'm frozen for 10 seconds.
Oh no. You have a sword, but I don't. This is that bullshit.
Are you in here?
I'm in town right now.
Oh, they spawn shit on you. There's stuff inside this house.
Yes! Inside the motherfucking house. Inside the house.
I will not defeat them. Oh God.
Sequana, thank you so much for the stretch. I need it. Thank you. Ugh. Okay.
I stole your table. I hope you're okay with that.
That's okay. Take my table. If it means you fight them and you win, cover.
No!
Fuck your car's extended warranty!
That killed me.
Hi, Shane. I'm just trying to be your friend. Guys, we have no money!
Stop killing me.
No, stop kicking me. Stop fucking kicking me from the goddamn game. Please and thank you. Wait, are there still monsters in my house?
Possibly.
Oh no. If you hear me scream, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm kind of used to screaming.
Giggity?
Not like that. Magic!
Oh, that was dirty. That was dirty. Also, Sequana, I will get you that hydrate as soon as it is safe. But it is currently not safe for me to pause right now. I need to keep running.
Eel.
Rude?
Fucker.
They took the spicy eel? Rude.
Yep. I don't have money. They take my inventory.
See, I just wanted to play a nice calm game of Stardew Valley.
No.
And y'all trying to kill us. Oh, thank you for the 10%.
I've been energized by 10%. I'm still profusely bleeding from my health bar, but that's fine.
At least you can move fast.
I killed the ghost. I
Okay.
also killed it. God damn it.
Yeah, they're still in there. Okay,
killed
you
them.
you killed it, but then you died.
Yep. What are you gonna take from my inventory now? Oh, good.
Okay. Hi, Jazz. Y'all can't spawn demons around the little kid, okay? That's not ethical. Thank you for full health. Thank you.
Magic hurt dicks by 10%. Fuck off. Thank you, Frontier.
Okay, we're gonna sell things.
This is ass. Like, every time I try to do something, I get murdered. I got a dandelion. I'm gonna go put your houseplant back and your table, since apparently those are in my inventory now.
Okay.
I've been given a cookie.
Oh, cookies. I like cookies.
I've been teleported to the sewer.
Oh, hi. Krobus. Hi. I just want to say hi. I just want to talk. Hi, Krobus. Hi. You cute. I would never slay any of your friends. I can't fucking buy anything, but I would never slay any of your friends, Krobus. Never, ever.
Play any of your friends?
Ooh, do I still need to go visit Willie? Yeah, I don't have the fishing rod, so I need to go visit Willie.
How do I...
Boo,
Can I go now? You can't teleport me into the sewer. So, fun story about Stardew Valley. I got sent cookies in the mail by Evelyn. Okay, and then I found out that she was my secret Santa, and she gave me more cookies, and I cried. Aww.
Yeah,
Ow.
it was a
Back to your house.
wholesome moment. Sequata, here is your hydrate, because you know it's kind of safe now.
Magic, can you stop taking my health? I love you, but fucking A, man. I like being a healthy boy. Magic's just like, take health?
Magic is just like, fuck all of your shit, both of you.
But I need it? You're taking my health because you need health. Well, just gonna do stuff then. Oh, I can't. My axe is not strong enough. Can somebody give money? I'm going to die, Magic, if you keep doing that.
Give monies, peas.
Give monies.
Let's see, what do we got here? Book! I found a book.
Found a frog.
I hear Sebastian likes frogs.
I'm gonna get hardwood.
You go get that wood.
I've got that wood.
Hi, Sam.
I have Stardew Valley, don't play it as much. That's interesting. Like, I haven't played Stardew Valley in a hot minute.
Oh, I have been on this, like, Stardew Valley kick where I would play for, like, 2 or 3 hours every night. Like, lately.
It's a relaxing game.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like,
then
I
you
would...
add crowd control to it, and you get fucked.
Yeah. Abigail! I just want to be your friend, Abigail. I love your hair.
Magic keeps taking my health.
Magic, why? Why? Oh, have you heard the theory about Pierre, Caroline, Abigail, and the Wizard?
Nope.
Okay, so apparently there's some text dialogue in the game that the wizard suspects that he has a daughter in town. And then Caroline says that she had a fling with someone. And then Pierre says he suspects that Abigail isn't his daughter. No, there's a ghost. There's a ghost. No, there's a ghost near the bus stop.
There's a ghost near me.
No, why?
Guys,
I don't even have a sword. I need to water my parsnips.
Ghost.
Okay.
I can't carry.
But, no, there's like this fan theory, whatever, that based on those like dialogues. She also mentions how she's never had to dye her purple hair, that it just is that way. So people are thinking that the wizard.
The sap. God damn it.
Oh, why would you do that?
I didn't do it on purpose. Okay. How do I get to tab for
Dwarlin, you sweet bean, I love you. Thank you for sword.
How do I drop things?
I don't know how to. Are you playing with mouse and keyboard?
Yes.
You should just be able to like click it and then click outside of your inventory box, and that should drop it.
Do you have a trash can when you? How do I open my backpack?
I'm
hitting tab on my keyboard.
It's E on my keyboard at least.
Get out of my. Okay, this is mine now.
But yeah, so apparently there's like this whole big theory that Abigail's the wizard's daughter, not Pierre's.
That is interesting.
Because he also mentions how like he was married to the witch and he done fucked up and.
Oh, he done fucked up like gave the witch a baby.
Well, gave Caroline a baby and not the witch.
Oh.
It says that she turned green with envy.
Huh. People shouldn't turn green.
No, it's not a good look. Okay, alright. I was going to bed. There's no monsties, right? Please don't spawn monsties. Just let me go sleep.
No monsties?
No
You know
monsties.
the minute you say no monsters, that's when we get fucked.
No, please, please. I'm asking very nicely.
Game saved. Wow, it moved on to the next day perfectly fine this time.
Shocking! Okay, boop, boop.
I need water.
Okay. Do, 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 do.
I need water.
I'm gonna need water soon too. Here, I can help water. I has extra water.
I keep watering the same plant.
Yep. Yay! Watered plants! And now it has no water.
Now we have 295 gold. What do we do with it?
Beans? I'd go buy beans. They regenerate.
Sell this gold ore because we don't have.
I forgot there was a ghost at the bus stop! Go away!
I'm gonna sell the gold ore because I know we don't have a forge yet.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away with my 1 damage. Fuck off, ghost! Yes. I'm doing 1 and 2 damage.
17 damage. No! No!
No! No! No!
Somebody tried to send us a message.
Hmm.
You're fucked. That was a crit.
Go away, ghosty!
Go away. Ghost.
No.
We don't need you here.
Fuck off, ghost!
That's okay. Once we go to town, we're gonna get.
Community center. Oh, I'm you right now. I have you.
Skip. Because I've seen it so many times.
Right. Okay. Boop, boom, boop, 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 beans. That's what we were gonna go do. Beans.
locked.
No! You... Pierre, open up, motherfucker. Open up!
We're here now.
Okay.
I will
Let's see.
purchase.
I was gonna purchase 4. That'd be 240. So we can purchase 4 each.
Yeah, beans. I also want potato.
Okay, I could buy beans, you could buy potatoes. Because I could do 4 and you could do 4.
I'm gonna do 4. I'm just gonna do beans.
Okay, then you can go plant beans. You know what? No, I'm just gonna keep my sword equipped. Because, yes.
Because now we're waiting to get
Literally.
Again.
Literally, with my 1 attack damage sword, I will fuck their day up.
I bet you will. I bet you will.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Fair. Perfect.
Oh, you want to know what my dumbass did one time? So it was... So I usually buy like 8 of the bean things, right? And then I'll put a sprinkle in the center. So my dumbass stood in the center and planted the beans all around me, and I couldn't leave the fucking, like, plot. I had to restart my game.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm literally a dumbass. When it comes to this game, I'm fucking stupid. I found a geode!
Yay.
And I got scared by a butterfly because I thought it was something.
I'm scared by a butterfly. I love how my hair color is, like, not changed.
It's beautiful.
I enjoy this so much. This is my new Stardew Valley character. I'm gonna have my hair the same fucking color.
Yes, as you should.
I'm gonna fucking get a farming outfit. And every time I play Stardew Valley, bam.
Yes. As you should. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, fuck, I can't make a scarecrow yet. We're gonna need one.
Yep.
Shit!
I was talking to Madden last night. He's like, or the other night. He's like, you want to play Fortnite? And I'm like, yeah, when? DMs me Sunday at 5, and I'm like, okay.
Please tell me that you were in there for his New Year, New Friends slot where he was twerking.
Yep, I was there for that. Please tell me there's a clip of it.
Yes, I made sure that there was one. And the best part is that his music doesn't save to his VODs or clips. So he's singing shots, and all you hear is him go, I'm fucked up, as he's like twerking in his chair. God, I love that man.
He's a good bean.
He is. Literally one of my favorite Canadians.
I have so many Canadian friends. That's hard. Right there, that is hard to top.
Mm-hmm.
I've been kind of getting to know you guys a little bit, and I'm just like, every time I see you in Shady's chat, I'm like, bully Shady, please.
Oh, you don't ever have to ask us twice. Like, I live for bullying that man.
Just bully, please.
Mm-hmm. We make it a, like, recreational sport to bully him.
And then he just gets doesn't get upset about it. And
Nope.
I love it. He's just like he's just like Jin.
Mm-hmm.
Jin Gib, please.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, like the good thing is like with modding for Shady, like if we take things too far, like he has no problem letting us know. And it's wonderful. Cause like he's had to tell us to chill a few times, but it's like fan fucking tastic. I adore that man.
Hey, look, copper ore. Give.
Oh hi, copper ore. We love
was
it.
Above ground, and I also got like 4 geodes out of it.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Seeing if there's any more positions like that over here somewhere.
No, there's only one on the Four Corners farm.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. This is why I like the Four Corners farm, because they have your little like fishing spot, and then they have your geode spot. It's really nice.
I like how we started this stream off nice and calm, and I was just getting put in a onesie, and then just chaos. Chaos everywhere.
Uh-huh. Yeah, fuckers.
Just chaos everywhere.
Don't y'all know I'm the one that causes the chaos, not receives it? Ooh, geode.
No, Annie needs to receive it.
No, absolutely not. That's not how this game works.
Chaos equals love. That is facts. This is
I
true.
mean, yes. But also, I don't like it.
What do you mean you don't like it? Giggity? Nar! No, please! Oh, now I'm nauseous.
No. Well, that just happens to you. That just happens to you. Woo! Okay. I think I'm gonna take one of these here. I'm gonna put this right there so that tree can grow.
No, fuck the trees.
Well, damn. Fuck them trees. Oh shit, I'm gonna go to the community center and investigate the rat problem. Because I have no energy, so I can't do shit.
You're not getting yelled at, Nar. I just saw you buy crowd control coins, and I was just like, Nar, whatever you're thinking.
That terrifies me. Terrifies me greatly.
I'm gonna rest for a hot second, because I'm almost out of energy.
Yeah, I gotta go to the community center real quick, and then I'll... No! Why? Why would you make me tired? Why would you do that? Okay, so I might not make it back in time, because now I'm walking.
And what if I kill you?
Please don't. I am asking nicely.
Nar, if you kill me...
I will cry.
No, you know what? Kill me. Do it.
But... You know, it's okay. It just only took me an hour to get to the community center. This is okay.
Heck yeah. I love it. Congrats on killing your first dragon in Elden Ring.
Let's go!
Because dragon murder.
Because dragon murder.
Because dragon murder.
I still need to finish Bloodborne.
Well, get on it.
Listen, I can only play but so many games at one time. Like, I am currently playing...
Says I need to finish Bloodborne.
Listen.
Hasn't finished Bloodborne.
Listen. So I'm currently going through Devil May Cry, Stardew for the umpteenth time, Animal Crossing for the umpteenth time, Kingdom Hearts for the umpteenth time. Final Fantasy 14, God of War. I may be starting up Wind Waker on.
Okay, you're starting too many games.
The ADHD is strong. The ADHD be ADHD.
It's okay. The ADHD is strong with me too.
I just kind of copied what one of my students sorry, dogs are going off.
Doggos. I have to investigate the rat problem, go to the beach, get started, and meet people.
I might make it back to my house in time. But no, so one of my students, she's autistic. Like, so she whenever somebody acts out, she will sit there, she'll be like, the tism be tisming right now. And I'm like, ma'am. And she starts laughing. She's like, what? And I'm like, I can't say you're not wrong because I can't say that, but that fucking cracks me up.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Fuck off, crow! Get away from my parsnip! It ate one of my parsnips. No, I don't want to eat one. Boop. Okay. No, wait, I clicked out of my game. Boop. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna water fighters plants because I don't know what they're doing. But we go water the plants.
Managing things.
Ah, gotcha. Well, what are your plants for you?
Clint is at my door.
I didn't have Clint at my door.
Clint gave me a blueprint.
That's because you're breaking the geodes. Or not the geodes, but the thingies. Alright, so I'm gonna sell the parsnips. I watered all your plants for you.
Okay. Well, my parsnips are still growing. We have no money. None whatsoever. That gold one didn't get us any...
No. It got us 25. But I just...
So stupid.
Right? I just put all of my parsnips in there, though.
Okay.
And I just completed a goal, so I got us 100 gold.
Yay!
Yay, monies!
Yay, money! Exchanged bits for 550 crowd control coins. Why would you...
That is terrifying. That is terrifying.
I'm going to the blacksmith and getting my geodes cracked.
Whee! I'm gonna meet the wizard.
You're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz?
I hear he is a whiz of a whiz if ever a whiz there was.
Exactly.
If ever a whiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is the one because.
Is this the place where I break my geodes?
No, that's the museum.
Oh.
You want to go to the building above it.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Blacksmith Man.
Can I skip this? I'm skipping this. This cutscene is too much.
I got granite. Clay. Whatever the heck that is. A dwarvish helmet.
Oh, so you could take that to the building below where you were trying to go into, and you can give it to the museum.
What if I want to wear it?
I don't think you can.
Rude.
Yeah, it's considered an artifact.
That is fucking rude. Why give me something that I can't wear? How fucking rude.
It's bullshit. Okay.
Remove. Thank you, Frontier, for stealing my money.
Why? Why? That's just rude. We worked hard for that money.
Okay, I did some research, but still. Thank you, Dwarlin. I was more concerned about the second name rather than the first.
Boop, 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 boop.
Joe's bad luck because why would you give Annie bad luck?
Why? But why? I just, I'm sorry.
Dick's donated a dwarvish helmet. Dick's donated granite.
Ooh, I have another geode. Hi, Frontier. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Because chaos magic, please. Please. I mean, chaos is my middle name, but...
Yes, get Annie. It's Annie's turn to...
No, it's not my turn. No.
Suffer the wrath.
No. Chaos is us. You have not seen me in other streams.
The chaos.
Oh, I got a cookie.
Oh, I got cookie too.
Thank you for cookies, Dwarlin. I love your face. Dwarlin gave cookies.
Dwarlin likes us.
Dwarlin does like us.
Dwarlin doesn't want to bully us.
I give cookies of chaos. I love chaos cookies. Chaos cookies are delicious.
Nom nom nom.
Do, 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 do.
Now my health is full.
Beautiful. We love that.
I love it too, but I'm waiting for my health to drop.
Ask fighters about the 7 days to die when I played.
No, we're not going to talk about 7 days.
Oh no, we need to talk about it. I need to hear this.
So 7 days to die has a Twitch integration function built in. Where you can mess with people, you can basically use like little points to mess with the streamer.
Beautiful.
They've killed me multiple times.
Okay, as your chat should.
Chat should not murder me when I'm in the middle of trying to do quests.
I mean, it's 7 days to die. They were just helping the process along.
You're supposed to survive, not die.
I mean, the title is 7 days to die.
You're not supposed to die on the first day.
Oh.
Because your chat's a bunch of fucking gremlins.
I got pizza! Snazzy Jazzy, I love you. Thank you for pizza.
Pizza for dicks.
I mean, we love when dicks get pizza.
Why?
Why not?
No!
No! It happened to both of us! I didn't know it happened to both of us!
Why? Frontier.
We have no money! I swear if I lost my goddamn pizza again, I'm gonna be so mad.
Lost my colon fiber.
I lost my motherfucking pizza again!
Get fucked.
Every time I get a pizza, I die, and then I lose that pizza.
Going back home, I'm probably gonna get murdered again.
Probably.
On the way home, it'll be...
I am the chaos? Listen, Frontier, what did I ever do to you?
It's got... I think the calling Chad a gremlin was a mistake. And you have...
Well, you know what? When it's true, it's fucking true.
Exactly.
No. Oh, it only happened to you. Oh. Pizza equals death. I'm sorry I killed you. No, Jazzy. Never apologize for that. You are okay. You are A-okay.
Despise this with a burning passion. I just got out of the hospital.
I'm just,
He took my sword.
I'm just, we're doing this. Am I safe?
Guys, he took my sword.
It must have been one delicious peppernopi pizza. Yep, peppernopi. Peppernopi. Mm-hmm.
I'm actually, you know what? I actually want pizza right now. I was gonna order a pizza.
Do it. I ordered pizza earlier.
Harvey
has
knows you
pizza.
so well by this point. He took my sword. He took my rocks. Next thing he's gonna take is my life.
Something else popped through my head of what he was gonna take.
Can't take these nuts.
Dick says gone to bed. Okay. Can we survive? No, fuck your tech support. Fuck your tech support.
We got 498 gold.
Let's go. Thank you, Parsnips.
Waiting for other players. 1 of 2. 2 of 2. Progress
Here we
has
go.
been saved.
Yay! Okay.
All right. So
I'm gonna
parsnips.
take my geodes. I'm gonna go crack my geodes, and I'm probably gonna go buy more parsnips. You know, I'm gonna take the long one.
Ooh, I've got a silver star parsnip, but I'm selling it.
Oh, I sold mine. I only keep them if they're gold, because usually you need the gold ones for the community center. Excuse me.
I like the wet. I like the petals. Petals.
Let me see if I can stop sneezing.
No.
It's not like I sneeze like 5 or 6 times in a row. It's not fun.
I know how you feel. I also sneezed 6 times in a row.
My mom counted once, and the like highest I ever hit was 13.
That's Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Mhm. Is there anything to forage up here?
I don't want to wait 30 minutes for a hot dog. I also don't want to leave my house. You downgraded my axe. You.
I'm gonna go. This is probably a very bad idea.
I'm going to get parsnips. It's locked. It's not open till 9 a.m. Well, Mr.
Oh, thank you for the lottery, Dwarlin. I love you.
Dwarlin, thank you for the coins.
This is probably a terrible idea, but
I'm just gonna
doing
stand
it
outside
anyways.
the store until I can go in.
I'm in the mines.
Okay.
This is probably a bad idea.
But Frontier, why? Why?
What did Frontier do?
Took all of our money.
Motherfucker!
Why I don't really do crowd control that much is I can't make any fucking progress. Our theories of Lady's Town Kitchen.
Oh, Dwarlin, thank you for the wood. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I will take your wood happily.
Yes, please give wood.
That's something you should ask somebody close to you that we live with. You can't just ask random people for their wood.
I can, and I will, and I did. I mean, I'll ask him too. Let him come out here, or let him pop in chat.
Be like, wood, please?
Mm-hmm.
Happily says yes. Out of context quote right there. Fighters. What? What? Yes, I like wood. Okay.
Wood is nice.
I have no money to buy parsnips.
Yep. Oh, I just went to the mines. Ah! Fuck, I don't want to give up any of that for coal, actually. Boop, boop. I'm getting copper, at
20
least.
copper ore.
I have 3.
Furnace. I also have 3.
Ooh, here's some copper ores. Here. How many are you gonna give me? Just fucking 1? That's a ripoff.
I'm glad you're having fun using your mic arm, Frontier. Annie having her chest. She's just been hoarding cookies.
What? Don't take my cookies!
They're my cookies now.
No, don't take my cookies! Dwarlin gave me those cookies!
I'm taking your cookies.
Rude!
Taking your cookies.
Rude.
They're mine now.
The motherfucking audacity.
I'm wheezing? Why are you wheezing, Dwarlin?
Frontier, thank you for the cookies.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Get your own fucking cookies, fighters.
What cookies? Because I can't stop laughing. Why are you laughing, Dwarlin?
Get your own. I made it to level 5 in the mines, so we could go down a little bit more.
Damn, going. I'm gonna shut up.
We're gonna go deep, boys!
We're going deeper. Deeper than any human has gone before.
It's a whole new world to explore.
Can I get a shout out for Annie? Please. Fucking freezing fighters. Don't. Thank you. If you guys want to check out who I'm playing with, she's an absolute sweetheart.
Hi guys. I'm a gremlin, let's be honest. Boop.
Annie donated an earth crystal to the museum.
Yee.
I'm glad Dwar said that before me.
Thank you, Dwarlin. Thank you. I love your face. Hi. Yes, it's a very nice day. It is a very nice day. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Evelyn!
Now I can't get hardwood. I'm sad.
That sounds like a personal problem you might want to get checked out.
They took my axe, so I can't get hardwood. Shut up. Shut up. You didn't let me finish. You're just like the rest of the people I hang out with. They don't let me finish my sentences before they
Not letting you finish? Damn. That's fucking terrible.
Wow. I hate it here.
You're the one that wanted to collab with me.
Yeah, and I don't regret it.
I don't regret it at all. Okay, I'm just gonna go lay in bed because I have no energy. I can't do shit.
Wait, what? Noth, Ed. Shh. I'm just gonna be like, I have to stop before I say something incredibly stupid.
Hi, I'm already in bed, Frontier. Tire us out. Annie is just, yes, Dwarlin. That is my default state. Is everything is on fire, and I set it on fire. Aircraft screw. No.
What gets me is we have money. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Because you know what's gonna happen?
Alright, Hagrid. Oh, hi, Clint. I could skip this. What the fuck am I even doing? Ba-da-dum. What do I need? 1 coal, 50 wood, and 20 fiber. 1 coal. Not a cookie. Oh shit.
My color's been changed.
It's purple!
I've had purple hair before. That's actually
Same here. Purple hair is a fucking vibe.
It is a vibe.
I miss being able to dye my hair like ridiculous colors.
I'm surprised my job lets me do it.
I was surprised my old job would let me do it. But I can't do it at the school.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say I can't do it. I've never asked, but like I don't see anyone with ridiculously colored hair. So I'm assuming I can't. Unless it's something that like I am like inconspicuous about and just hide it.
Underneath the beanie. Your local carpenter, Robin.
Yeah.
Thanks, Robin.
Alright, I'm gonna go break my geodes and buy parsnips.
Hurry and buy parsnips because I have a strange.
Please don't. Please let me buy parsnips, guys. Please. 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 I'm begging.
We only been for 2 hours, Dwar.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do,
This is true. Appreciate you, Dwar.
Pierre, open up. Pierre, open up. Open up your goddamn door. Open up your goddamn door, please.
Open up your goddamn door.
Why the fuck does Gus get to go in before it opens, but I can't?
Because Gus is important. Like,
Gus can eat this ass.
Annie, are you buying parsnips?
Yes.
How many parsnips did you buy?
15. So we can make more money.
Okay.
I was also gonna go break my geodes, but if I need to hold off on that, I can.
No, don't. Please.
Okay. I can hold.
Because
Oh!
it's
Frontier!
It's backpack time.
Backpack! 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 Backpack!
Now we can carry more shit.
Oh!
I'm not gonna get the bigger backpack because we have 24 slots and that's all we need.
Yeah.
For now.
Okay, I'm gonna go break my geodes now. Frontier, thank you.
Thank you for the gold.
We appreciate you.
We got that twice. I'm gonna go buy actually different crops too.
Okay, process geodes. Okay. I don't need fucking clay. Okay. Let me go see what they need at the museum.
Take advantage of it? Yeah, I'm doing just that.
Yeah, we absolutely are.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, I took this Stream Elements sponsorship.
Uh-huh.
And the sponsorship is for a thing called Scentbird.
Uh-huh.
So basically what it is, it's like it's a perfume slash like makeup company.
Uh-huh.
Where you can like take a quiz, hi Pony, and like get your preferred scent.
Ooh, okay.
And from what I've seen of these scents that are like, so it's like one of those subscription service things.
Mm-hmm.
So for the first month, you get 50% off using the code that I have.
Frontier.
Frontier, why?
Why?
Before why?
For why?
I thought you were about to go. Do you want me to go into the quiz? Because I can. I can stop playing and go into the quiz. I mean, Dwarlin, we can do this. If you really want to. Dwarlin, don't tempt me with a good time. Bless you. You weren't kidding.
I really wasn't. Like, I low-key think I'm allergic to dogs. Because I've never gone without, having dogs.
Yes. I mean, we could take the quiz and ask the questions. This is true.
We could.
This is true.
But no, I think I'm allergic to dogs because, like, I've always had dogs, and I've always had congestion issues like this, and always been, like, sneezing. And I just live in an eternal world of pet dander.
In the world of pet dander, only you, Annie.
Mm-hmm. Will sneeze 13 times in a row.
Well, let me plant my cauliflower and other crops and give them water. And
Fuck
we
yeah.
can go into this lovely quiz.
Hell yeah.
I also have to pay attention to the time in Stardew Valley, though.
Well, if you pause it, the time will stop.
But will it stop for you?
Ooh, that I don't know. We could try.
I don't think it'll stop.
I wonder if we both pause if it'll stop.
I don't want to test the waters. I really don't want to test the waters with that, because the minute I leave the screen, crowd control is still on.
Oh, you right. You fucking right.
Okay, all of my crops are watered. I need a scarecrow, I think.
There should be enough, at least in my chest, to craft one if you need stuff.
I need coal? What?
Yeah, there is, I think 8 coal in my chest if you want to go snag some.
Why is there coal in your chest?
I have no idea.
There. This is... I might have to spend 35 more bucks on bits. If that's the... Why? Why? You don't have to. Alright, I'm gonna go into my house. Lay in the bed. And then we can actually... We'll do this, because I actually have to bring it up anyway.
Yeah.
It's actually, there.
I can do that because I have no energy, so I can rest.
Resting is good.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that window capture? Source. There. Yes. Oh, we can't even see it because oh my god.
Oh, why?
You fuckers.
What the fuck? I was trying to sleep.
I knew as soon as I did it. I knew as soon as I did it.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I almost destroyed the chest I had.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah.
I can't fight the thing in my house now. I don't have a weapon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just picked up... Fuck. Ow! God damn it.
Oh, wait.
I'm going to scream.
Wait. Oh, can I do it?
Happy Bit Day? My name's not... It's not my birthday. Happy Bit Day.
Happy Bit Day.
Thank you for the 2 bitties.
Oh, wait. Oh, I can't fucking do that. I don't think so.
Oh, I lost my rusty sword and 1,000 gold.
I don't have access to this, do I?
I've been trolled by doing Bit Day.
No! I was gonna go buy a better sword. But I'm not... I don't...
You too. Char, you're sweet. I have my rug in my pocket.
I panic picked up my rug and then put it down.
I panic picked up my rug and didn't get to put it back down. I've trolled by trolling.
Can I?
Yes, you have. I just fucking walked through the door of my house and died.
I wonder if I could set off a cherry bomb inside my house and blow this motherfucker up.
Probably not. At least I didn't lose any items. I just lost 1,000 gold. What I need is health. Why is there a demon in your house? Listen, there's a demon in my house for specific purposes. I'm doing research. Thank you. I'm also trying to get back into my house, but I can't because somebody spawned something in my house. Cheapest way to say I told you, spend it while you could.
So, how? Oh. No. My rug needs to just fucking go in there. I need to stop panic picking up my rug. Shit! I didn't have my sword selected.
It's okay. I'm just sitting in my house fighting this stupid serpent. You're welcome for the sword, Pony. Thank you. This is ass. I lost my sword and my rug.
Alright, I have my sword selected this time.
I'm giving you any more swords. Thanks, Dwarlin. Thank you so much. I will Gibbs cookies. Please, Gib. Gib cookie. So I can fight this beast.
Yep. I died again. This is bullshit. Dwarlin, thank you for the cookie. Thank you. You know, I only lost the cold. That's okay.
So like I said, I did crowd control with Skyrim, and all people would do is send me into space, because they would spam the launch player button.
That is beautiful. I want to do crowd control Skyrim. I just want to do all the crowd control games. I'm coming to sleep in your bed. I'm coming to sleep in your fucking bed, because there's still a serpent in my house.
Okay, that's fine. Sleep in my bed.
I am.
Taken so out of context. That could be taken so out of context.
It's okay. It's just two bros sharing a bed. There's nothing wrong with that.
You right. You right. Let's go.
Okay, so do we want to attempt to combat this fucking serpent in my house?
I will defeat this serpent.
Let's go.
I picked up your chair.
Where did it go?
I'm here for battle. Is
Did
it gone?
Oh, please tell me it's gone.
It's gone.
Oh!
I'll go get water now. Ooh.
I'm gonna go put my
Sleeping is OP. Oh, we went to sleep and it got rid of it.
Oh, thank you, sweet baby Jesus.
Thank you, game. Just let me know too if you ever get if you get sleepy and you gotta skedaddle, skadoodle.
Oh, I'm good. I don't have to fucking do shit tomorrow.
Oh, so we're good.
We good. Like,
okay.
We in this bitch, fam.
Oh, we in this together.
You know, just a surprise 12-hour stream, no big deal.
No biggie.
No biggie.
Surprise 24-hour stream. I'm out of water.
I got you, fam. Oh wait, never mind. I'm out of water too. Oh, I tried. Well, at least I got your other plants.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That's where they get all the water.
Okay.
48-hour stream. No, Pony, we're not doing 48 hours. I simply refuse to do that because I've got other things planned for that amount of time.
I'm gonna go back to the mines. And hopefully maybe get to the Adventurers Guild and be able to buy better swords than the motherfucking rusty sword.
I mean, that rusty sword was a gift.
I mean, it was a gift, and I appreciate said gift. But also, it's frustrating when it only does 1 damage, and then it doesn't even knock the enemies back.
Sorry, I'm on Home Knight. Oh god, no. You don't have to get more coins, Frontier.
No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. This is fine.
I played 2 days in-game of this like 3 months ago.
This is why I'm the bad omen. No, Frontier, please. Frontier, please. Please.
Frontier, please.
I am in the mines, and this is terrifying.
Thank you, Dwylin. I had to so I was on a podcast before this.
Uh-huh.
And I had to explain one of the programs I use to them because they're like, "Oh, you know what's cool about this person's stream is you can throw Pokeballs at their face." And so the program, which is normally used for VTubers and stuff, it's called Tits.
Tits?
Yep, Tits. It's called the Twitch Integrated Throwing System.
We love tits.
Everybody loves tits.
Titties! Sorry. ADHD brain. I fucking... Anytime someone says tits or boobs, I immediately, it's like, titties! Is that you buying things? Okay, you are buying things.
Annie, boobs. I come back to here, we love tits. Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't love a good pair of tits? Annie.
Fighters. Yes.
You can't just go out yelling boobies.
Watch me. It's like the penis game. Who can yell penis louder before they get embarrassed and then they stop yelling it?
Boobies.
Boobies.
I'm not a tits guy. That's okay, Frontier.
It's okay. Ass and titties are good. And if you're neither, that's totally fine too. I forgot momentarily that I had a 24 thing backpack.
Where's 5 ores? Okay. We have a furnace now.
Beautiful. We also might have access to the Adventurers Guild.
Oh, hell yeah. This is the longest I've ever played Stardew Valley.
Dude, I fucking love this game. It's so much fun, especially like when your farm gets bigger and you buy like all of the buildings for it. So like the barns, the coops, the mill, the silo.
I play it from time to time, Cupcake. Ooh, woo, indeed. I play it from time to time, Cupcake. I'm also going to go look in my kitchen for some sustenance. I really hope. I love Stardew. It's a game on the list that I've been meaning to play for a really long time. just actually sit and play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And
first time I ever played this game, I sat on my couch for 13 hours straight and played it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
My husband left for work, came back and said, "Have you moved?" And I said, "No." And he was like, "Have you eaten? Have you gone to the bathroom?" And I was like, "No."
Okay. You can do that.
Okay.
2 seconds, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go do your thing. Yeah, okay, we can do that. And we can do that. Okay. I spent money, fighters. I'm sorry. So hi, fighters chat. If you could hear me, how are y'all today? Yeah, he didn't. Okay. Hi guys, how are y'all doing? I hope you're doing good. I love your faces, even though some of you keep sending monsters my way. Y'all are all pretty cute. Wanting to cause chaos? Oh no, Dwarlin, please. Dwarlin, please. That terrifies me. I'm behaving. I appreciate you behaving. Chaos Frontier, please. Please.
Alright, Popo, no.
You're good, Cupcakes? Good. Beautiful.
I'm behaving. Wait, Dwarlin's behaving?
Yeah, Dwarlin's behaving.
As if.
Dwarlin is sending us cookies. I spent monies. Just
Are you guys
just
in
letting
year
you know.
1? Yeah, we're in year 1.
Yee. I bought a ring for myself, so I increased the knockback of enemies. That way, you know, when a fucking demon spawns in our houses again, we can knock it. I can knock it back at least for me.
Can knock it back?
Yeah. Yeah, throw that shit back.
Annie, if you're throwing that ass back, come on now.
Throw that ass in a circle. Yes. Yes, Cupcakes, demons do spawn in our houses when people decide to make them spawn. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's clear out this area.
So, Cupcake, we're playing this game with the wonderful program of crowd control.
We love crowd control.
I have a love-hate relationship with crowd control. Because I couldn't play Skyrim for 20 minutes because people kept catapulting me into space.
Okay, but imagine that happened, like, imagine Hermit was playing crowd control Skyrim and people kept launching him.
He'd be laughing, but also get frustrated at something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But, like, it would be funny as shit.
And that man cannot handle being frustrated.
Nope.
Love him to pieces, but he cannot handle being frustrated.
No.
Yeah. It's crowd control. It's spelled like this. And it can mess with your game quite a bit. That's okay. Well, no, I just wanted to make sure that that's what we were... I mean... Frontier, this is true. You can either learn from it or run from it. And the past does hurt. Oh, Kunamachi, thank you for the love. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Ba, 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 ba. Oh my god, are we getting Farm Cat?
Yep.
Farm Kitty!
Farm Kitty is being adopted.
What are we naming Farm Kitty?
I'm naming Farm Kitty Zombie because I can.
Yes. I'm okay with this.
Little.
I just want my beans. Give beans.
Give bean?
Give beans.
I just chopped one of my plants.
God damn it, fighters. This is why we can't have nice things.
Listen. The reason why we can't have nice things is because of...
Crowd control?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm lucky we have the plants we have.
You right! Nah, you fucking right.
Because I literally went to the store and it's just like, I'm buying all of the plants.
All of them.
I need more water.
I got you. Boop.
I'm gonna need it eventually anyway.
Yeah.
Glug, glug. Jug.
Glug, 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 glug.
Glug, 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 glug. Shot.
Shot. Where's Madden when we need him?
I'm gonna be playing Fortnite with Maddie tomorrow.
Yeah.
He asked me if I was streaming it, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then my slot for the fucking New Year, New Friends is Monday, so I'm like, oh, this is cool.
Beautiful. I have played Fortnite exactly one time in my life, and I played it with A-Lig, who is absolutely unhinged on the regular. And that shit was goddamn funny. I played with him and his wife. And so I was like complete Fortnite noob. I had no idea what was going on. And I see a goddamn tornado. And A-Lig is like, I'm gonna run to it. I'm like, A-Lig, no, like you don't know what it does. Like, he's like, you goddamn right, but I'm a Kansan. This is normal. And I'm just like, A-Lig, no. So he goes, I'm going! And he runs off into the fucking tornado. And I'm like, this man is crazy.
No, he's not crazy. That's what I did. I saw the tornado. I'm like, ooh, what's this?
Me and his wife are just standing at like the edge of this cliff watching him run. And we're just like, we're gonna sit back and see what happens. Oh, Geode.
That just reminds me of, what's the game called? Goat Simulator 3. Where you can make, like, ballerinas twirl so fast that they turn into a tornado.
Oh, that's beautiful. Have you ever played the game Deer Simulator?
Nope.
Oh my, okay. I'm gonna need you. Do you have Game Pass?
Xbox, yep, I do.
I'm gonna need you to play Deer Simulator. I have never cried so hard in my life from laughing. Like, imagine GTA, but you are a deer.
Oh, fucking Christ, really? That just sounds lovely.
It's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Oh god. What is this? What has your chat done? Fighters is always a deer. Fighters is beautiful small bean.
I wish I had an upgraded axe.
An upgraded axe would be nice.
But it was given to me and then promptly taken away.
Okay, I has no energy.
I still have energy.
What the fuck can I do? I could go... Let's see, Pierre is closed. Do I have any geodes in here? No.
And he heard nothing of it. What? I took my headset off. What did you say?
Nothing.
I could just go back and clip what you said.
Nope. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I can just do that. It's fine.
Nope. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
That's what they all say when they're bullying me silently.
I did nothing of the sort. I would never.
Uh-huh.
I would never.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
Uh-huh. If you're on multiplayer, one person is out of energy, they can lay in bed. Yeah, they can do that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you can just lay in bed if you're out of energy.
I did not fucking know that. But then again, like, I don't, like, I play Stardew by myself usually. And then when I just get tired, I just go to bed and I'm like, new day.
Yeah, it only works on multiplayer though.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I'm just selling malachite.
Yeah,
How
that's
often
what I'm
do you
doing.
play crowd control? Not very often.
This is my first time.
Anto, you asshole!
Why? What did we ever do to you? I just vote for why. Or why?
Or why? Yep. You breathed on me. I didn't breathe on you.
I didn't. I didn't do it.
Go.
Come here. Hi.
Okay, Anto, I will do that.
I'm
here not here to torture me. Different music. Well, actually, that was Binary Sunset.
So while you do that,
My
I'm
hair is
gonna...
pink.
Oh, I love it. I miss my pink hair. I miss it so much.
I used to have... If I ever got pink hair, that would just ruin everybody's... That would just ruin everybody's day.
I had hot pink hair at one time.
Cute. I'm here to torture.
Let me
you
see.
missed the torture, damn it. Inferno, hey, how's it going, buddy?
I'm just gonna let this this go.
You're just gonna let it go? Why are you gonna let it go?
My energy. I'm gonna let it go up.
It's going. That's good, dude. It was nice meeting you earlier, by the way. Nice meeting you too. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to find.
Do you stream in Furnace? I should call you Fernie, but
That just makes me think of Fergie, and now Fergalicious is stuck in my head.
good.
Fergalicious death. I'm gonna try to find a picture of when I had hot pink hair, and then I'm gonna send it to you.
Please do.
Yeah.
Maybe I should save up for the hair diary theme and say bubblegum pink.
Oh,
I don't really have a
yes.
set schedule. Oh. If I get pink hair, that'll be the end. It'll be over.
See, that was my purple hair. My pink hair was shortly after that. Oh, you can't really tell in there. Fuck. to Facebook that I don't ever really use.
Right? When you go to Facebook for things.
Oh, right? Facebook is
feel
just like an archive.
It's like an archive for old photos.
Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, beautiful. I have full health and it only took the entire day. That's
Took me the
my
entire day too.
blue hair. I don't need my blue hair. I want my pink hair.
I'm pretty sure there's somebody in chat that has enough channel points to change my hair color. I am pretty positive there is someone in my chat that has enough points to change my hair color.
Damn, I'm too far off. I only have 21k.
Jesus Christ, Annie.
What? I lurk.
A lot.
I do.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You have higher sights. Understandable.
Let's see. So I only found one picture from my hot pink hair dye era.
The hot pink hair dye era.
Mm-hmm.
It's the new era of Animagus Arts.
I miss it.
Pink hair dye.
Coincidentally, it's a picture of when I got my fucking vaccine.
Look, we got vaccinated. Yay!
Oh shit. Boop. Yes, go sheep. Go sheep. Go sheepy sheep.
Go sheepy sheep.
Go sheepy sheep. Yeah, Digo. Hot pink hair dye.
Hello. Hi, Cargo. How's it going, buddy? It's good to see you.
Ooh, new cooking recipe, survival burger.
Survival burger.
Survival burger.
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 Right, I'm still in bed because.
You know, that's okay.
That's just for VIPs. If there's a mod in chat, can we shout out Annie? Again?
Stop it. Stop it.
No.
Sir.
You need friends. You need
Sir.
more chaotic friends. Stop. Don't yell at me.
Excuse.
Thank you.
Hello? Dwarlin, please.
This is why I have to. Yes. And that's what I use for VIPs.
Da, 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 da.
Let's go.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I think I have down to level 10 unlocked in the mines.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There, it should work.
I think it's oh my god, the fucking cursed Moogle. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Dinko. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, get Moogled. Just like, yo, Poopo.
That's what you should say every time you if somebody bothers you, get Moogled.
Get Moogled. Poopo. That's what it fucking screams at the end. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. 1 block of water? What? That's some bullshit.
The remake is great, yeah. Get Moogled.
Oh, the 7 remake? I started it.
I haven't played it yet.
Oh, it's so good. I need to go back and finish it, but I got hooked on Final Fantasy 14.
Final Fantasy 14. You mean the critically acclaimed MMORPG?
Yes. Yes.
And I need to talk to somebody about a thing.
Oh.
Because they did something for Hermit.
Uh-huh.
And it's basically them as their player character talking about Final Fantasy 14.
Uh-huh.
And it goes, hey, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14, where you two can, for free, play up to level 60 on all character classes with the Heavenward DLC expansion?
Oh god, I love
Literally
that.
did a whole fucking ad spiel, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, I know it's like it's a copy pasta in Shady's chat.
Final Fantasy 14, the critically acclaimed MMORPG.
Yeah, that and Power Wash Sim. Like, he gets so pissed whenever I fucking put the Power Wash Sim copy pasta in. Kitty! Hi, kitty. All I get is, like, one time, I think that's where the Annie fuck off sound clip is from.
Annie fuck off.
Yeah. It's my favorite. I'm gonna...
Isn't it great when your favorite streamer tells you to fuck off?
Uh-huh.
I have a massive Terraria addiction at the moment, but I will play this at some point. Yeah, dude, do it. Play Stardew.
Ooh.
Stardew Valley is very relaxing.
Stardew Valley is very relaxing. Oh, thank you for the hi, I'm new here. Thank you. We have your acceptance letter right here, and you'll find your class schedule and your supply list inside. Enjoy! But yeah, no, I love trolling the shit out of Shady. It's my favorite thing to do. I'm from Fighter Streams. Pony Bro, welcome in. For all of the people that just followed.
Not relaxing. I need a dang diamond.
Oh yeah, I heard it's fucking insane sometimes. For all the people that just followed, you know, I am Animagus Arts. You can call me Annie. I like Kingdom Hearts. I love Final Fantasy. I love Zelda. I love Stardew and Animal Crossing and Phasmophobia and literally pretty much anything except for horror games. I don't do horror games. Phasmo is like the closest I get.
You're just like everybody else that I'm surrounded by. They're like, we don't do horror games, and I'm like sitting here giggling like a child when I get scared.
Okay, I've played horror games on this channel before. Like, I've done At Dead of Night. I have done Visage.
That is not a horror game. At Dead of Night.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, Jimmy chasing you throughout the goddamn hotel is terrifying, okay? It's like, it's not terrifying in the sense of, like, jump scare. It's terrifying in the sense of, like, my anxiety cannot handle it. It, like, I panic. And then when I panic click. And then I wind up just fucking shit up even more. So, yeah. But, like, I've done Visage. I have done Layers of Fear.
You have then not played Mortuary Assistant.
I have played Mortuary Assistant, actually. I actually like Mortuary Assistant, honestly. That's like one of the few horror games I willingly will play.
Did I hear critically... Did I hear Kingdom Hearts, the critically acclaimed longest release for a sequel of that kind of flop for me?
Yeah, oh my god, yes! Fucking yes, you make us wait goddamn, 15 years for Kingdom Hearts 3, and then, like, don't get me wrong, it's not a terrible game, but it felt more like a fucking movie than it did an actual video game. The cutscenes were like 20 goddamn minutes long, I felt like.
Starting to feel exhausted.
We should get you to play Desolate. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very disappointing. Kingdom Hearts 3 was very disappointing for me.
It really was.
But I did enjoy the ending.
So I bought the Remind DLC. I haven't played that part yet, and I'm thinking about going back and playing it.
The game itself, Kingdom Hearts 3, the surprise ending.
Yeah, that I wanted to flip a goddamn table. Like, I wanted to flip a table.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I literally screamed at my TV.
everybody was telling me that Kingdom Hearts was over after 3, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
There's no way.
No fucking way.
Yo, last thing, what's going on, homie? Did you enjoy Dream Drop Distance? I did not.
I never finished it. I got like halfway through it, but then I moved, and then I stopped playing it.
I despise Dream Drop Distance.
Oh no. I didn't think it was a bad game.
I didn't think it was a bad game either. It was just... I don't know what it was. I don't know
Let's
what
see.
it was, but it just
The
made me mad.
only something other than insomnia kept me awake was when I read Stephen King's The Shining. I could watch anything and sleep like a baby. I can watch horror things, and it's no fucking problem at all. But playing horror, yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
I'll play any horror game. I will hate myself.
I will play them. I will hate my entire existence. Like that's the only thing. I will play them and I will hate my entire existence. Desolate made my heart hurt from anxiety and jump scares. See, that's the thing. I have like super bad fucking anxiety. So, like, horror games and me usually don't work out.
I love you, bitch.
Then I need to play Desolate with you. I don't think I have Desolate.
Bitch.
Pony Bro, thank you for redeeming Love the Mods. We love the mods in this chat. They help me keep the stream going. And they also troll me from time to time. And yeah. Yeah.
You look precious with your pink hair.
Thanks. Tankies. I love the pink hair.
Though you look like you just got out of a doctor's office and you hate the world.
I mean, we have died a lot. I enjoy showing love to mods. They're great, right? My mods are pretty fucking fantastic. They really are.
Day 12 of spring, year 1. I hate that rooster. Oh, my parsnips are done.
It just makes me think of fucking Peter Pan from Kingdom Hearts 1. We're holding the egg festival in the town square. Bet.
Wow.
I'm gonna fucking own them shit kids.
I have parsnips.
Oh, I do too.
A gold parsnip.
I just have regular parsnips for right now. And then 1 silver. God fucking damn it.
Gotta go BRB.
I'm gonna go... Oh, the traveling cart is actually here. I'm gonna go see what's on the traveling cart before I buy anything. Seth! Hi, Seth. Thank you for changing my hair to red.
And I died.
Oh. I died too. What the fuck? I just wanted to go to the traveling cart. My hair gets changed to red and then I die. Thank you for changing my hair to pink.
Now my hair's pink. Thank you, Cupcake. But you know what we have to do as soon as we leave the hospital?
Eat a cookie?
No, the egg festival. The egg festival?
I thought that was tomorrow.
Oh.
I think it's tomorrow.
I got a pirate sword.
Oh, I did too. Let's fucking go.
Did you die? So we're playing Stardew Valley with a wonderful application called Crowd Control. People can redeem coins. I'm tired. To cause chaos. So, for example, people can kill us.
Yeah.
And also make us tipsy.
Yeah. Alright, what's in the traveling cart?
Ow, glitter. I love you.
Oh, we got an upgraded watering can. Oh, okay. I'm gonna spend money. I'm gonna buy an iridium ore because those are gonna be hard to come by later on.
What do we need it for?
If we want to upgrade tools, I think there's a thing in the there's there's some buildings that need iridium.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's only one, but I'm gonna buy it just in case, because iridium, like, when you get further into the game, it's so fucking difficult to come across.
Yes, it is.
If you are not... Fuck your car's extended warranty! I see you, Seth. I see you, Seth. Bittersweet message to me and said, how did you... I guess fine? How did you find Animagus? I'm assuming that's what you meant, Retron John. John, thank you for redeeming a crowd control coin.
A single coin.
A single coin.
Iridium is the purple stuff from the Borderlands. Yeah.
Boop, 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 boo, 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 boo. Or give a sword like I did. Oh, wait, why is my bot just now thanking people for the resubs and the gifted subs from like 7 hours ago? Fucking what?
Fucking beautiful.
Okay. Alright, bot, you're bot, go home, you're drunk.
Bot is always drunk.
Bot was affected by crowd control. It got tipsy. Pokesbot, you good? You good, bruh?
You good, bruh? You good, homie? Oh, tomorrow's gonna be fun. I'm so excited for my Raid Train slot. I don't know who's behind me. I don't know them at all, but I want to beat them.
Let me see if I know them.
Wait, what time slot are you?
Oh, my time slot's already passed.
Oh.
Mine was my birthday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Did you? What time is your raid train?
Maybe.
So, I'm part of the New Year New Friends raid train event. And my time slot is 6 p.m. Pacific time, which is technically 8 o'clock for me.
Oh, I am the corn dog. I don't know them.
That's after me. I know them. I've known them since the start of the like.
Oh, yeah. You got Rolled Stat, which like I like know of them. I don't really know them.
Just gonna go visit their stream beforehand.
Yeah.
Cause I'm gonna be live earlier. Cause I'm never live on Mondays.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did. I went live about an hour early just because it was my birthday, and I was like, I don't know if anyone's gonna want to like say happy birthday. I want to do that right when the raid train happens. Like
Hat birth.
Hat birth.
My birthday's not till August, so.
Ooh, August what?
August 4th.
Ooh, my husband's 21st.
I am a Leo baby, so.
Yeah, same with my husband. I'm married a Leo.
My gender was changed?
I mean, no. I still look like a woman.
Chop down little tree.
Nope, gender don't work. Gender don't work.
Gender don't work, Saf. I appreciate it though.
Yeah, we love you, Saf. We appreciate you, but it don't work.
Stop trying to change my gender.
You know what? I'm honestly shocked that my husband hasn't come in here and done anything.
Your husband said, "Hey, what the fuck, Kitty? No, stop! Who took my hair? No! Bat, go away!" I also have no hair.
I have the hair that you started out with.
I have no hair now. Just none.
Does this give me energy? A little bit.
I am the knight. I am vengeance. I am that.
Oh, but wait, I have a cherry bomb.
I am Batman. I'm sad that that voice actor passed away.
Right? Oh, I got to level 15. I'm not gonna fuck with them. Nope, nope. We're gonna leave the mines. I don't have any energy.
Yep. My hair. How rude. Stole my hair.
I has a little bit of hair.
I'm bald now.
Only a little bit.
All you need is a little bit.
Yo.
My hair color was changed, even though I don't.
I used to have blue hair too. I used to have like electric blue hair, and then I used to have like dark blue hair. Oh, hey babe, there you are. I'm surprised you haven't come in and tried to fuck with me in game. There you are. There you are.
My hairstyle.
One coin doesn't do a lot, just saying.
Don't encourage your husband.
Oh, I have long, beautiful hair now. Let me fuck it. He doesn't need any extra encouragement.
I didn't buy enough parsnips.
I have a feeling that he is going to kill us.
Oh no, he can't. He doesn't have enough crowd control coins.
You underestimate how much coins he has. Sath, please. Sath, please. Yo, thank you for the 100 coins. Tangle.
I'm exhausted now. I'm trying to water the seeds. There we go. Now I'm tired.
So I need to put that in the museum and then that in the museum. Okay, I have 2 museum things.
I have to walk to bed.
No.
I made it. At least I have hair.
Right? Ooh, shit. Nope, get in bed.
Just watered my bed.
Beautiful. We love that. We love that.
Nope.
Dix has gone to bed.
Dix. Level 2 mining.
Hey! Let's go. You're awfully quiet, babe. That scares me.
How are you gonna sleep in a bed that wet? Listen, I do
What,
what I
babe?
want, Hachi.
Good. Don't know how to work it. Just stay oblivious.
I like how you're telling him to stay oblivious and he'll figure it out.
He will. And that's the sad thing.
How does this work? Figures it out. Kills. Murder. And then you... Today's festival is being set up. Come back later.
Yeah, we can't go into town when the day of the festival. And once we go into the town, it's gonna like auto spawn the festival. And then when we come back, it's gonna be nighttime.
You didn't check your mail? I never check my mail in this game.
Who checks their mail?
There's a missing axe.
Oh yeah, I know where it's at.
Yeah, find Robin's lost ass.
I mean, I will gladly find Robin's ass. I am sad that she is not a romanceable character.
I don't understand Stardew romances.
You give people favorite gifts, and then they like you.
Also, I only ever marry Alex in this game.
I always try to romance Sebastian. Alright, let's go grab Robin's ass.
I mean, we can't just grab random ass without...
She asked for us to find it. No, no, babe, you motherfucker. You asshole.
It's only ghosts. We have
He's still an asshole. I'm just trying to own little kids in the fucking egg festival, okay? Alright, I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna grab Robin's ass.
I'm gonna fight the ghosts.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back and help you.
Nah, it's only 2 ghosts.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
They're almost dead anyway. I'm doing
Okay.
so much damage.
Are they dead?
Find Robin's ass?
I did.
Do I have to find Robin's ass?
Oh, babe!
That's a bad.
Fuck off! So yeah, Robin's ass is over here usually.
I'm gonna grab Robin's ass.
I'll take care of this bat.
Robin, that bat is dead. See, I told you. They'd figure it out on their own.
Yeah. He's still an asshole. I love him, but he's an asshole. Now I'm gonna go own little kids in the fucking egg hunt.
Wow, like this, like...
Oh, no. I show no mercy. I love kids, but also fuck them kids. Anything we could buy here? Oh, strawberry seeds.
Gib. I can buy a plush bunny.
I bought 9.
I think that card has pitchfork. But I don't want to buy anything. I just want to do the egg. Yeah, let's get started. Everybody's ready for the egg hunt.
Let's fucking go. It would be a shame if more ghosts to come during the festival. Babe, I swear to fucking God. I don't know. That would be shitty because we can't use items.
We can't spawn ghosts on kids.
Right, like, I know I said fuck them kids, but like, that's just rude.
Egg.
Egg.
Egg. Oh look, egg.
I don't want to read the fucking tombstone.
Egg, 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 egg. That hard? Listen. Listen. You can only do it so hard. Okay? Before it gets too rough and... How many eggs did you find?
9. If I had more coins, you best believe I would. Babe, you're such a dick. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum.
And now the winner of this year's egg hunt.
Let's see. It's a tie between Annie and Dix.
Here's your prize. And I got a straw hat.
Yeah, I like wearing the straw hat.
It's a tie between Annie and Dix.
I'm gonna wear the straw hat. Yeah! I'm fucking cute. I'm gonna plant the strawberry seeds.
How many did you get?
9. And they, they also produce more.
Annie has walked 10,000 paces.
Hell yeah, get my 10,000 steps in.
Alright, it's
Beautiful.
bedtime.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna go sell some shit, but you go to bed. Seth! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Excuse me? I thought we were friends.
Seth, keep bullying Annie. But in which, don't bully me, because it happens to me too. Ooh, I got 30 damage that time. It's dead.
Mine's not, but mine, like, really got kicked back. Because I have the amethyst ring on.
I'm in bed. Streamer self-care. Appreciate it, Dwarlin. Dwarlin, can you go bully Annie?
No, don't bully me! There we go. It's dead. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed now. Yay, level 1 combat!
Nice.
I'm gonna sneeze again. I'm gonna sneeze.
Stop. Yep. There's the third. 4.
I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Sure.
Oh, no. Gamepad. Fucking connect back. Please. I might be okay. I don't know. Am I ever really okay? Honestly. No, you water the crops, not the ground. Sad, thank you. Thank you.
I got a silver star potato.
Hey! Let's go.
2 silver potatoes.
Oh my god.
Gold potato.
Oh, gold potato! I need to see if we could get fertilizer from Pierre's so we could potentially get gold parsnips.
I have a gold parsnip.
We need 5 though, I believe, for the community center.
Fuck.
Yeah. Alright, let me go see if... Wait, traveling cart. Traveling cart!
I'm gonna go get more potatoes.
Yeah, see if they're selling any fertilizer. If they sell fertilizer, we could pick some up.
Found a book.
Book!
And a daffodil.
Oh, the daffodil. Pufferfish. Oh, walleye and a crab. I think we need all of those for the fucking community center. That's 1,700. Oh, we don't have enough for that. Okay. I'm gonna buy a pufferfish because those are difficult to get, but it's 800 gold. Just FYI.
Okay. Fine, I don't care. We had an infinite money source and then somebody decided to kill us multiple times.
Yeah.
But I have potatoes.
Potato! Was there any fertilizer there?
Nope. I got cookie.
Damn. Cookies! Thank you for a cookie. I'm gonna go give... Why does my gamepad like to connect and disconnect? Stop that. I'm gonna go give Robin her axe back.
Yes.
I'm going to visit her at her house. I'm gonna kick her husband out. Oh my god. Hello, 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 hello. Can we stop? Can we? I don't know. My controller's like freaking the fuck out.
We must fuse our bodies. Don't water me.
Okay, there we go. I was trying to stop it from, like, me running in one direction.
Listen, we're not singing songs, okay? We can't have the band.
What makes you beautiful? I had to, I'm sorry.
I gifted her ass. The journal has been updated.
Let's go. Trying to see, can we construct any buildings? We could do a well. We'd also do a silo. Oh no, we can't do a silo. We need. No, we might be able to actually.
Going into the mines.
Okay. I'm gonna go see.
Chaos.
We have a furnace, right? You made one.
Yes, it's right
Okay.
in front of the big house.
Okay. I'm gonna make some copper bars.
Super meal.
Oh, thank you! That's so nice. See, people, you can be nice. It's okay.
That's when you just issued a challenge to people that you shouldn't have.
Listen.
When you say people can be nice,
Listen.
that'll turn the tides on us.
Maybe they won't listen to me.
When does chat ever listen to a streamer?
You right. Fucking never. Dix has walked 10,000 paces.
I'm getting slimed.
Phrasing?
I killed my slime. On a topaz. I've been nice, Bean.
Oh, thank you for saying topaz, because I could actually go to the community center, or not community center, the museum. Because I need to give this, and then one of this. He's already got an earth crystal.
I have another topaz.
Okay. Daffodil. Daffodils can come in handy.
I got sap out of a barrel.
Beautiful. We can make torches around the farm now. Okay. I'm gonna go down to the museum. Thank you for the wood. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your wood.
We love when people give us wood.
Phrasing? And
I said what I said.
I
said what I said. Oh, we got cauliflower seeds.
Yeah. I have that. I've planted cauliflower.
Oh, the museum gave us cauliflower too.
Oh, there's one spot in the cauliflower plot that's incomplete that I accidentally destroyed on my own. Wow, why does the slime sound like farts when I kill it?
Ew, slimy farts. Ew.
No. God damn it, Annie. Fucking toddler.
Big kid. What can I say?
Okay, so I actually got in a VC for the first time with somebody who I thought was really cool, and they had about the same amount of gremlin energy I had, and I was like, yes, please.
Yes.
I need this.
We love that.
More chaotic gremlin energy. Because the world has not had enough of my shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Annie, stop.
What? Look, okay, you could blame Shady for that one. He started that.
I don't blame Shady for anything because anything that comes out of that man's mouth is just gonna get clipped and used as ammunition.
No, you could fucking blame him for shenanigans.
I hate it. I told you how much I hate it.
Oh, yeah. Blame
Thanks,
that man.
Char.
Boop.
Thank you so much for all of those farts. You really need to contain yourself, young lady. Oh, she did the farts just for Annie.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I love them. I love them.
You know, I always like introducing people to new friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like groups of people to groups to other groups of people.
Yee.
If you want to check out Annie, go do that.
Listen, hey, I love your face. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Let's chop down some more wood.
So, can I ask you a question?
I might have an answer. I can't promise it'll be a good one.
Why did Shady change his follow alert?
To the yup.
To the yup.
So that is a sound clip of the one and only Jinray screaming yup. And it has now become like a meme among the mods. Like Shady would say it, and then Jin would say it, and then it just now every time someone says yup, we emerge into a fucking chorus of just going yup, yup, yup. So we harassed Jin to make that fucking sound clip, and Shady was like, yep, we're doing this, follow alert.
I fucking hate it here. I love you guys so fucking much. I don't know what it is about, like, you and Shady's community and just all of the gremlin energy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I come home from work after having, like, a shitty day, and that's when it makes me happy. Like, y'all bullying each other out of love.
Yes. Yes. Side note, the kitty is asleep on my bed, and it's so adorable.
I'm in the mines.
Well, you be in the mines. I'm just gonna chill right here.
Oh.
But yeah, so like that is what happens when you like, so whenever we're not in streams together, like we are in a VC just hanging out. That's like what we do a lot of the time. Because we like, it became a thing when Shady was streaming that we would all hop into our mod VC and just kind of be like, oh, okay, like I got this shout out, oh, I got that shout out. So we weren't like overlapping commands or anything. So we became like a really like well-oiled machine in that sense.
No. Yeah, I gotcha.
And now it's just become like a daily thing. Like Madden just snapped all of us and he was like, y'all fuckers better be ready to hang out tomorrow.
Y'all fuckers better be ready to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
You love to fucking see it.
Yeah, and like through that, like I've been on other mod teams before where like, yeah, we were kind of close, but like this team is something different. It really feels like it's a family, because if one of us has a bad day, like all of the women in the mod team, we have a group chat where we just like hype each other up. Like if we're having a bad brain day, we just, you know, we'll send pictures back and forth to each other like, does this look good? And we're just like, yes, queen, you are a fucking goddess, like you are hot as shit. And it's literally like they are my family. I would die for every single person on that team.
is adorable. Thank you, Shell. Thank you for the love. That, like... I need to get... Like, Hermit's starting to get his mod team together. And hanging out and stuff when we, like, talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Like, today we talked about what he's doing tomorrow. And he's like, I just want to hang out with all of you guys right now, but I gotta go get groceries.
Oh, like...
Sir?
There have been times where, like, Shady will put us on, like, his mobile, and he'll drive to the grocery store. He's like, hey guys, I got a grocery pickup, you're coming with me. And we're just like, okay. Like, I've driven home when I stay late at work and I'm driving home, like, sometimes I'll pop into mod chat and I'm like, can you guys, like, keep me company on my drive home? And that's where the whole, like, us singing Little Einsteins came from. Because Madden started it. Madden would, like, he would take us on mobile, like, when he was either coming home from work, or if he's like, hey, I gotta go to the store and grab some beer, like, y'all are coming with me. So Joy would start singing Little Einsteins, because, you know, her kids. And then we all sort of, like, joined in. And now every time we're on mobile with each other, that's what we're singing. And it's just, it's literally fantastic. Like, I know it's not all, you know, Shady, it's all of us together, but, like, Shady brought us there. And
like how he's hanging out in Discord right now doing God knows what.
Community night. They're watching
Aladdin. Oh my god.
Yep, Aladdin and a Goofy movie.
Bruh.
I mean, if you wanna go watch, we could totally go watch.
Not right now, though. I'm kind of into Stardew Valley.
See, okay, now you see why I sat on my couch for 13 hours and I played Stardew.
I'm into this right now.
Yes.
I am into this right now. It's relaxing because I don't. Okay, I really don't get to play very many relaxing games.
I got a forest sword. Thank you for upgrading the weapon.
Oh, I got a sword too.
Yeah. I will respectfully kiss you on the forehead.
I will respectfully kiss you also on the forehead.
Yes.
Would you recommend someone who's never Yes, absolutely. If you want to, like, have a... There are plenty of games that I'll sit here and talk up and down about. Stardew Valley, I don't play very often, but when I do, it's usually with people, and I enjoy it.
It is definitely one of those games that, like, you can really just vibe out to. Like, I don't want to say it's mindless, but, like, I don't have to really think about this game too much. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I need to get up and I need to, like, water my plants, or I need to go into the mines and, you know, get some levels down there, or I need to, like, feed my animals. It's a really nice game to just vibe out to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
And, like, they're working on another game, Concerned Ape. They're working on Haunted Chocolatier. Holy shit, who's raiding? Oh my god, we have a raid! Yo, Franco! Welcome in, Raiders! We're just gonna pop over here. Holy shit, my thing got fucked up. Welcome, Raiders! My name is Animagus Arts. I am a variety streamer. I love Kingdom Hearts. I love Final Fantasy. I love Legend of Zelda. All of that jazz. I love Stardew Valley. I love Animal Crossing. We got Comfy Cozy Chaos over here. I am a 100% certified gremlin. Tonight, of course, tonight we are playing Stardew Valley with the one and only Demon Fighters. They are wonderful. Yeah,
I
they
exist in this ethereal plane.
they in Discord, and we go do a quick
So-
shout out for the person that rated. Trebo, welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How is your stream? What were you playing?
I'm
Ooh,
like, I thought I could. I figured that the
Interesting. I've
game
never
would
played
kind of like
Valheim before.
only allow you to re-pick it up
I have never
without
played it.
like
Hmm?
when it comes to like auto pickup. You know what I mean?
Valheim is
Went like into my inventory is what it looked like.
I've heard it's like kind of like Viking Minecraft.
It's Viking Minecraft. That's exactly.
I am dry.
Yeah. I've never played it before, but like a lot of my friends talk it up. People have tried to get me to play it in the past, and I've never like felt
It's better
it.
with friends.
That's what I've heard. Good chill stream. I'm glad you had a good chill stream. That makes me happy. Thank you for trusting with your community. Thank you for bringing your friendos over here. I really appreciate it. Doing some crafting tonight and a little silly mining. Beautiful. We love that. We love that. We are doing a crowd control collab with Demon Fighters. Yeah, they are. They're the voice in the void.
I'm the voice in the void.
Yeah. So we're
Anything
doing
to complete the
crowd
level.
control Stardew Valley,
Even
and
Yoshi
it's a
abuse.
whole time. Like, we've had people spawning monsters in our houses, and it's just it's chaos.
You got a
It's chaos.
green
And also, thank you for
switch,
the follow
nice.
earlier. We do have anonymous follows on, so you could like follow lurk safely, and I won't call you out of your lurks. I do appreciate the follow. I haven't used that yet. This is my first time using crowd control. We spent like the first hour and a half trying to just set it up.
Well, now I know how to. And
Yeah.
Next time I do this with you, because this would be cool as shit.
Oh,
'cause I
God,
have the
yeah.
Gremlin energy.
Tee hee!
Don't you tee hee at me.
Tee hee!
Stop.
Oh,
Save
but
your
like
tee hees for Shady.
I have all the tee-hees in the world. I'm a tee-hee, then what you mean? But yeah, crowd control's a time. It's definitely interesting, especially like when you're just, minding your own business, and then bam, Sea Serpent is just wriggling through the air, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna die. And then you do die, and then Harvey steals all your money.
Exactly.
It's a time. It's a time.
Harvey steals all of your money.
All of it. Still trying to hit affiliate? Dude, that affiliate grind is so tough. Like, I definitely couldn't have done it without the help of other people, honestly. Like, it's I think it took me a month and a half.
I won't say how long it took me. 'Cause that just... Sometimes when I say how long it took me to get affiliate, it... Oh, staircases can take you to the bottom of the mines?
Yeah. Well, not the bottom, it just like gives you a extra, like it'll take you down a level. Oh, ooh, I made it to the museum just in time. Beautiful. But yeah, that affiliate grind, it's insane. Like, I really could not have done it without the help of other people. And just getting to know other people in streams, and then getting to know their communities. It was rough.
Shenanny, are you in chat? I know you can hear me.
I've seen that in Valheim with some fun commands. It's hella crazy. Yeah. This, like, how many times have we died, fighters? Like,
a lot.
At least 10 times we've died. Just because of shit that people in our chats are doing.
Yeah, you fucking little gremlins.
God. We love the chat, though. We love them.
I'm putting my rocks and sticks away because I don't want to get fucked over. I have to kill 10 slimes.
Oh, that's easy. You got this.
But I'll do
100%
it
you
tomorrow.
got it.
I'll do it tomorrow. It's too late. If I go into the mines now, I'll die.
Oh no.
I don't want to like fully sleep. Rest and wait the day out.
Yeah. But yeah, I this is my first crowd control stream, and I'm definitely gonna look into more crowd control games.
If in crowd control,
Mm-hmm.
Go into game selection and look down the list. There's actually a really, really good list of.
Can I do that while we're still in a session?
No, we can't.
Oh, okay. I'll have to wait. I know, like, they have, like, Legend of Zelda crowd control, and I really want to do that.
Try a crowd control randomizer.
So, fun fact, I might be doing my first Zelda randomizer this week. If I can figure out how to set it up.
You got this. I believe in you.
Yeah. Well, okay, so, like, I saw, like, credit to Smithic, because he's doing Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, like, combined in one game as a randomizer. And it really made me want to, like, really look into doing the randomizers. And I don't want to, like, I don't think I'll start out with that very first one, like the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I'll probably do one or the other.
Oh, hell yeah, I've got another gold parsnip.
Woo, let's go! I would definitely save it.
I did. I've got 2 gold parsnips.
Beautiful. And I just got the notice that Pierre's was selling fertilizer, so I'm gonna go buy some and then buy some parsnips.
Yeah, please.
Okay, yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah! Who gave us coins?
You have settled into your new life. I can't
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was me.
I thought somebody gave us coins. Dear Dicks!
Dear Dicks.
Okay, alright. Okay, I need to wait an hour and a half, or an hour and 20 minutes in game for Pierre to open. Yeah!
Which is fine.
This is fine. This is totally fine.
Totally fine.
Ugh! My fucking knee. Oh! I have the knees of an 80-year-old woman.
No, you don't.
No, I literally do. Like, I'm not fucking lying. I'm gonna need a knee replacement probably in, like, the next couple of years.
I could have said something, but I'm gonna behave.
I mean, I haven't been behaving. Why are you gonna behave?
I was about to say, well, if you don't stop using your knees so much.
Listen, very important activities require me to use my knees. Open up! Let me in!
I'm in.
Oh, cutscene? Hello?
I'm skipping it because I don't care.
Boop. Okay.
Basic fertilizer, that's what we're looking?
Yeah.
What does retaining soil do?
So, retaining soil, if you, like, put it down, it'll stay watered overnight, so you won't have to, like, water it in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna buy 9 parsnips, just to up our chances.
16 parsnips.
Beautiful. Maybe their old needs of the super young body attached to them. Facts. That's what it is.
What came first, the human
Human
or
or
the
the
knees? But it's more fun if you misbehave. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, sometimes I've got to watch what I say because I have a moderator that likes to quote the ever-living shit out of me.
This is why I don't have quotes set up in my fucking stream. I don't trust chat.
Because all of the shit that you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing you. Yeah.
Like, can I finger?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was hilarious. I think I clipped that.
Was that you?
It may have been me. I don't remember.
I don't fucking know. It was somebody. I'm gonna buy more parsnips and more fertilizer.
Gave Dix the adrenaline rush effect for 30 seconds.
Dwarlin, ma'am.
She gave. I want to say something dumb, but
oh,
I don't want it.
Oh, we Am I broke on your side? Good. Good. Be broke because I'm terrified. Okay. 10 of these, and then 5 more of those. Okay. Okay.
I had an adrenaline rush. I was lied to. I'm running so slow now.
Oh no. Oh no. But no, so like the reason why I might actually need a knee replacement soon, I was why serpent?
Ow.
Eat my ass.
Why do you always ask things to eat your ass?
Cause I gotta get some enjoyment out of this, okay?
Alright, they're dead.
I
have no health, though.
No, I only have a little bit. But no, so I used to be, like, a really active child, like, sports-wise. And I have literally stripped away the cartilage within my knees. So it is bone rubbing against bone.
Ew, yikes.
Yep. So, yeah. Thank you for the good luck, Trevo. Thank you, thank you.
That is alright, because me, myself, and I am... Hades, thank you for the follow, homie. Hey, how have you been? Hopefully your day was good, dude.
Sounds rough? Yeah, it's really fucking rough.
I'm ex-military, so you can understand my body not like...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My, when my dad was alive, he was in the Navy, and he fucked up his legs. Like, he was bow-legged.
Oh, I'm surprised I'm not bow-legged.
Mm-hmm. My hands are in that shape? Oh, fuck. That's rough. Yeah, my body is falling apart. Like, my hips are misaligned. We've been trying to read you about your car's extended warranty? No.
I'm dying because of that.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. No. No.
Stop. Stop trying to put my dick on the screen.
Hello? Stop trying to what? Hello? Thank you so much for the super meal. Thank you, thank you. Hello?
I'm surprised that didn't get fucking immediately clipped.
Oh, God fucking damn it. I needed clay. Can I make it back to the farm in time and then back here?
Oh, no.
Fighters, I love you.
I'm sure you do.
I do. Couldn't be any worse than Madden saying, get that fucking urethra off my skin. Like, when I heard that, I was like, hello?
Get that.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Oh, fuck, I'm not gonna make it back in time.
It's okay, I'm in the mines. I'm in, like, level 15.
Like, her place closes at 5, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, it does. Right, that's a-okay, though. I never played Stardew Valley. What's the plot? It's a fun game. So, the plot is your grandfather leaves you this farm. Is his farm, and he passes away, leaves you his farm, and you quit your soul-sucking corporate job to move here and run this farm in his behalf. But it's completely run down when you get here, so you're just building it back up. And then you get to know, like, the people in the town, and you find out that there's a community center that you can help rebuild that fell into disarray. So it's like the big main quest is to rebuild the community center. After that, they give you, like, little side quests, and you can just keep playing the game, like, infinitely. Like, the game goes on and on. It doesn't end. So it's really, really nice. Holy wholesome. It really is. Like, it's my chill game. When I want to relax, like, this is what I play. Buttly wholesome Buttspot Ayo.
Ayo.
Buttspot, get your shit together.
No, Buttspot doesn't need to get their shit together. Buttspot's doing great.
Buttspot's out here doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, out here doing some Lord, talking about wholesome butts.
Mm-hmm. That's appropriate. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We love Buttspot in this chat.
We don't stand for Buttspot. We just like Buttspot.
Yeah, we just like Buttspot. More like wholesome with an H. Oh my god, Slytherin kid. Slytherin kid, please.
Super meal. Nom nom nom.
Beautiful. We love the super meals.
Thank you.
Alright, so we have that area completely cleared out. This area down here cleared out? No. So I'm gonna build a silo. Where do we want our animals?
I don't know. Honestly, I've never played that far.
Alright, well I'm gonna take the cleared out plot that we have, and that's where our animals are gonna be.
Okay, I'm gonna come back because I was out on an adventure.
We're going on an adventure!
I mean, that's the right way of explaining it, Kunimachi. Your grandpa died in this and said, here, my abandoned condemned property is your problem now.
I mean, not wrong, not wrong. I'm gonna...
Retro John is officially intoxicated.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We love that. Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock here.
It is 11 here.
Oh, you're Eastern, aren't you?
Yup. North Carolina, baby.
I've been in... No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Tell me I'm wrong. Oh, you're right. So right, it's wrong. And I don't think I need that. I think I just need stone. I'm gonna keep the wood. Yeah. I'm following behind. Dix has gone to bed.
Yeah, Dix has turned into bed.
Hey, level 2 farming. Ooh, we can make sprinklers. That's gonna help out a lot. But as long as you are
a little chaos.
Oh god. As long Retron John, as long as you are responsibly intoxicated, then we love that. And safe. Boo-doo-boo-boo. Okay.
Okay.
Safe is big. Safe is big. Safe is big. We love it that you're having fun, but we also want you to be safe while you're having fun. Annie, I have a problem. I have major meat sweats. Smokey, please. Why do you have meat sweats? Fucking what?
Hey, Retron John, how you doing? Annie, I have a problem. I have major meat sweat. Have you been eating meat, Smokey?
I mean, Smokey is buying me a giant fucking meat gift box.
Meat sweats? Oh, stupid phone. Yeah.
Meat sweats. Smokey, why do you have meat sweats? What is happening? Are you okay? Blink twice if you need help. I might have been browsing food at the Amana meat shop and smokehouse. So many meat sweats. Oh my god. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I get that. Do you run out of water? Is it infinite? It's infinite. You just have to, like, your watering can isn't, but your water source is. So you just have to keep going to refill your watering can. But your whatever farm you're on gives you one water source, and you can make more. Like we can have Robin come and make a well on our farm. So if, let's say, like we decided our crops were gonna be
Hi, Shade.
in like a different area and it's far away from the water source, then we could just build a well there. Alright. Alright, all of our crops are watered. I'm gonna go to Robin and build a silo. We have like 2 to 3 pounds of that thick cut bacon in the house right now, so that's not helping either. Oh my god, I would cook all of it. And then I would hate life when I wanted to cook breakfast. But then I would not regret a goddamn thing.
There we go. That's how we solve that problem.
Yes, Robin, I need something built.
I've been here a couple hours, but Stun had a movie Pacific Rim blasting behind me. But I like Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim's a good movie. There we go. So we have a silo that's gonna be built.
Okay, cool.
Yee. So then we can get the aminals.
The aminals.
I need to give this to Gunther. I do need to give that to Gunther. Like 2 to 3 pounds of that thick butt. A butt spot, please. 2 to 3 pounds of that thick butt. Butt spot, yes. Fuck. What do we need for the community center right now? Buttspot is on a roll. Dude, Buttspot is, like, Buttspot has been on a roll lately. The other night, they were going on and on about shit. Okay, I need a horseradish, a leek, and a dandelion.
And the sub give you 250 coins in crowd control. That's absolutely right.
You right?
So every time a person subscribes to your channel and you have crowd control, they get crowd control coins.
Mm-hmm.
For that subscription.
Mm-hmm. This bacon is classified as dummy thick bacon as it's 25 a pound. Uh-huh. Dummy thick bacon.
Listen, all of us are a bit dummy thick.
No! Oh my god, can I get close enough for it to like draw in? Okay, good. Thick or thick? It's thick. Like, Smokey sent me a picture of it the other day and I'm like, what the fuck? I need that in my life.
You need some thick meat in your life?
Yes, I need thick meat in my life. And I do love bacon. Yes. Okay, so like I always like to describe myself as like Ron Swanson. I want all of the eggs and bacon. Like, not just a little bit of eggs and bacon. I want all of the eggs and bacon. All of it. Who doesn't want thick meat in their life? Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. Who doesn't want thick meat?
Use your coins for weapon upgrades and super meals. I appreciate that, Kunamachi.
Yeah, use a good bean, Kunamachi. You're helping us. Okay, got a dandelion. Let's see. Could get some
melon and
salmon
cauliflower
berries. Hey, let's go. I don't know if we have enough time to plant the melon seeds. I think they take like 12 days to grow.
That's why I was hesitant.
Yeah.
I was gonna store them.
If they had like the super grow fertilizer, that would be different.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't.
I mean, the store did have super grow.
Oh, they did?
Mm-hmm.
Because if we get super grow, it might cut it down to like 9 or 10 days.
Closed on Wednesdays.
Oh fuck, that's right.
That's okay.
Yeah, that just gives us motivation to get the greenhouse going soon. Ooh, horseradish.
Is it summer? It should be spring.
Yeah, it's spring.
Yesterday I scared a streamer with the channel points and got them killed in their game.
My friend sent me his own made salmonberry jam. It was delicious. Oh, that sounds... I've never had salmonberry. Like, I love homemade things. Yes.
Then you can plant the melon seeds next season. Oh, okay.
Alright. I got a bunch of shit I can give to the fucking museum. I'm trying to find, though...
Okay, so I think this is a perfect time to describe a thing that I've been charged with by Stream Elements.
Do it. Do the thing.
Do the thing. Did I keep the tab open? That's the next question. Oh, nope, I closed it.
I'm just gonna go throw stuff in the museum real quick, if I can make it in time.
Do it.
I got a chicken statue, a prehistoric hand axe, and an ancient doll.
Oh no, I do still have it up. Okay. So, chat. This is what they call Scentbird.
Oh.
Scentbird is a perfume cologne company. Oh, hey, it's cool. I scored a drop, but I don't know where I scored a drop. Where you can kind of like do a quiz and choose your scent, like the kind of things that you want to see or like have. So if you want to go like sophisticated, go a little sporty, you can. I like sophisticated. And I do like the darker scents. Summer. Yes. And then how do you want your scent to make you feel? You can choose like easygoing casual, sophisticated and sensual, outgoing and adventurous, like clean, and then like classic. You know what I mean? So I like sophisticated. I like the subtlety. This is just me. Just me.
Surprised to see it in this game. It's an obscure berry. Yeah, I didn't know what salmonberry was before I started playing Stardew.
I had no idea what salmonberry was.
Yeah,
no
fucking clue.
I have a salmonberry in the chest.
Yeah, I got 15.
Nice.
Alright. So I need to find a leek. Do we have a leek?
No, I don't think so.
Damn. Okay. Is both is on the tartar side. Ooh. I wonder if that would go good with some of the summer sausages and cheese. Probably. No, my favorite jam is like a green pepper jam. That shit's delicious. And the local farmer's market sells it. And it's like, oh. Okay, now the meat sweats in my mouth is watering. Beautiful. Pair with a sharp cheese and it would rock. Ooh, like I think the one that we were looking at, Smokey, has like is a sharp cheddar cheese. I think. Oh, I found a leek. Okay. Ah. Okay. So we're gonna go put this. We're gonna go put this in the community center, and that should give us the spring seeds bundle. I'm a big plant guy, and I like to cook. I love to cook. Like, cooking is my love language. Like, I like hosting Thanksgiving. I like doing all the freaking things. Like, I just started, I've hosted Thanksgiving 3 years in a row now. This past year was the first year that my mom actually came down for Thanksgiving. And, or no, not my mom, my brother. My mom came down last year. But the year before that, my mom came down, And, oh, I could go grab that puffer fish too. So yeah, like my mom came down, my brother came down, I cooked for everyone. And it was a good time. I had to baby gate my mom out of the kitchen because she was trying to backseat cook, and I'm like, nope, my house, I'm cooking, go away. Okay, so I got melons, I have spring seeds. I could plant the spring seeds. Ooh. Okay. We're going big brain time. Pepper jelly is phenomenal. Yes, it really is. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to plant those in the morning though. But we could sell this. Okay, and that should be good. And then we can put that in there, that. We can put chicken statue right there. And then let's go sheep. So yeah, and then we just gotta wait for fighters. See, pepper jelly, you're now speaking my language. I had a friend who made some bomb-ass pepper jelly. Yeah. So I only recently got into pepper jelly. Cause I had a friend, we had gone to a winery for her birthday, and one of her friends bought green pepper jelly, goat cheese, and crackers, and then we had wine at the winery, and that was like our little snack. So it was delicious. And ever since then I've been obsessed with red pepper jelly, and not red pepper, but green pepper jelly. And I found some at my local farmer's market, and it was delicious. And I would love to like figure out how to make my own. Because I have green peppers in, actually, while we're waiting for fighters, I'm gonna look this up to see how do I make green pepper jelly, because I would love to do that. How to make green pepper jelly.
Did I pass out?
Yes, you did.
Oh shit. That's okay. I was explaining Scentbird. That's fine.
It's okay. Do your thing. We're over here talking about green pepper jelly in farmers markets. I'm obsessed with green pepper jelly.
I know I like my redwood beard oil scent, but I don't feel like it lasts as long time. I don't have a beard, so I don't know what that feels like. But at the same time, like, I want to edit this because I don't.
Let's see. Pepper jelly. Now you speak my language. Yes, I had a professor in college that made his own, both green and red. Ooh, it was a hit of all the parties. Dude, that sounds so... I like it when it's on the sweeter side. That's what really, like, gets me going. Also, farmers markets are the best. I like to go, like, on Sundays when it's really nice outside. I'll go to the farmers market for, like, 3 hours.
Sorry, yes, it did go through. It went through. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, hey. But yeah, I like to go because our farmers market, they have, I like to go, there's a gluten-free donut place that is delicious. So I always get some gluten-free donut holes from her. And then I'll usually have lunch at the seafood market because they have clam chowder and, like, fish fry bowls. And those are, once again, delicious. And then sometimes I'll buy veggies there. Sometimes the wineries will be there and they'll do little taste testings, which is really cool. They'll do it for free. There's an ice cream place there. So, like, our farmer's market is bomb as shit. It's been a blast. Thanks for the welcome, and I'll catch you another time. I need to sleep after a long day. Yes, go get sleep. Go take care of yourself. It was a blast having you in here, and thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing the friendos over here and trusting me with your people. I really appreciate it.
Hi, Firebug. I just watered my house.
Beautiful. We love that. We love when we water houses.
Well, no, I was just explaining what Scentbird is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really, really cool like perfume cologne thing.
Uh-huh.
So if you like, if I don't want to be this guy, and I hate being this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I actually just ordered it because it actually looked pretty decent.
Yeah.
There were two fragrances that I actually wanted to try. So
Uh-huh.
basically, you get like retail, like you know those big retail colognes and like perfumes that are like 80-something bucks.
Yeah.
Up. You subscribe to that, and you get them for like 90% less.
Oh. Interesting. That kind of makes me think, okay, so there's a, I've been thinking about doing this, but there's like a grocery delivery service. It's called Thrive, and they're supposed to have like organic, locally grown things, and like it's just really catered to you, which I really like. Especially with me having like the fucking chronic illness that I have, having things that aren't super processed is like I can't, my body physically cannot handle it. So like I've been looking into it, but I'm also like, okay, I have to pay for the membership, and then I have to pay for the groceries on top of that, even though they're marked down, and I'm like, I could kind of just go to Whole Foods for that.
Right.
So like I've been struggling because it's like I don't, with my job now, like I get home between like 5 and 7 o'clock, and I'm like, do I want to go out grocery shopping then, or do I just want to fucking come home and have my groceries there? So like I usually do pickup orders, like I'll just drive it and they'll bring it out of my car, but yeah. I like that like services like that are becoming more accessible though, because it helps people who might be disabled and they cannot get out of their houses that easily to go grocery shopping. It makes it easier for them.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
Better watering than your house than getting chicken milk. Yep. Oh yeah.
But yeah, I like that it's also for like luxury items like perfume, because you know people deserve to have luxury things.
Oh yeah, it's literally like I saw a perfume on, or a cologne or a perfume on there that was like $200.
Oof.
And you can basically get it for with Scentbird. You know how all sponsorships give you those referral codes?
Yeah.
So right off the bat, you're paying like you're looking at this subscription service, right? And it's like $16, right?
Yeah.
Well, your first month is half off. So you're getting your first month with something that's like name brand and really high on the shelf, like purchase wise, for like $8.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking sweet. Like I thought about doing that with it's a makeup service, Ipsy. Like they do makeup and I think skincare.
So for me, trialing perfumes with exactly like that. Okay, this is more for my purpose. I like exactly, Char. You're buying like a 10 milliliter thing of perfume, and the perfume's like $50. Which is ridiculous. And like for me, if I want to go out and buy cologne and I want like a scent that smells like the ocean or kind of like you know, light and aromatic, I gotta pay more than that. I gotta pay more than $50. I gotta pay like $75, almost $100.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I want to go get the cheap shit. But like, everybody deserves like a little treat, you know?
Yeah. I might have to actually like look into that, because the other thing that's like important for me at least is like finding things that don't disrupt my hormones. And if there's a fucking like name brand perfume that won't do that, because like a lot of things can disrupt your hormonal like pattern or balance or whatever you want to call it. Like I didn't know, like you always see things like no BPA in plastic and shit like that, and I'm like, oh whatever, like it's just a thing that they use in plastic or whatnot. And I'm like, oh shit, this is actually like something that's harming my body and causing my hormones that are already out of whack to just not balance themselves out.
Don't encourage butt spot. No, please encourage butt spot.
Encourage butt spot. Encourage butt spot.
Encourage it. 100%.
Yes.
So I was looking at the sponsorship in Stream Elements, and I'm like, this actually isn't bad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing HelloFresh. This was actually cool. Like, I don't mind it. I'm cutting down trees for some reason.
I mean, we could always use wood because we'll eventually have to buy or like build a chicken coop and then buy chickens, and then we could build a barn and we could buy cows, and then we could buy pigs and sheep and ducks, and eventually we could get dinosaurs.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I just tried to hoe a tree.
Beautiful.
Buttspot does deserve love. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so anything?
I can't wait to fucking... Oh my god, tomorrow's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait to bully Madden.
Please bully that man.
I can't wait to bully him so bad.
See, I need...
It'd be hilarious if he was here and he heard me say that.
Oh, I hope he's lurking, and I hope he hears it. Bully him.
Bully him.
Do it. I mean, Madden, I love you.
Madden's not here. I don't know where Madden is. And this is fine. I just want to bully. I'm here to bully.
Bully peas.
Bully peas. Oh, so we're gonna bully Annie?
Not me. Bully Madden. Not me.
Oh, I
don't
have
you
enough
dare
channel points to bully you.
Good.
Because if I wanted to bully you, I would shut you up.
Yeah, that's a good way of telling me that I talk too fucking much. I crack up every single goddamn time with that freaking alert.
Exploded.
I blew up things.
Hi, Felicity.
Boop.
Buttspot's already ignoring you. No, but like, the sponsorship was like, you have 14 days to promote Scentbird and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why not? What's the worst that could happen? I don't make any money.
Yeah. See, that's the way that I try to, like, look at things. I'm like, okay, oh, I'm gonna make some copper, because we could actually make tappers for the trees that we could get stuff. But that's the way that I look at things. Like, I look at it as, okay, is it going to hurt me in any way, or is the only thing that'll happen to benefit? And that's how I decide on whether or not I'm gonna do things. Like, if I wind up in the same exact spot, but I tried, then, like, cool. But if I could only go up, like, let's fucking go.
I have a copper bar. It's mine now.
Beautiful. I'm gonna need the copper bars, but...
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna make tappers, because when the trees grow, we could tap the trees, and then we could get maple syrup and, like, oak resin and pine tar.
Pine tar?
Yes. Stop
How
stealing my
much
copper bars.
No, they're mine.
Stop it. Stop it.
They're mine.
Stop it.
Make me.
It can't do anything in crowd control, because if it does anything to you, it does it to me too.
Exactly. Get wrecked, nerd.
This is unfair.
How is this unfair?
Fuck your chicken strips.
No, fuck yo chicken strips. Oh, I love Stardew Valley. This is the shit.
Yes.
Just sitting here in front of a roaring fire, stealing Annie's copper ingots.
No, fuck you. I'm taking my copper. Give.
No, I have 4 copper bars in my pocket.
I have 2 right now, okay?
I'm just right-clicking this thing.
Stop it.
I'm literally just gonna stand here and take your copper bars.
No, why?
Mine.
No, it's mine. It's mine. Because I have 3. Fuck
I
off.
have 5.
Shut up.
It's getting late.
Woodman, welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome to the Outback, motherfucker!
I hear a nerd. Hi, Woodman.
Banned!
Sushi, you can't ban Annie.
Sushi, excuse? Ma'am, did you take my fucking copper?
Yeah.
You bitch.
What are you gonna do about it? I can see the look on your face right now, and I know exactly what it looks like.
This is bullshit.
I've been sitting here right-clicking the eye.
Fuck you! No, it's mine. I got it. You didn't get it. I got it.
I have 7.
I have 4.
I have 7.
I have 4.
Oh,
I got it.
You got 4. I'm proud of you.
Yes, you should be proud of me. I'm just trying to make tappers so we can tap the trees and then we can make more money.
I'm just bullying you.
I'm just trying to make money, fighters. God damn. Sushi, how are you? I hope you're doing good, ma'am. I hope you're doing good.
Would you like your copper back?
I would greatly love my copper back. Why would you want back 50? Sushi, what did I do? Sushi just took 50. Sushi took 50% of our health.
Oh, I mean that's fine, Sushi. You can do that.
No.
Just take my heart. Just take my heart, Sushi. Just take it. You can
For why? Shit, I keep hitting the wrong buttons.
That's okay. I could just bully Sushi later.
Do it.
Sushi thinks you're safe. Stream it.
I guess Lady Sushi wants to be super squishy next time she streams. Yes. Do it, Smokey. Unleash the onions. I don't know, I saw a button that said take life. Yeah, it hurts us.
No, it doesn't hurt us. It helps us.
No, no. It takes our health away. It takes our HP.
What? It's fine. It's fine.
It's not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. Because what if someone else comes in and they're like, I'm going to spawn a sea serpent, and then we die?
Listen, we have swords for that.
Okay, but what if the swords are not good enough?
Listen, we have swords for that.
Listen, but what if the swords are not good enough?
The swords will be fine. You just gotta get good, nerd.
You just gotta eat my ass, sir.
I mean... I drove 1,000 miles.
What?
And slept for 16 hours. Jesus.
The look my husband just gave me. What? Sounding like a hyena? Fuck you. You can eat my ass too. Rude. Stealing my snacks.
I like your husband. Your husband is funny.
Someone popped a Starburst and it hit me in the mouth.
That's what she said?
What the fuck? That hurt. Sorry?
my ass.
Right in the fucking mouth.
This is why I fucking love the internet. I can bully whoever I want.
Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna fucking fight him.
Don't fight.
I'm gonna fight my husband.
Don't. Fighting is not good.
I'm fucking throwing hands.
Well, don't throw hands right now. Throw hands
Not right now. Sushi, I swear. Fuck off with the extended warranty. How do I do this crowd control stuff? Okay, Smokey, so there should be a little like overlay on the screen. It should be like a little oval with a wrench thing in it. And you should be able to like select things that happen to us. Thank you for the wood, Lady Sushi. Thank you for the wood. You could send things to us. You could hurt us. You could spawn monsters on our farm. You could give us tools. You could upgrade or downgrade tools. Just a whole bunch of random shit. Not the snack theft. The snack theft. I bought snacks that were given to me, and he took them.
Violence, yes.
Yes. I'm going to get very violent. Motherfucker.
When I get cauliflower, I will bring you one random stranger.
Oh, Jody? Yeah, she needs cauliflower. What I do? Don't tell me, fuck me. No. I hate it. I'm mad. I got hit with Starburst. My mouth hurts.
Well, then why'd you try to catch it in your mouth?
I didn't! He threw it at my mouth. You don't hate me, right? I could never. Don't you rare-ga-leave? Don't you rare-ga-leave?
No.
Sushi, we don't rare-ga-leave.
Yes, we rare-ga-leave.
Rare-ga, get your ass back here.
No, rare-ga-leave.
Rare-ga, get your ass back here.
No, we can rare-ga-leave.
No.
Yeah.
No. Smokey, thank you for upgrading my pickaxe. You are a sweetheart and a saint, and I love you.
Got upgraded.
Yay, Smokey. Rare-ga, park my sitting flesh. Yes.
I'm just gonna rare-ga-leave.
Don't you rare-ga-leave either. No.
Rare-ga-leave.
Do we have any potatoes? Or did we sell them?
I sold all of them.
Okay. How long does a potato take to grow?
I don't know.
I'm in town. I'm gonna go buy some potatoes.
I got a dwarf scroll.
Ooh, nice.
I've already donated one to the museum.
6 days? Oh, we could play up that.
I've already planted some.
Oh?
It's been a couple of days.
Oh?
They're already growing.
I didn't know that.
That's why I said I was buying potatoes. More potatoes. That's why I have a golden potato.
Oh, you did say you were buying potatoes. Oh, shit. I'm a dumbass.
No.
Annie Fair is fair. The lady came in and took health, so that called for an item upgrade. Smokey, we love you. We love you. Fighters, are you okay if I take all of our money and buy us a chicken coop?
That's fine. I'm in the mines anyway.
Beautiful. I'm gonna buy us a chicken coop. After I eat the Starburst. I need a stone. And stone. Anima Goose will remember that. The goose remembers everything. I need to make a goose PNG tuber.
That's easy.
Oh yeah.
I know people that can do that.
Oh, I have a toast one.
Yeah, toast.
Yeah.
Gotta hit them with a pickaxe when they're hiding in their shell. Oh. I didn't know that. I was just trying to sort them to death.
Hello, where the fuck is Robin?
Up your butt around the corner.
I wish Robin was up my ass. What? I want to romance Robin. It's unfair. I can't do that.
So from what I understand, Annie will ask random strangers to eat their ass, and then want somebody named Robin in their ass.
I literally don't see a problem with this.
I've learned so much today. I have learned so much today, and I'm gonna learn more later down the line.
Holding out for a hero? I don't know what this does. Oh, fuck. That's for Beat Saber. I never took that off. Lady Sushi redeemed Play My Song, but that was for Beat Saber, and I never fucking took it off.
Oh.
So, yeah, that was... Look, you have new buttons! I do have new buttons. I do. I need to actually remove that.
Listen, Ivory. Listen.
Let me see.
To look in a mirror, child.
We will remove
You're
that.
way cuter than I am. Can I get a shout out for Ivory Gale, please?
Okay. And then I need to go to here. I'm like a kid in a store, so I push all the buttons. Yes. I need to do this. I need to refund your points because I don't think I think my mods went to sleep.
Thank you.
Boop.
Guys, you gotta check out an awesome person of Shrub Team who's playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time.
Oh.
Please go check out Ivory Gale. She's an absolute sweetheart, gem of a human being.
Oh, you're playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me so happy. Okay.
The clip that just came up, she's like, "We're never going to sleep. I love Wonderland."
Oh my god. Okay. Digo's points back. Okay. There we go. There we go. We put that back. And we pull that back up. Okay, Kingdom Hearts first time. Do you remember your first time? Oh my god. I wish I remembered, like, my first time.
I have my weapon was changed.
My weapon! Basketball girl, thank you!
I am. It's so good. I'm glad you're enjoying Kingdom Hearts, 'cause that's something my childhood resonates with.
Oh my god, yes. So much.
And I thoroughly enjoy Kingdom Hearts. Which, by the way, for those of you who are chilling, hanging out, and I really appreciate it, you guys need to check out my friend Annie.
No, fighters, no.
Ivory, you need to check out Annie. They are a fantastic streamer. They play Kingdom Hearts on the regular.
You know what? Because I could do this. We follow demons, fighters. No, shit. Fuck. I did / instead of exclamation point. Yeah. Follow fighters. Go check them out because they're fantastic and I love their face and they're beautiful and they play fun games and they do a whole bunch of shit and yeah.
Annie plays Kingdom Hearts a lot.
Oh yeah, autoplay Call to Electric Boogaloo.
The last time I watched Kingdom Hearts, Annie
Yes.
There's gonna be no autoplay call.
It's true. I do
I'm playing games with.
Ivory. Me, hi Ivory. I have a challenge where I play Kingdom Hearts with my feet.
Got, like, 5 games
also,
going on. It's okay.
Also, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We have anonymous follows on. So you can feel free to lurk. And by the way, Annie, how did feet % go today? The feats weren't feetsin. So 10 minutes before stream, I changed it to doing a Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer with the enemies and bosses randomized, and even took it a step further, and the bosses would spawn where enemies spawn, so I could be walking down Beast Corridor and fucking Sean Yu would show up. So yeah, that's how that went. The feats were not featsin' today.
The feats were not featsin'?
They were not featsin'. Oh fuck yeah, I got Sean Yu spawned through 3 or 4 times. Larxene spawned 2 or 3 times.
I'm like, that's okay.
Prison Keeper spawned twice. So yeah, it was a fucking time.
I got a gold parsnip.
I have 2, 3. Oh, and we already have 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna go take the gold parsnips to the community center.
Hold on, I've got 1 in my inventory. I've got a gold cauliflower too.
Okay, well, I only need 5.
You only need 5?
Yeah, I only need 5.
Okay.
So yeah, feet percent is pushed to probably next weekend. I kind of want to go to the gym and see how like my legs have healed up. Because I haven't done it since I pulled my hamstrings. And I definitely don't want to like overdo it. So I think I'm gonna go to the gym Monday and kind of test out how my feet and legs are feeling, because it's like really intensive on your legs. Like after a couple hours, like my legs are in pain, and like those streams are usually shorter. So yeah. But I'm at the very end of the feet percent run, but you can catch like a recap of everything on YouTube because I've edited them down, and they're coming out once a week. So if anyone's interested in seeing the journey, you see me just talking with my hands, and like my hands are in the camera all the time, and then Sora's going, so I play with feets. So yeah.
I sold all of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell these. She's done building our silo, right?
Got it.
Okay, yes, our silo is built. Think I want to attempt Mario Kart with my feet?
Skin for 7 Days to Die? That's cool. I'll play that again. So we don't need parsnips anymore, is what you're telling me.
No, we've put every parsnip in the community center that's needed. We do, however, need 1 cauliflower and 1 potato.
Cool, that I'm buying cauliflower.
Okay. Okay, No! Oh, wait, that was you. I thought somebody took our money.
That was me. Yeah, I was buying 16 cauliflower.
Oh, okay. Alright, chicken coop don't wait then. Let's see.
Retweeted it. I think it was a guy in his boxers with a cowboy hat for us to set up a Ram Ranch server.
Lady Sushi, I don't know what, I think it might be YT? Do I even have a YouTube command?
Probably.
No, I don't have a YouTube command, but I do have !socials. And that should give you everything.
Okay.
Should. But it's the same. You fish! It's fish! Holy shit! Fish! Hi, fish. Hi, I love your face. Mwah! I miss you. I miss hanging out in your streams. How is life? How is life? Tell me all the things. Also, thank you for calling me a fuck. Sebastian, why are you running? Why are you running? It just wants you to love me.
Oh, these are out of season. Okay.
Okay. Annie has put up with my shit for a year now. Let's go! Hi fish. Y'all, go follow the Fishing Guy 9. He is fantastic. A boss-ass Legend of Zelda streamer. Literally does insane challenges and shit. Finally made it to an Annie stream? I know, Fish. I know. Fucking time zones. Time zones suck ass. But yeah. Aren't you currently, like, taking on where every enemy is a Lionel in Breath of the Wild?
Jesus Christ, are you insane?
I think that's what you're working on. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw something about it. Also, you completed it? Let's fucking go. Killed 9 at once? You fucking crazy person.
Nodders.
Nodders. Never again? I fucking bet. Fish, be proud of me. I finally figured out how to use Simu.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't yell at me!
You finally figured out how to do what?
Use Simu!
I heard something different.
What did you hear?
I thought you said semen, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god! I am screaming! Fighters! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh my god. Finally learned that. Fish, please. Fish, please. Yes, I have mastered the Sea of Emus. I fucking can't. I cannot. Fighters, please. I fucking can't with you. Oh my god. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Now I can use that clip everywhere.
Why are we fighting me? What did I do? I did nothing wrong.
I got Dougie to drink.
This is that bullshit. This is that fucking bullshit. Oh my god.
Now I need to cut that clip down into a sound where it says, okay, now for bed, my job is done here. Thank you.
Oh my god. You
Now
would. You fucking would.
I have to edit that clip down to only hear Annie saying, I have figured out how to use semen.
I hate it here. I hate it.
I'm gonna give it to Shady.
No! 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 I have a fucking soundboard of Shady. He doesn't need one of me.
No, he needs it.
Like, it's bad enough that Madden has started one. Oh, no. No, oh my god. I hate it here.
Let's give to Shady. I will. I'll be like, hey, Shady.
Oh my
if
god.
He said this, I think you need to hear it. And he'll be like, oh my god, yeah.
I fucking hate it here.
Oh.
Oh.
Madden. I'll give it to Joy. I'll give it to Kate. And just spread it around.
No, because I have a soundboard of all of those people as well.
You win.
You are no longer safe.
No, I was safe because Madden only had one of me.
Well, now he's gonna have two of you. I'm not going to bed yet. Guess what?
I hate it here. I hate it here. Oh, that's a fucking gold potato. I can't take the gold potato out.
Oh, I love it. And I got me laughing, so I know exactly what point of the stream it is.
Oh my god. I hate this.
Why?
Because. Reasons.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can say reasons all you want.
But because reasons.
But you know, when I give that sound clip to Madden tomorrow, he's just gonna take it and run.
I know. And I'm terrified.
I love it. Your wild streams are the best. Exactly, Kunamachi.
Wild fucking DGen hour stream for me.
I need a better axe.
Oh my god.
You're the one that said you know how you finally figured out semen.
You're the one that misheard me. The fuck you mean?
You're the one that said it. And Chad agrees. Chad agrees.
No.
Chad agrees.
No. Are you? Oh my god. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I am one mixed seed. Do you have any mixed seeds?
That is actually, I might.
No, I stole all the ones out of there.
I don't have any mixed seeds.
Fuck! I need one. I need one.
Welcome
That's
to
gonna
the
bother
Outback,
me.
motherfucker!
What about over here?
I
Bam!
also have fish on my soundboard.
So I think we need to soundboard Annie.
This
is confirmed.
That was me. Yeah, yeah, fish. I have. Hold on. I have a couple of you. Let me see here. Where's my chat bot? I think I have like 3. I have the ban. I have this one.
Hey, you want me to go full fucking Australian? Oh, I don't need to worry about it, mate. I'll go full fucking Bogan on you. Listen here, mate. Don't you
I'm
ever
checking
fucking
the woods now.
say something like that again within my presence, alright? Hulk Hogan is a god. Although he did say shrimp and a barbie and kind of fuck it up for the rest of us, but other than that,
I have this
a
one.
packet of fucking Winnie Blues and a Sniper Piss, we'll have a great fucking time. Oh, someone just got red shelled. That was fucking brutal.
You and your fucking
I don't know. Have a great fucking time.
Let's see. Dear Lord, I know that was a while ago. Oh my god, I just need one fucking set of mixed seeds. I said Hulk Hogan, it wasn't him. I have this one.
I'd like to be everything you want. Hey girl, let me talk to you. If I was your boyfriend, never let you go.
It was Paul Hogan.
Arm girl, never be alone. I can be a
No,
gentleman.
never,
and
Fish,
if
never.
anyone, if I was your boyfriend,
Show karaoke
never
stream
let
when?
you go. Get out of here, mouse. Never let you go.
I fucking
Na
love
na na.
Fish.
Exactly
Na
what
na
it
na.
sounds like. It's the
Na na
worst
na.
outcome.
Yeah,
It's
girl.
the worst outcome
Na
of
na
the
na.
Wheel of Curses. I mean,
Na na na. Na na na.
the Wheel of
Yeah.
Curses scares me.
Na na na. Na na
I
na.
love the fucking
Na, na,
giggle
na.
that Fish has in there.
I just love giggles in general.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And then I think I have one more. I'm gonna head to bed also.
yeah.
Ooh,
I'm gonna probably
Mixies?
play Final Fantasy 14.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. I think this is the last one that I have for Fish.
You let the cantas a kaini dan dan boca. Was it got the
next time,
banana
friends are
nada?
I don't know. This one is the best one. It is. We shared a bed, fighters. Let's see. The next person on the raid train. Let's
I'm just waiting
see.
for Seth to narrate out.
Oh, Kalar.
Who the hell is that?
Kalar Sage of Gaming. They do a lot of Zelda content.
Oh.
But they're cool people. They're cool people. I know
They're
them.
good people.
Yeah, they good people. They good people. Yee. You know, almost 10 fucking hour stream later.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Like I'm totally here for this.
You win.
We just got $5,000.
Yes. We could build a chicken coop next time.
Next time we play, because I'm definitely down for doing this again.
Oh, fuck yeah. I am
For real,
so
for real.
down for doing this again. This was hilarious.
We gotta plan it better.
Oh, fuck yeah. Probably test it out before stream.
Exactly.
Not just go in like fucking balls crazy going.
Going balls deep. It's fine.
Going balls deep, yeah. Probably not going in balls deep. So,
Somebody
yeah.
Clip that too.
Oh my god! You're the worst.
I am not the worst.
You're
Thank
the
you.
worst.
Thank you so much. Thank you so fucking
You're
much.
the worst.
I have now. I can officially make a soundboard of Annie.
No.
Gotta loosen it up.
Oh no! That's okay, fighters. 2 could play that game.
Oh really?
2 could play that game.
Oh.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. 2 could play that fucking game.
Hey, listen. All I have to do is send it to Shady, and it's over. It's just gonna be a random button that he presses every fucking stream.
I'm not prepared.
Be like, hey Shady, I've got a gift for you.
Oh my god. Oh.
Can we not? Nar, leave me alone.
Means for fighters for any. Send it! Fucking send it. Send, please. 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 I am now in fighters Discord. Like, same name. Fucking full send. Full send.
Full send.
Full send. I am here for it.
Don't send. Please don't send, because then I'll get bullied. And I am not in the mood to be bullied.
Bully, yes.
Oh no.
Bully!
The fucking emote.
Bully! Fucking do it.
He's already.
Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Is that you as a corn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I love that. I love that. I love it.
Oh, Grim, you want a bad pickup line?
Please.
Let me go into my amazing repertoire of bad pickup lines.
Yes. Please. I need to hear this. My chat needs to hear this. Yes.
Well, let's do this one because these are fucking hilarious.
I need all of this in my life.
So, Annie.
Uh-huh.
Are you Christmas? Because I want to marry you.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. I'm here for cheesy pickup lines and bad dad jokes. Like, my husband and I entered an era one time where we would just send the worst pickup lines that we could find to each other. It's fantastic.
If I was the Grinch, I wouldn't steal Christmas. I'd steal you.
Oh my god.
It's one of my favorites. It's one of my, I enjoy this channel point review just because. And then weird state laws.
Ooh.
That's another good one. That's another good channel.
Oh, just like it's illegal to own more than 5 dildos in the state of Texas, I believe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It is illegal. It is also illegal. Hold on, I think I have this in my.
Yeah, Fish. In the state of Texas, it is technically illegal to own more than 5 dildos. Why is that a law? I have no fucking clue.
I don't ask questions. I just.
I don't either. Let's see. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Just because I can. Give us a weird state law.
Oh, you want a weird state law? Bet.
Yes. How do they... What the fuck? What if you need 6? How do they catch you? Fuck it. Let's do North Carolina. Let's see what's weird about my state.
In the state of North Carolina, happy hours are illegal. Happy hour specials can only be offered for food.
Now that's just disrespectful.
Also, in North Carolina, you can get a DWI on a horse.
Okay, not even gonna lie, like, my husband and I were driving home from, our hometown, and, like, we used to live in the middle of, like, bumfuck nowhere, podunk town,
You want to know
In
something
North
else
Carolina.
illegal in North Carolina?
Absolutely, yes.
Rollerblading in the sun.
Well, fuck. But no, so like we were driving home and it was super late. It was like midnight. So we're going down this highway and we see this random ass man in like jeans and a wife beater on a horse. Just riding it down the middle in the median. And we're just like, what? Excuse?
So, in North Carolina, if you own a restaurant, small fart can actually send you to jail. Restaurants with outdoor seating must post a menu outside to be readable by those in proximity, but unreadable by those on the street. Also, you cannot drive your car on the sidewalk to get a better view of the menu.
You know, I would believe people in the state of North Carolina would actually fucking do that.
It's illegal in the state of North Carolina to practice as a professional psychic or fortune teller, but amateurs are okay.
Interesting.
Ooh, here's another good one. It's illegal for grandma to get intoxicated at bingo night.
Fucking what? Let grandma get litty titty.
No, grandma cannot get litty titty.
Let grandma get litty titty.
Hi, Clover. Yeah, we're still going.
Like, just let her get litty titty, okay? Oh, my character's just been fucking sitting in bed this entire time.
So, another thing. It is illegal to rollerblade on stage.
Who the fuck? No! Sea serpent!
No! No! Why are they here? I'm doing 26 damage. Fuck off.
Nope,
we're having a good time, and you guys just come in here and fuck up. You know,
we just letting grandma get litty titty up in this bitch, and y'all want to sit there and spawn serpents? The audacity. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
In North Carolina, visiting the dead is illegal at midnight or after midnight.
Oh. Oh, hey, Dad gave us 500 gold. Let's fucking go.
Sweet.
Litty titty. Yes, Lady Sushi. Litty titty.
In North Carolina, women are required to wear clothes for a total 16 yards, meaning Daisy Dukes are illegal.
I believe that. North Carolina's fucking stupid.
Let's see. It's also illegal in North Carolina. Organizations may not hold their meetings when members are present in costume.
But listen, how else am I supposed to be the darkness and vengeance?
You want to know what else is fucking illegal in North Carolina? It's a felony to steal more than $1,000 of grease.
Look, that bacon grease is fucking like gold, okay?
It is also against the law to sing off key.
Oh, I knew that. That one I actually knew.
That one is hilarious.
North Carolina's fucking weird. What can I say? Hello? Hello? Wait.
What?
Who just bought me a throne gift?
I don't know.
I haven't set up fucking, like,
check your Twitter.
I haven't set up alerts, but I just got the email. Whoever bought me the fucking 120 pack of colored pencils, thank you. Lagaya, hi. Hi. I love your face, Lagaya. How are you?
In Massachusetts, no gorilla is allowed in the backseat of any car. In North Carolina, elephants may not be used to plow cotton fields.
The meat man bought you a throne gift, Smokey! Smokey, you are too kind. You are spoiling me lately, sir. For why? For why? Thank you. I really appreciate
Somebody
you.
had to try it. Someone had to do it.
Yes.
For these laws to be a thing, someone had to have actually done it.
Right. I love your face. I'm doing fine. I'm so glad you're doing good, Lagaya. I'm so glad. That makes me happy.
Did you water these up here or no?
No. I've done the green bean patch and then this little one back here. The other ones I haven't done yet.
I'm out of water for this one spot.
Wait. Oh, I gotcha.
Huh.
Oh, dude, okay, your character has no face. Hold on.
That's fine. I don't need a face.
I
don't need a face. Sometimes people tell me that other stuff speaks for itself.
Okay, and then, oh my, that took a second to register. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is why the kitty is sleeping in my room tonight. The kitty needs innocence.
Listen, you don't get innocence when I'm around.
Listen.
Who wants more weird state laws?
Please give me all the weird state laws.
What was your redeem, Doomy? Oh, weird state laws? Okay, Doomy wants one. What was your redeem? Nar, I didn't see you redeem anything.
Ooh.
You want Colorado.
Lady Sushi, put that gun away. Put that gun away. Why are we fighting everyone? Why are we fighting everyone? Why didn't that work? That's weird. Why didn't that work? Oh, whoa. It's on.
Workout? Was it which one?
That's weird.
What didn't work? I'm gonna refund your points, Nar.
My fight command didn't work.
Oh, that's okay.
The bot had enough of my shit. The bot said, fuck this.
In Pueblo, Colorado, tall dandelions and other weeds are banned. In Boulder, Colorado, it's permitted to insult, taunt, or challenge police officers until they ask you to stop. Can't buy cars on Sunday in Colorado. You can't drink and ride a horse at the same time in Boulder, Colorado.
Well then what's the fucking point of going to Boulder, Colorado if I can't drink and ride a horse?
Public use of catapults, blowguns, slingshots, and throwing of snowballs are unlawful in Aspen, Colorado. In Alamosa, Colorado, you can't project missiles.
Well, fuck! This Colorado's taking away all the fun.
In Logan County, Colorado prohibits kissing sleeping women.
Rude.
Let's see, what else?
Look at people.
It is against... Let's see.
I've tied into many others.
Not
with no
only
almost
is
2
it
years from my
unpleasant,
arrest
but
where
it is
I
also
was
illegal in Vail,
experimenting
Colorado to
initially.
collide objects on a ski
We
slope.
all have had true positive, pure positive energy, and I know streamers give back to the community. I want to return the positive energy back because saving a person's life is a game changer for the individual and those involved. Love your face. Keep on being awesome. Smokey, I love your face. I fucking adore you, and thank you for being literally one of my favorite people on this planet. Like, getting to know you has been one of my favorite things. Like, you're such a fucking sweetheart, and I adore you. So thank you. I'm gonna color all of the fucking things.
You're gonna color the things?
I'm gonna color all the things. Yeah, Smokey bought me 120 colored pencils.
Yeah, color all the things, Annie.
I'm coloring every fucking thing.
Oh, I just watered my bed again. But
why are you getting your bed wet?
Listen, I almost said something terrible. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Say it. You've already started the thought. Say it. Say it. Fucking say it.
Bye, Banana. Have a good night. Well, honestly, my bed only gets wet for you. What's the look? I'm looking for the look on your face. Worth it.
Oh shit, I'm crying.
Annie, are you okay?
No, Annie is not okay.
What do you mean?
Annie is not okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Make you
I think
uncomfortable?
no, you are fine. You're fine. I would have let you know if that made me uncomfortable, but I think we need this. That was beautiful. Don't you ever fucking apologize for that. Don't you fucking dare. Oh shit. Animicus of the Arts, 1 year is a big milestone. Thank you for the year of friendship, for teaching me the art of fuck around and find out, for being a friend, for being a part of my chosen Ohana. Thank you for being a kick in my butt sometimes, for helping me get through quitting smoking. I love your face. I see your words where you rock. I'm a peepo. Hi. Don't read this too late. Too fucking late. I'm gonna build us a coop.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I'm confused on what's going on. Myth, I think I bamboozled myself. Don't read this, Rarga, leave.
Rarga, get your fucking ass back here, ma'am.
I honestly was just like, I shouldn't have finished that thought.
No, that was beautiful. That was fucking beautiful. I am here for it.
I was just like, I don't know. Oh, the cat is...
Hmm?
watering the cat.
I
know what you're thinking. Annie, I know what you're thinking. Sir, you're hanging out with me too much.
Why?
No,
Why? Fighters, why are you getting the pussy wet?
Oh. Always water your cats, Tabby. It's good to see you. How are you?
Hi, Tabby.
Oh, this is just... Oh my god. I should shut up.
Y'all get Annie after dark. Y'all get Annie after dark.
Look. Spider, stop.
Oh my god. Oh shit.
I really need to shush. I really need to shut up.
No, let the intrusive thoughts just fall out. It's okay.
My mouth is gonna get me in trouble, okay? My mouth is gonna get me in trouble. Shush.
It's okay, just let it happen. Shh.
No,
just
no,
let
no,
it happen.
Annie, you don't understand.
No, let it happen. This is a thing that needs to happen. Yes.
I'm gonna go into the mines tomorrow. Let the intrusive thoughts win. No, listen.
Yes,
I'm
let
supposed to
let
be
them
good
flow
bean.
through you. Let them
I'm supposed to be
flow
good
through
bean.
you. Let them flow through you. It's okay. MQ, welcome in. I love your face, MQ. How are you?
I'm supposed to be good bean. No, Tabby, do not write this down.
Tabby, yes.
Don't
Tabby,
you
do
dare.
it.
Do not write this down.
Tabby, do it. Do it.
Not
Do it.
noted. I have to be a good bean.
Oh shit, I'm overexerted. God damn
Be a
it.
bad bean. Tabby.
Doing well. I knew you were on for a while, Annie, but not this long. Yeah, you know, surprise 10-hour stream. It's okay. It's fine.
10-hour stream.
It's not like I'm doing shit tomorrow.
I'll be your scapegoat if you need Nar. I'm fine. I'll be okay. Surprise. Who we playing with? What? I'm good beat Tabby. Can I get a shout out for Annie?
Hi, hi, fighters chat.
You're getting introduced to all of my.
Hi, hi guys. I'm really awkward and a gremlin.
You're not awkward and a gremlin.
No, I.
Let's see what clip I get.
Oh no.
Oh, it's the same Animal Crossing clip.
Oh, Animal Crossing.
Oh, you're trying to finger. You're figuring out how to finger. That's fine.
Oh no, no. Oh fuck! I just accidentally destroyed one of the crops. Shit!
Okay.
Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all too sweet. We got anonymous follows on. Y'all could just chill.
Awkward gremlins unite. Yes.
Yes.
Tabby.
Yes, Tabby.
Yes.
Tabby, I love your face. I adore you, Tabby. Hi. Oh, hello. I am friend of fighters, Mythical Dragon. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? How are you?
To meet all of my friends.
I know. I'm meeting all the friendos, and I'm honored for all the new friendos. Hi, I'm Animagus Arts. I am a variety streamer. I like Kingdom Hearts, and I like Final Fantasy, and I like Legend of Zelda, and I like Stardew Valley, and Animal Crossing, and Phasmophobia, and Hollow Knight, and like all the fucking things. Like all of them.
Was this the last thing you were doing? Playing Kingdom Hearts with your feet?
Yes, I'm currently undergoing a Kingdom Hearts challenge where I use this controller and I play with my feet. Like, I tape the controller to the floor.
Okay, thank you for the follow, homie.
And I play with my feet. Yes, go follow fighters. Go, you know what? Because I know my mods are sleeping. Let me fucking do this the right way this time. Y'all go follow fighters. Let's see what clip comes up this time.
No, I don't. Let's see. I want to see.
There's another 100 bits.
Ow! Fuck you! That's where I was getting
There's a level 3 hype train, and you're not gonna give the people what they want.
Oh no!
When did Ellen get glasses?
Oh wait, fuck you, Crud!
Hey guys!
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
this
I
what you
remember that when I
wanted?
popped in for a little bit. Tabby! Hi, Tabby. I love you. How are you? I hope you're doing
there.
good.
Fine.
I love your
It was there. You got it.
I'm in my.
It doesn't fit in my fucking mouth.
I'm doing good, Mythical Dragon. I'm doing really good. Oh, I do not want to throw that out. Not in the slightest.
I love that emote, Tabby.
Oh my god, Tabby, I love Tabby. We love Tabby here. We love Tabby in this chat.
Tabby is good bean. Tabby gets a shout out.
Dix is hitting the sack!
Yeah. Tabby gets a shout out because Tabby is. Yeah, you're eating 3 beans, Tabby.
I love that message to go to sleep.
Be the one they call the king of onions, but hard.
Oh, Smokey's in there. Oh, well, we love Smokey. We love
Smokey,
see. We introduced you to the friendos too.
Everything is good.
Yee.
Everything is good, Smokey.
Yee,
The stream is
yee.
good. I'm spending time with a friendo that I've wanted to spend time with for a hot minute.
It me. Wait, you play with your feet? That's crazy cool. Yeah, Mythical Dragon. I tape the controller to my floor. And then I control the controller with my toes. And, like, I keep my hands in chat, like, in the camera. So you guys can, like, see that Sora is actively moving. And, like, if people don't believe me, I'll ask them to, like, hey, tell me to do something. And I'll fucking do it with my feet. So it'll be like, oh, like, pull up the start menu or attack right now. And I'll be like, ha! And, yeah, so it's, like, to prove that I'm not actually just, like, dicking around.
Annie is good people on all levels.
I try. But I have everything, like, we're at the very end of the challenge. I'm literally, like, one fight away from the final boss section. But all of my past VODs are, well, like, edited down VODs are going up on YouTube. And you guys, like, if you want to catch up and see, they're all up there. But, yeah, I'm hopefully going to finish it up next weekend. So I can move on to other things. I need to. I've been, like, putting it off.
I've been waiting for you to fight Ansem for, like...
it's gonna be like another long fucking stream because that's gonna take me forever. Like there's no way that that's gonna be easy. I like leveled up yesterday. I spent the day like grinding and doing like the quickest path to like grind levels, and I got from level 51 to level 59 in like 2 hours.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Don't you have to be like level 60 something to fight?
I've beaten the game on level 45. It was not easy, but I have done it.
Interesting.
So
Well,
yeah.
I've watered half of the plants.
One day I'm gonna challenge Annie. Fucking bring it. Bring it! My next, like, Kingdom Hearts challenger is, Madden. Me and Madden are gonna speedrun race.
Oh, Madden's screwed. Madden, I'm sorry. Madden, if you're hearing this, you're fucked.
Oh, he tells me all the time he's gonna lose. But I'm giving him, like, as much time as he needs to prepare himself. We're gonna be speedrunning Kingdom Hearts 1. Which I haven't, like, ran the game in about 3 months. So I'm gonna be, like, super rusty. But I'm telling him, like, you know...
all the speedrun tricks, though. That's the thing.
For the most part. Yeah. But, like, I'm giving him time to learn the route and get ready. And whenever he feels confident enough, that's, like, I told him, I was like, that's when we can race. Like, I don't want to... I'm not gonna purposefully, like, be an asshole and be like, oh, we're gonna race in 2 weeks, you better be ready. Like, no, I'm not gonna fucking do that.
It's Madden, though.
Trust me, as tempted as I am, like, Madden's one of the homies. I can't do that to him. I don't want to, like, I don't want to be... I like, as much as I like bullying, I do want it to be, like, a fair race, because just as much as, like, it would be fun for him, like, I also want it to be challenging for me. Because it's, like, for me, it's no fun if I know I'm gonna win. Like, it's, I want somebody to make me sweat, and I want it to be a close race. That's why, like, the last speedrun race I did, it was with 3 other streamers, and, like, it was a tight fucking race.
Damn.
Yeah, we were, that tight race. But no, it was me, Looking Cool Zedman, Turf and Deal, and Feline Fancy. Yeah, we were speedrunning Final Fantasy X, and we gave ourselves a time limit of 4 hours, and whoever got the farthest won. Zedman won. Me and Feline Fancy were, like, neck and neck for most of it, but I fucked up at the very end. And I died in one spot, and they pulled ahead of me. And then I got 3rd place, and then Turf wound up getting 4th.
Turf is good bean.
Turf is good bean. We love Turf. But it was a fun race. Like, it was a lot of fun. And I love shit like that. Like, things that challenge me, things that really make me push and try. That's why I do these, like, Kingdom Hearts challenges. If it makes me try harder, then I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna cut this tree down where the squirrel just went into.
No, don't cut down the squirrel's home. Bring it. You don't want the smoke? Fucking bring it. Bring it.
I'm already doing it. It's already been cut down.
Bring the smoke. How dare. That squirrel's just trying to live its best life.
Well, guess what? What state do you want, Nar?
Oh, that is a super hard challenge. It is a hard challenge. Like, there have been a couple of spots where, okay, so, like, I'm not even trying to be funny. The hardest part of that fucking challenge, if you're familiar with Kingdom Hearts, is it was when you go back to Traverse Town for the first time, like, after the first visit.
Indiana.
And you have to go to Merlin's house and hop across the stepping stones. It took me 45 minutes to hop across the stepping stones. Because I kept, like, jumping wrong and falling in the water. So I'm like, that's how you could tell, like, I'm not bullshitting with this challenge. Like, I'm actually doing it with my feet. Because ain't no fucking way I speedrun this and then I'm falling that many times. Take notes, you will hear from the swoosh. Beautiful. Beautiful!
Alright, so weird state laws in Indiana. You either have to pick kissing or having a mustache in the state of Indiana. It is illegal to choose both.
Good thing I don't like mustaches.
On Main Street in Evansville, Indiana, it is illegal for you to have vehicle lights on at any time.
But what if you're driving in the dark?
It's illegal. You can't do it. In Beech Grove, Indiana, it is unlawful to eat watermelon at the park.
Now that's just disrespectful.
What's good, homie?
Let's go!
Let's go. What's up,
Hi,
Captain?
friendos.
How you been?
Book!
Book?
Book! I found book.
Book. Oh, you found book?
I found book at the beach.
Good. Well, welcome in, Raiders. For those of you guys who don't know me, my name is Demon Fighters, or just Fighters, whichever you prefer. Currently playing some Stardew Valley with a friend that I'm going to shout out again.
God fucking damn it, fighters! I swear. Every time it's happening to me, it happens to you. Y'all, go follow fighters. Go follow fighters. Go.
Don't do that.
Yes, do
How
that.
do you work?
Yeah. Ooh, Phasmo clip. Oh, that ghost ran after you.
That.
Oh, hell no!
I freaked out because I the music box.
There's a music box in Phasmo?
Yeah. You know, plundered some ships, killed some pirates. Heck yeah, dude.
I only knew of the Ouija board.
Oh no, they've added so much to Phasmo. They've added so much to Phasmo since you probably last played.
Yeah, because I haven't played since October.
Oh, last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the music box is a thing. It's been a thing.
Yeah, no, we found out about the Ouija board because fucking, okay, I was playing with Shady, Madden, and Joy. Shady and Madden had never played Phasmo before. Me and Joy had. And so we're like, okay, boys, like, just follow our lead. So what the fuck does Shady do? He breaks off and he goes and he finds a goddamn Ouija board. And he's like, I found a Ouija board. And I'm sitting here, like, screaming. I'm like, no, put it down. And he's like, what happens? I'm like, death. Put it down. No. And he goes, I'm gonna touch it. And I'm like, no, Shady, don't touch the Ouija board. And he goes,
no, Shady.
It's like, it was like quiet for like a solid like 10-15 seconds. He goes, I'm gonna touch it. And then Madden comes out of nowhere. And Madden's like laughing maniacally. And then Shady goes, oh shit, Madden has a Ouija board. Run. And so we all run out of the house, okay, as Madden is like laughing maniacally.
Oh yeah, Captain, definitely.
And Madden had struggled with opening doors the entire fucking game. Like he could not figure out how to open doors. And we closed the door on him. I was like, close the door. Madden has trouble opening doors. And then Shady and Joy just start giggling.
And they killed him?
Oh yeah, he died. That's what he gets for fucking with the Ouija board.
But I like Madden.
Of course, Shady and Madden would. Yeah, Tabby.
Exactly.
Like, me and Joy were the sensible ones, and we're like, no, Ouija board, bad. Madden and Shady, Ouija board. Those fucking two, I can't deal with them.
I love them.
I love them.
Good soup. They're good soup. But, oh my goodness. I think this is a good time to cut off Stardew.
Oh yeah.
My voice is throttled right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just finish foraging right over here, and then I'll head to bed.
Yeah, so we can save the game and
come
back to this at a later date, because I enjoyed the hell out of this.
Oh, fuck yeah, this was so much
Samuel, One World Productions, hi, how's it?
Samuel! Hi, I love your face. I adore you, Samuel. Hi. How was work, Samuel? I hope work was good today. I hope it was an easy day for you.
So, Annie, how about a casual, almost 10.5-hour stream?
Right, you know, just no big deal.
No big deal, 10.5-hour stream.
No big deal. This is fine, you know.
This is fine.
This is fine.
It's fine.
Yep. It's totally fine.
It is fine.
The real question is, am I going to have enough energy to do Devil May Cry tomorrow?
Oh, that's not my fault.
Oh, I know. I chose to do the 10-hour stream thing.
You chose to do that.
I could have
I
easily
would
just
have
said
done
fuck
10
that.
hours, but I don't know how to play Kingdom Hearts with my feet.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I was doing a randomizer. To be fair.
Okay, I don't know how to do a randomizer either.
It's easy. If you're ever interested, I can show you how to set it up. It's actually like super fucking easy.
Appreciate that, Broken Pro. Appreciate that, homie.
Oh. So yeah, if I'm down for.
I'm down for doing this again for like.
Loki. Yes. Oh
Loki.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
Loki, this
yes.
was fun.
This was so much fun.
So with that being said, and my voice sounding like it's gone through a ringer.
Mm-hmm.
I need a place to raid out to. I'm looking at my list of lovely humans.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at mine too. I mean, we could raid. Yeah.
Sage of Gaming.
See, I got Ohana. How long has Ohana been on?
I like Ohana, but I haven't rated Ohana in a hot minute. But I kind of want to keep it. If
Ohana's been going for almost 5 hours.
Yeah. Sage of Gaming has been going for almost an hour.
Yeah, well, I know their raid train slot ends in an hour or 2.5 hours.
Fuck it, why not? What's the worst that could happen? I know Super's on, but I kind of want to make a new friend.
Yeah.
With a charity event. Well, I know. But they're doing that charity event all month long, though. That's the thing. And I can raid them tomorrow. I can raid them on Monday. No, I can't raid them on Monday. The next time I go live, yeah, I can definitely raid them.
Mm-hmm. I'm going wherever you're going, so you just let me know.
I'm definitely thinking Sage of Gaming, though.
Yeah? Yeah. Kalar's good people. I've known Kalar for probably about like a year and a half now. Like, they're good people. Yeah.
So
lots of Zelda content.
That sounds like a fucking plan. All right,
yeah.
We're actually playing A Link to the Past right now, which is actually one of my favorite Zelda games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A Link to the Past was a really, really good game. Yeah. So, with that being said,
hell yeah,
we're gonna hit my raid command. Uwu, Pupper, thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow night. Live a little bit earlier than I normally am because I'll be playing Fortnite with Madden. I know you're here somewhere.
Oh, we love Madden.
So there is. Why didn't it type it? There we go.
Yeah. And then I know
there is the raid command. We're gonna go hit. We're gonna go hit this lovely human with the raid.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to meet them. So the raid message is right. The raid message is right there. If you guys want to check out any of my socials or Annie, I've shouted her out a million times. I'll give her a reprieve this time.
Right. And then for my people, I will be live maybe tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling in the morning. Normal time, 2 p.m. EST for some more Devil May Cry. I'll keep you updated in the Discord for how I'm feeling. There's a Discord link if you would like to join, but you're not required. We also have the raid message there if you want to copy that one and put it in Kalar's chat. We're going over there. We're going to say what's up. We're going to say hi to the new year, new friends, and, give them a grand old welcome.
Cool. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, see you guys. Bye.
My throat is absolutely destroyed.
Mine too.
Goodness gracious, day in the morning. Oh my god, I didn't even look at my fucking numbers.